To be fair, the 1v1 didn't really matter at all for like Quid Riot.
How about C9 Game 5 of Fearless giving Pantheon for the stat of
it was 100% banned. It had been banned 60 times in a row.
The one time we're not going to ban
that.
Pantheon.
Well, the whole blue side draft was crazy to me. Like, I understand the thought process of this Vladimir and Gwen matchup is supposed to be good, right? So like, okay, let's just ignore that. And the thought process of Pantheon is supposed to be a good trade with Trundle. All right, even if we're just going to ignore that too, I'm still like, why did we give Quid Yone instead of just banning out, like, they banned Annie instead of Yone?
For the clip, we had to get...
It was a good clip. It was a really good clip. But, like, that to me was so insane is just, like, as he went further and further, I was like, it just literally looked like they got blind pick blue side, like 1, 2, 3, right? Gwen, Yone, and Pantheon was crazy. And yeah, I don't know.
Then, you know, the last pick TF was truly like the dagger through the heart for all the watchers. It was just like, what was it? MSI flashbacks where people got mind controlled into thinking this champion was good. And, you know, it was kind of the same thing we heard back then. I actually talked to Anero about it yesterday. Mm-hmm. We did like a sponsored stream thing together where people were asking about the draft, and like there was some logic to it. He said like Game 5 red side is really rough for draft. So basically it was like if they banned Pantheon, then they would just be giving Trundle for nothing.
Yes, you want to trade.
I guess I should have asked like what you could ban both, but maybe they didn't want to do that. And then I think Quid in the post game said like they were expecting a Pantheon for Yone trade, and then they just got both.
Yeah,
which was kind of wild. So I mean, I don't know. Sometimes in Fearless, I think things can just go wrong because there's so many things you're trying to juggle at once.
Did you ask him about the Yone? Because that's the one that I was really curious about. Like Gwen got nerfed. Some people don't think it's as strong, and Vladimir is a good matchup. Like that one, I could understand. Pantheon for a Trundle trade, I think Pantheon's a lot better, but like I can still understand. Yeah. The Yone was the one that I just didn't get because I just don't understand how. Because not only is Yone just like Quid's probably best champ, but it also is just a terrible matchup for TF. TF has no lane pressure. He's getting pushed in against a melee champion as a range champ. So it's like, when is TF supposed to get out on the map? When every time this guy has Q3 ready, you're shaking in your boots and you're playing like 2 screens away behind your range minions, right? Like he's the one that was looking scared in the matchup. So that was the one that I didn't understand the most. Maybe there is some logic that I'm missing there, but to me, it's like if you have Quid on Annie where he has way less agency, I just think that you have a way better chance to win that game.
Yeah, it was something, I guess he said that they were just, I'm not sure why Azir was permanent the entire series, because that seems like something that like, I think Quid is a fine Azir, but I think it's like Loki's best champion as well. So that probably didn't need to be banned. And then I think he said that they weren't comfortable with Annie, like they didn't want it, so they figured they just ban it. But yeah, I guess I should ask more about the Yone, because that was definitely the head scratcher, because that champion's just banned against C9 a lot. It's like one of their best, and then they had the opportunity to take it and they opted not to. So I don't know. Pretty sad as a C9 fan for sure, but yeah, that does happen.
I felt so bad for Blabber because he had to do the loser's interview after he just got caught as well. And yeah, he has been getting piled on already. Yeah. As far as some of these like crucial timings in important games for them. So man, props to him for being able to still do the loser's interview and go up there. But
losers interviews suck.
Yeah,
I would not want to do that.
Especially because he knew, and he was even talking about it. He was like, yeah, you know, I got caught. And it's like the moment where he had just walked up and, you know, into that line brush by mid lane. And it was a spot where when you're going back, like when you're in review, you're like, oh yeah, you know, we know they have Pantheon ult, and we know this and this and this, and we just cleared this ward, and it's like, oh man, those are the types of ones that they sting because you know, like you just messed up. And so yeah, I mean,
dude, that's the hard thing about playing against Pantheon too, like or any global ult, because no other champion can catch you like that, right? And because he's permaban, like obviously he should know that, but it's it can be hard when
it's hard to be nowhere on the map that he can ult. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. So unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel really, really bad for Cloud9. Obviously, not even just from the fan perspective, but this is now back-to-back years that they haven't made Worlds, which had never happened before for Cloud9. And it does kind of continue the like Cloud9 fall off in summer, kind of narrative that has been happening, or chokers or whatever you want to call it. So, I mean, it's tough because at the end of the day, this roster for most of the year was very, very strong, right? And clearly was the only team for almost the entire year that could go back and forth with FlyQuest. I still remember this stat that we ran at one point where it was like Cloud9 versus FlyQuest was at that point, I want to say it was 8-5, and then FlyQuest versus everyone else was 22-1. And I think it was like split 2 plus up to wherever we were in split 3 at that point that stat line was from. So they're like the only team that could really compete with FlyQuest. And then they have this big fall off, and it's kind of like, what's your takeaway? Is your takeaway that the roster was bad? Is your takeaway that they choked? Is your takeaway that we should try again? But because
shouldn't have picked Shopify.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a meme.
I know a lot of people talk about the timeline there too.
Yeah.
But it's tough because I can't imagine they don't make changes now, because it's back-to-back years that Cloud9 missed Worlds, right? And Cloud9 is like always a perennial contender. And to not even be in LTA playoffs, to not even make top 3 after being, a clear top 2 team, like the entire split in split 2 and almost the entire split in this final split, I guess, until we want to call it the conference playoffs or whatever, was pretty shocking, and obviously is going to be a huge disappointment for them.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because, like you said, they were doing so well this year and looking so strong, and then they get upset by Shopify. And then they have to go up in the lower bracket versus 100 Thieves, which are actually good again now.
Yeah.
So that's where like two stories cross, where it's like, oh man, yeah, Cloud9 did kind of fumble, and like they're definitely fumbling and kind of struggling down in the lower bracket, but they're also crossing over with the rising story of 100 Thieves on the other side, which to your stat, the updated stat now has 100 Thieves as being, taking game off them in finals and looking very much like they could have taken another game off of them in finals, to be like another team that could compete with up there with FlyQuest. And so, yeah, they just get knocked out by like full power 100 Thieves powering up as well. And yeah, I mean, it is rough, but then like you're saying, you can't if those are the results, then things do usually end up something changes.
I mean, Liquid and C9, I think, are both going to make changes.
Oh,
I think
Liquid for sure.
Liquid seems like they're in shambles for sure. The team just felt like a shell of themselves.
Yeah.
With C9, I mean,
yeah, I think they're.
I don't have any inside info for it, but from everything I've seen, like they don't strike me as a dysfunctional team. Like the players get along well, and like when I talked to them about, like the aftermath of stuff, they said what was weird for them is like they just won almost every scrim. They had like 80+% win rate in scrims against everybody, but it just didn't translate to on stage. And especially like it seemed like they were pretty open about kind of the issues, since when I would watch this team on stage, like my blood pressure skyrocketed anytime Otacon was attacked, because it's like, I don't know what it is about Otacon. A lot of teams troll, but I think C9 probably trolls it the hardest, with just like, when you're fighting Dragon or Baron, you push the waves near it, you get vision control, you fight them on the way to the objective. But something about Otacon's just like, all right, guys, Otacon's up, we're right in front of it. Hey, they're not attacking it. We should probably start hitting it. And then it's like, hey, their junglers coming, and we're going to lose the fight afterwards. What do you want to do? Let's flip it. And they just flip it, and then all die. And
I know it's stressful, but I think that Dignitas or Disguise might have the crown.
I was going to say.
might have the crown.
I have a couple of disguised ones. I have a couple of disguised ones in my brain that were crazy.
Yeah, actually, they probably got the MVP Otacon throw for sure. Yeah. That one was quite something.
But I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's like, it's not to me about like, oh, they're dysfunctional or they couldn't have done well, but they didn't, and it's 2 years in a row of not making Worlds. To me, it's like 4C9 standards. That's a failure. That's kind of just the result, right? And I'm not trying to put that on any one player or like demand changes or anything like that. I'm just saying the reality of the sport is that usually teams do not stay together, right?
Yeah.
There is a reason that it's like rosters are changing almost every single year. And I feel like this is even happening way more than it used to in the past. FlyQuest is the longest standing tier 1 roster. And I think by quite a bit actually now as well. Because it's like teams just do not stay together. If it doesn't work, they're changing something, right? And so it's interesting to me because I remember, talking to Castle, I was interviewing him prior to the DSG C9 series, and he was kind of just saying that he thinks that like C9 just get really nervous. And that if one thing goes wrong for them, like he thought they were going to win, right? And obviously they didn't win. C9 won that series, but it was a 5-game series. It was very close, way closer than expected. And I remember when I was talking to FBI prior to when they played C9, he was basically saying he felt like the way that C9 plays, like in scrims, is the exact same that they play on stage. And he said that he thinks that they kind of just play too like scared basically on stage, like that they're trying to do like obviously always practice the same. And I guess the idea is that they're like not playing very loose on scrims, and then on stage they're trying to like play like that, but they're like even more buttoned up. Like I don't know. At least that's I'm not trying to like put words in his mouth, but that was kind of like what I was inferring from the conversation. Because obviously the general idea is that in scrims people play way more loose, and then on stage you kind of button up. But that like Cloud9 is already buttoned up in scrims, so that they just get even more like oh god, kind of like don't want to make the big play type thing. At least that was kind of what I took from the conversation. So it's interesting to hear people's opinions on the teams, and this was stuff that people were saying prior to when they played, so obviously it wasn't like a retrospect thing.
Well, I think they probably have the biggest fan base nowadays, and so there is definitely a lot of pressure on this organization because it's such a popular organization. So yeah, I can definitely see multiple angles there for possibilities for affecting stage games for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, I think for roster changes or not, it is true. People change a lot. And I guess my perspective is I'm definitely less of a revolving door kind of guy than I think, general fan sentiment would be, because I think there is a lot of value in sticking together with people and like being able to
building with it.
Yeah, build on what you've made before. Because sometimes it's like you could be very close to being a good team, but maybe just like something's missing. But then, you could have a moment where it just clicks and you level up together as a team. And for me, that was always like the really fun part of competing. It's like when you could learn as a team and grow together. But at the same time, the counter argument would be like, look at 100 Thieves. Sometimes a roster change is what you need for a team to do well. So I think it just totally depends on the environment and the players. It's like, I think that if players don't trust each other or they don't believe in each other, then like you have to make a change, because you're not just going to like win with players that don't think their teammates are good. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think it's the case with C9, but I can see that's probably why teams change so frequently.
It could be a change that doesn't actually have to be a personnel change, as long as it's a very big change in like how you're operating in some way that makes people feel like it's going to be different this time, or there's some big new chapter. I feel like there does have to be something big. Maybe it's like completely, changing their, schedule or approach to practice or
systems.
So yeah, it's systems. If it's something big like that, it just makes you feel better, because I know that the feeling of working really hard for something and then completely losing out, when you're so close to doing it. And so when something like that happens and you can see like how devastated they are and how like disappointed they are, it really does help to have someone to lead and someone to say, all right, this is going to be different next time. This and this and this are the things that are going to change. And it's something to rally behind, So even if it's not like a complete roster change, sometimes roster changes are that. But, sometimes it can be someone else who's a big leader and says, this is, these are the things that we're going to do different. That's going to change our story. And then you get like super motivated.
I don't know if you guys watch Pros, but they were talking about Cloud9 and like, Boppo was kind of giving his take on maybe why the fall off happened or whatever. And he was saying on Pros basically that he feels like it's really important to kind of like basically like find joy and like have like a fun environment and whatnot in the team. And I thought his take was kind of interesting. It wasn't something that really resonated with me personally, but he was basically saying how like with Cloud9, it's like, you know, there's these like obligatory workouts and all these things that are kind of like part of the system that like all the players go and they work out together and do all these things together. And he was saying like for him, he didn't think that would actually be like, he wouldn't enjoy that, and that would then feel like, oh, if it's not working, it's like, oh, I'm working so much harder than everyone, I'm doing all these other things, and it's like, and it's not working, kind of like, what's the point? And so I thought it was interesting. You know, he was basically just saying he just felt like that is not like a one size fits all kind of thing. But it's obviously worked well for Cloud9 over the years for a long time. But I just thought that was kind of an interesting take. Because yeah, not everyone is going to want to do the workouts and do the things and whatever. But obviously the idea is that these are, even if you don't feel like doing it, it's things that are good for you and going to help your performance and stuff. So I can see kind of like both sides of it. But I guess his take was that it was like, that's not an environment that he would enjoy. He wouldn't enjoy doing that. So that is maybe kind of like contributing if the players like aren't feeling like they're having fun or whatever.
I mean, I'm a super big proponent of benefits of fitness. I guess if you're super strict about the timing and stuff, I would say the benefits are just so clear, even for, you know, cognitive tests, just to have some sort of fitness be regular for gamers. I'm like, that really does. That's a Cloud9 system where I'm like, yep, that really makes sense to me. You know, maybe there's leeway as far as, oh, if you're being like, you know, military schedule or something, then it could be detrimental in other ways, like if he's not getting enough sleep or something like that, or you know, maybe there's some leeway with schedules or something that would make it more amenable to him. But yeah, I think the general idea of, and it's not even like intense fitness that they do, right? It's like you can even do a little bit of cardio.
I gotta say, one day Jack invited me to come over to the Sienna house to do like a morning workout thing with them, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll just come hang out with the team. And like, I don't know if I can agree with
it was like suit up
intense thing. No, it was like they told me afterwards, like, oh yeah, that was like the hardest workout we've had in months, and I was like dying. You know, I don't know, that was rough.
Okay, so well, do you have actual insight then? Did they say you have to do these exercises and these things?
I mean, they have a fitness instructor guy there, like who leads them through it, but I don't know if it's necessarily like you have to do it. I think it's just kind of like a recommendation, but if you have your own thing you want to do, I think you do that instead. But yeah, I don't know, that one was rough. Like, that one was really rough. So
okay,
I'm not saying it's not beneficial, but his point I think was just that there's a lot of gamers that aren't into fitness and don't care and don't want to do it, right? And it's like, you know, he was like, oh, that's like why JoJo didn't work there. He didn't want to be part of the schedules and blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's true, but it's, you know, that's just like the take. So I just thought it was interesting as a take, right? That some people might see it, even if it isn't that extreme, people might see it as like, oh, we're just playing video games, bro. Like, why do I have to wake up and work out? I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you clearly don't agree with it, and you don't have to agree with it. I'm just presenting the opinion that was given, which I thought was interesting because I can see a lot of gamers. Like when I think about a lot of the pro gamers that I played with and people that I lived with and like on the StarCraft teams and so on and so forth, some of them are really into fitness and some of them are really into it, and probably almost everyone, like you're saying, can get really great benefits from it. But if you do not want to do it and that is making you unhappy, then that can affect the environment as well, right? That's I can see the perspective.
That's why I started thinking about you know, the leeway of, you know, schedules or whatever, maybe come up with somebody for you to do it. Versus like, oh, it turns out their fitness coach that Meteos had on that day was actually David Goggins was there.
It might as well have been.
And they're like waking up at like...
They're all puking.
They're waking up at 4 a.m., running 20 miles. Yeah. Type of
Team
thing.
bonding.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting because like I get it. You know, it's hard to argue against working out. It's just like, hey, dude, like I'm not down for like trying to be healthy. Like I just want to... Yeah. I want to not do that. But I mean, you could point to, I know that a lot of Korean teams, like I don't think a lot of them work out. And I know that when I talked to like someone from Gen G, and he mentioned how like their players just eat McDonald's all the time. Like they don't particularly care about eating healthy. And so, you know, it's like, okay, well, the best team in the world isn't doing all this stuff. Not saying like, yeah, everyone's just be eating fast food all the time because like that's probably objectively bad for you.
Especially long term. I think that's where it's like it's gonna hurt the most.
But at the same time, it's like if you like, I think Azale's point's really good where you're saying like, if you're forcing someone to try to live this like healthier lifestyle, but they're just miserable doing it, then it's like maybe that's not that great either. So
I mean, I don't know. It is a good point too, because if your goals are short term, like there's a lot of players on the best Chinese and Korean teams that smoke cigarettes too, and are like taking a bunch of, caffeine and, nicotine and stuff too. And like, all right, well, yeah, if it is short term, like lots of stimulants and stuff.
I know this is getting.
I don't know why we went off on all this.
Well, it's just interesting, right? It's an interesting topic. Yeah. This is totally out of left field, but I remember in back at like all these MLGs and stuff, being so surprised when I found out like some people were taking like Adderall or like caffeine pills and stuff like that to compete. And I thought when people told me like I was competing, and like, oh yeah, like. Yeah, that guy played well because he was on Adderall. Or that guy, I was like, oh, ha ha ha, and they're like, no, serious, like he got a prescription. That's why he's extra good. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, so I mean, it definitely exists. I have no idea if that stuff is what is limited and what is not, and what is not allowed in league, to be honest. But definitely there are people who are trying to get any advantage they can through caffeine pills or whatever else. So obviously not necessarily healthy. Well, definitely not healthy long term.
In a lot of those cases.
But yeah, no, it's an interesting conversation. We're gonna take a quick break though, and then we'll be right back after these messages.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%.
Boom! 80%. Winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Welcome back to The Dive, driven by Kia. Shall we talk patch before we get into the LTA playoffs?
Sure.
Yep.
I took a bullet right to the chest. Volley Bear got there finally. I knew it was going to happen eventually because more and more people started playing the champion. And then we got, all these like challengers started playing it and making YouTube videos. And I'm like, my time is over, I guess.
Yeah.
He's on the chopping block. Honestly, this nerf, though, to me, doesn't look bad at all. I think it's honestly a completely fine nerf. And it is to AP attack speed scaling for the passive for Volibear. And AP is, in a lot of cases is best builds. There's a lot of games where I go Trinity Force or AD builds for Volibear anyway. So I'm actually completely fine with it. As much as a lot of times, people's main champs get nerfed and they get super mad. I'm not mad about it at all. Maybe
I'm not mad.
Maybe other people will play it less.
Totally fine about it. It was a good and reasonable change.
It's all good. Yeah. I mean, one of the biggest hiccups to playing jungle Volibear is all the top Volibear players anyways. So maybe
stealing your champ.
Maybe it hurts them. Nah, but I started playing a lot of Rek'Sai recently, and that one's definitely been very fun. And I think she actually is pretty good again. She's definitely not like, I don't think she's better than she's not better than Volibear or anything.
Again.
Yeah. But I do think I've definitely been having fun with that one. So maybe that helps with being able to take a Volibear hit. Probably more importantly though with this patch are some of the
Rek'Sai's just your side chick. Volibear's still he's still bae.
Yeah. Probably more importantly with this patch though, there's a decent amount of the pro facing changes. Azir and Yanara mainly for me, but also the burst champs with Annie and Aurora. So I think that's pretty sizable and good patch this time around. Mm-hmm. I'm glad that they also clipped Kiana because Kiana has started to get some little bit of play in pro, but I have just thought ever since we saw those changes, this is one of the champs that definitely could just explode in solo queue.
I've been the champion every game.
Yeah, so do I. It's my permaban. Has been for a couple of weeks now, and she's a flex pick that is very good in both flexible jungle and mid lane. Considering that you can use the flex to get a good matchup for mid lane.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody knows how to play her, way too good right now. So it makes sense. These pro bans for mid, I think, are going to be pretty interesting to me because the Annie one seems like it could actually be pretty big. They're nerfing her W base damage at later ranks, and then also the magic pen early on Tibbers. And to me, like, it's going to cut down her burst quite a bit, but also her wave clear, which, I think Annie's wave clear is already pretty bad. So hurting that even more, I don't know. Like, I don't think most pros are excited to play Annie. They probably just play her because it's like, yeah, she's strong. But now it's just going to feel even worse to play. So maybe her pride will come down, but I'm not sure. With Fearless, I feel like balance is a lot more kind of up in the air because there's so many champs you have to play. So even if something isn't as good as it once was, it's still, could be better than the other options. So we'll have to see.
Something that I was really interested about with this patch is the Sunfire and bombing changes. Because Sunfire has just been trashed for a long time, right? And people are not building it in top lane at all. People are not really building it in jungle pretty much ever. I can't remember last time I saw Sunfire in pro play as on a tank jungler, right? Like it's just like a dead item.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So Bombies, the percent amp on monsters is going from 50 to 100%. So I was kind of wondering, like, hey, is this actually going to bring some other tank options into the jungle at all? Or will it, at the very least, like, push out some of these, kind of like Leandry's first tank junglers and make them do Sunfire? It's just kind of interesting because wave clear is obviously at a premium in top lane as well. And you don't see certain tanks because their wave clear is so bad and it's kind of like hard to actually be able to go towards this. I think it's one of the things that has kept Shen out of pro, even though I think Shen had been quite strong for a while, is just like the lack of wave clear. And people, you can rush Titanic, but then if you rush Titanic, then you're pretty squishy and the components aren't that good for Shen. And there's a number of tanks that I think kind of have those struggles. To me, it's always why it's like, well, what are the tanks we see? It's the ones with like all abilities being wave clear, like Sion and Ornn and Cassante and stuff, right? Like have AoE wave clear like right off the bat. So potentially could help a little bit with that. The amp on minions and monsters when you complete Sunfire is obviously not going up that much at 50 to 60, and then Bomby is not getting buffed on minions, so maybe it's not really going to push the lever at all.
I would be really surprised if these changes changed anything because, like you mentioned, I think the only thing we might see is like some tank junglers just picking up a random Bammies and then sitting on it because a lot of the time. I haven't mathed it out, but it just feels like if you go Heartsteel, it's just a way better first item if you want something like a little bit more aggressive. And with the jungle monsters health scaling on the like true damage, like I don't know how it compares exactly to Bammies, but I don't think it's going to be significantly different. And
what about for like a Mumu, for example, who got buffed? Obviously, right now people would do like Leandry's first and stuff like that. Do you think this could push it enough that it's like, because I don't know what the math is going to be on Bombies versus Faded Ashes, but to me that's the comparison, right? Faded Ashes obviously clears up your speed, your clear speed a lot. So if Bombies is like comparable, then maybe it's reasonable to just like, hey, I'm just going to get a Sunfire first and be kind of tanky instead of rushing Leandry's because my clear is garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Mumu could be a good case for it. Like, I know Zach was also one of the champs that like, I think there was like some Korean challenger Wintrick Zach who would go like Bammies into Proto Belt. And so maybe we'll see more stuff like that, like some tank junglers. But I don't know. In pro, like the Sejuani, Skarner,
the one I was
kind of bruiser, but
the one I was gonna say that I already a lot of times had the opinion that full tank Maokai is better now than AP Maokai, unless it's a draft where they specifically got it and it's gonna be the
full
only AP.
Yeah.
Because they nerfed AP Maokai so many times. So I actually thought with this change, I'd be like, oh, okay. I feel like most of the Maokais should just go regular tank Maokai. Was kind of, I guess, the first one that popped into my head. So maybe that, but yeah, it's probably not a lot. I was gonna say though, what did you think of the Zach? Because we did get a Zach. We got a contract Zach, and he did go for the Proto Belt at the beginning of the game. I was like, well, for solo queue build, Proto Belt, blah. But I expected him to go full tank, and then he went Proto Belt.
Yeah, it was cool to see Zach. I when they locked that in, that's really surprised me, because to me it felt like it was a situation where you really wanted like a heavy AD champion on your team, because they already had a team that was like, you know, countered by Merc Shreds. I think every single person on 100 Thieves was going to buy Merc Shreds that game already, and then you lock in Zach. It's also against Lee Sin, which is like, you know, he's not a crazy early game bully, but you're never going to be able to fight him. Yeah. So I didn't love the situation for Zach. It was cool to see him, and like he had some decent looking plays, but I don't know. It didn't seem like a great situation for Zach, and I don't think he's particularly strong right now, especially in jungle. So it went kind of as expected. He just, I don't know. He just doesn't clear fast enough, and he can't duel or like invade properly. So he's similar to Nunu, I guess, in that sense, where very, very good ganks in solo queue, because, you know, he can kind of go through the immediate vision people will put down in river, and it feels unfair to get camped by him. But in pro play, that's not really as relevant. Usually it's a lot more about like having good tempo and be able to do objective fights and fight the other jungler, and Zach's just terrible at all those. So yeah, unfortunately it did not work out.
Yep. There are a lot of other changes. I mean, Talia, I feel like was already kind of falling off a bit. Like, you know, had not been the kind of like S tier that was like a patch or two ago, where people were always going to pick it if it's up. Like Ori and stuff seems to have, and it's here, I think, kind of seemed to have passed her. But she's getting some nerfs. The like mana costs are getting better, but I don't know how much of a difference that is going to make versus just kind of like some of the damage going down. I'm assuming that you know, she would get even less popular as a result. That's in there. Silas, I mean, had gotten like a little bit of play as a flex, got some monster damage nerfed as he was getting pretty strong. So we've seen a number of different pro champions kind of getting tapped. I thought that it was interesting to see Cassio getting a buff. Cassio got some more base mana and also a little bit more damage on Twin Fangs, which could be pretty relevant. And Hui also getting a little bit of a buff. So they're kind of like shifting things around a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see if they can kind of like hit that correct spot where it's more up to like players' preference and strength on the champion versus just playing the absolute S tiers.
I personally like playing against Cassio more than I like playing against Aurora and like Annie Burst. So I was pretty happy with it with the direction.
Cassio is scary. I don't know. Like right now, I guess this patch is live, but before the buffs, whenever I play against Cassio, I feel pretty safe, because I'm like, yeah, he's gonna run out of mana before she can kill you, especially before the first base. But I don't know, a little bit more mana, a little bit more all-in damage, and maybe that's not the case. So
Couple more Twin Fangs.
Yeah, I mean that seems scary. So I could see Cassio maybe being viable. The other one that stuck out to me is the Jace buffs. Like he's getting a ton. It was like
20 on rank 1 Shock Blast.
20 on rank 1 Shock Blast, which keep in mind is getting amplified when you shoot it through the gate. So that's a lot of damage. I don't know.
He's for sure getting played.
Yeah,
so many top laners just love playing this champ.
Yeah, and he's extremely strong when his numbers are good enough, and that's some good numbers he's getting. So I think
20 at level 1 is good.
Yeah, you know, I think Jace, Cassio, and maybe Ashe. I'm not totally sure. She's getting quite a bit of 80 per level. So yeah, I think maybe I wouldn't be surprised if they start showing up.
Yeah. But as far as like the general direction, you know, buffing some of the like longer range ones, like the, you know, Vel'Koz as well, as you mentioned the Hui and stuff, is I'm kind of down with it, because like when I get hit with an Aurora combo and they're nerfing the passive damage, which I'm like perfect, because that's not really interactive at all. It just like happens when electrocute damage happens on me also, and I go, oh crap. I don't know. So just I think this patch will feel better for a lot of these kind of angles.
Yeah, no, I agree. Well, we also have LTA playoffs that is going to be kicking off this Saturday. So no more super weeks for the next little while. We're back on Saturdays and Sundays only. We are now entering into the cross conference phase. This is LTA playoffs. This is North versus South. We have our top 3 teams, which obviously have already been determined, as well as their top 3 teams. So if you have missed any of the games, it is going to be FlyQuest, obviously, Shopify, and 100 Thieves. And then their teams are going to be Pain, Red Canids, and VKS. So those are the 3. This week we'll start with 2 versus 3 and 2 versus 3. You know, like kind of like the second seed versus third seed from ours, and then second seed versus their seed, third seed from theirs. So Saturday, the first matchup is going to be 100 Thieves versus Pain to kick things off.
And I am glad that FBI has started playing better a lot recently. I feel like the recent series from FBI have been so much better. Earlier in the year, I would be like super duper worried about our bottom lane because going versus Pain, that's always where I'm looking first is Jitan. That guy is, I feel like, always the guy to watch on this team. He makes so many exciting and aggressive plays. And if it was FBI of like beginning of playoffs or elimination phase or like pre then, I would be very, very worried. But I just feel like, he started playing so much better. Yeah, he is kind of like crutching on these stacking champions. I don't know if it's going to be some champion, if there will be champion pool issues. He's also had good, games on other champions as well, though. And I think he's just like playing confidently and playing better now. So I still feel as confident in all of our teams. It's just that but bottom lane is definitely my focus for for this matchup as like the area that I would be worried about for us.
Yeah, I have not watched that much LTA South personally, so I don't truly know their strength as a team, but surely the North will win, right?
Surely.
I mean, I still have more prep to do. I've watched a couple of the series of these teams, so it was interesting. I do feel like I was pretty surprised that Furia didn't qualify. We'll say that because I actually thought Furia played quite well at MSI. They almost beat G2 in a best of 5. And talking to a lot of the North teams, that was the South team that they were really looking out for from having like practice against them. That was the team that people were most nervous against.
They went out 0-3-0-3.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of the South results were actually pretty surprising. Like from split 2 to split 3, Furia not even getting top 3 was pretty surprising. But also when you think back to split 1, Isurus being the strongest team and then going into split 2 during their it was like a multi-phase thing, but I can't remember which phase it was during. But they finished literally 8th out of 8 after being first coming into the second one. I think overall, once they went into playoffs, they ended up getting like 5th, 6th or something like that. But still, like some very surprising results, and the teams are kind of up and down. Pain does have triple Korean imports. It's Wiser, Karioka, Romer, Chitan,
How do they have
and
3?
Curie. Well, I assume that it's a TL kind of thing where probably they have residency, would be my assumption. So probably only 2 of them count as an import. I was watching the Pain series against Red, and they were kind of getting blown out. So maybe it's not the like most fair way to judge them because they were kind of getting absolutely clapped. But like Wiser got destroyed in the top lane by FNB, probably harder than I've seen anyone get destroyed in pro play ever. I don't know if you saw this game, Kobe, but it was 3 solo kills in, I want to say, under 3 minutes of laning. Like, actually crazy.
What was the matchup?
The FNB was playing Renekton and Wiser was playing Gwen, and he was just getting solo killed on repeat. It was actually crazy. Like he'd go to lane, FNB would solo kill him. He like TP's back, FNB's like still in the bush and just pops out and solo kills him again.
God.
They like run back again, solo kills him, and then he runs back again a 4th time. And the 4th time he didn't get solo killed, but Doom, their jungler, was in the bush and ganks him and he dies again. And it's like 5 minutes, he's 0-4-0.
You think that's his team set after the 4th one? They go, well, at least someone wasn't a solo kill.
But they got put in the ground. It was actually crazy. They got super blasted in that game. Kaze and Rebello on obviously that's on the Red Cannon side were impressing me. I haven't watched a ton of Pain yet, but like I did watch that series and then part of another series for them. But yeah, Chitan is still standing out. I do think that this team like wants to play really aggressive. I mean, to me, the like strengths of the Brazilian teams have kind of remained the same when I'm watching these series, and the weaknesses have kind of remained the same, where it feels like their objective setups are really poor. They tend to kind of like over chase and kind of like have these like bad moments that rarely will cut off at one bad moment. It kind of like cascades and becomes
they
like
snowball.
It snowballs into so much more. But the other side of that, I will say, is that like some of these players mechanically are very good and do have some really good individual moments. And when I was watching, a lot of their teams, it's like, as a result, it's individual players and individual moments that were standing out to me much more than the team play and the macro play. And I do think there are some really strong players. Like I felt like FMB was going crazy on his Renekton, but also I thought his Rumble was like super good, just like objectively really good team fighting. Like his equalizers were perfect. He was like really in good spots. But I mean, Pain will be interesting. They are the 3rd seed, and I've gained a lot of confidence for 100 Thieves throughout playoffs because they made this really, really good run. And I feel like the style that a lot of the Brazilian teams play is the style that 100 Thieves wants to play, right? Which is like scrapping nonstop, showing up to objectives and team fighting. So I feel like that should give them an advantage in that it's like, they're getting to play their style. These teams are very unlikely to, like, I can't see Pain coming in and Weiser and Romer just like committing to side lanes and trying to play a macro game against you. Like they're going to fight you, and that's what 100 Thieves wants.
Yeah, and Romer played on Team Liquid challengers for quite a while up here as well with Spawn. So I'm gonna get Spawn's thoughts on him as well as a player, but I'm just like, I'm pretty sure Quid is gonna have that handled as well. So that's why I was only kind of possibly worried about bottom lane.
Yeah, I think the matchup versus 100 Thieves should be, I would assume, pretty close, because it does feel like, I know before when the South teams would play against North teams, what they mentioned was like the macro and vision control is something that like the South teams aren't that great at. So I would expect, a really controlled team like FlyQuest or, Liquid when they're in form to be like a pretty bad matchup for South teams, just because like it's really hard. Like if you just want to scrap and hands check your opponents, but they've got like way better vision than you and they're just like not walking into you and fighting, that could be pretty hard. But a team like 100 Thieves, I think they're a lot more willing to fight. And I think 100 Thieves is really good at fighting right now. Like one thing that impressed me a lot with 100 Thieves and FlyQuest compared to like C9 and Shopify this past weekend was their ability to like flank in team fights. I think was really, really good. Pretty much always having like 1 or 2 people sit off on the side, and alternatively, when you're playing against a team that's trying to flank you, like have people mark them, like not just get caught off guard. It's like, oh, there's their top laner right on our AD carry, GG.
Yeah.
So I think that's really big. So I mean, if it's just going to be an all-out brawl, I feel like the South players do have like pretty good mechanics and won't necessarily just get like bullied.
I do think 100 Thieves, especially their series versus Shopify, showed some improvements in even their Otacon starts and like the timings that they went for it, and they even like backed off one after they got a teleport, and then only took it when it was actually safe to take. And so I do feel like, Dokla had mentioned this when he came in, but he was talking about, oh yeah, I'm going to bring some communication and shot calling, qualities as well to the team. I feel like that definitely has helped some. Plus, we had multiple interviews. We always ask all the 100 Thieves players about it afterwards. And they're talking about how their coaches get really pissed whenever they like mess up one of these, Otacon or objective setups or whatever. And so I am feeling like 90% confident, I think.
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident. I mean, Chiton is good for sure. Like he's mechanically very good, but I also feel like his weaknesses are pretty pronounced. Where like he goes so aggressive that sometimes he doesn't have like full information when he's doing it. Like some of these fights where he's just like flashing over a wall to get in the fight to join it faster, And it's like when your AD carry is doing that, it can make for some really flashy moments where he's going in, he's like getting a big kill or whatever. But it also can result in him getting killed in a lot of these games too. Like I think about game 3 when Payne was playing against Red, like he was having a pretty strong Lucian game, and they were having this one fight by like enemy blue buff, and he was coming from mid lane, and he just comes and just like straight up insta flashes over the wall and like dashes him with a culling and gets the first kill, but then he just gets flashed on and killed, right? And so I do think that they definitely have those weaknesses. I will say, Weiser and the rest of the series was a lot more solid. I know Romer, obviously, from the TL days, has been quite solid too. So I don't think that they're going to be like a complete pushover or anything. But I have a lot more confidence in the 100 Thieves squad than I did. It wasn't who I expected. Like at the beginning of the year, or beginning of split, if you asked me who our top 3 teams were going to be, I was assuming it was going to be probably Fly, C9, TL, right? And so it is obviously a bit of a curveball that we have 100 Thieves and Shopify playing, but definitely feeling confident in the Pain series for sure. The second series that we'd be watching would be Shopify versus Red Canids. Red Canids I watched a bit more of, and obviously we have some meetings I think this week with the LTA South casters to help us learn more about the teams and do more prep. Obviously still have the rest of the week to be watching a lot more. But I actually feel like they were pretty impressive to me. FMB was really standing out in the Pain series, like I said. I mean, he super clapped Weiser not only in the Redacton game, but I thought his Rumble was actually just like legit really, really good. I thought he was playing quite well. And Kaze and Rebello also were really impressing me. Rebello, I think he, for the most part, was just outplaying Titan. I think he kind of looked a little bit more consistent than him and was playing pretty well with Frosty. And Doom and Frosty were doing a good job of actually just like moving around the map together and like kind of playing together as a jungle support duo. And Kaze just seems like he's a pretty exciting mid laner. He seemed like he was pretty good on a lot of the kind of like melee style champions and wants to play that kind of like aggressive style from the games that I had seen. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against Shopify. Shopify, I'm admittedly a lot more nervous about because I just feel like Shopify is always so up and down, right? Like you just don't know, and I'm worried about that like low roll Shopify day.
The team is supposed to make you nervous.
Yeah. Well, and they're accomplishing that. Yeah. So they are accomplishing that. Yeah.
I definitely agree on the red takes. I also think the story for Red is cool because this split, they promoted 3 of their players from their academy team. It was all of Doom, Kaze, and Rebello. Yeah. And they like promoted them all together. And I'm always a pretty big fan of that because, they won their academy team won first place. And then they're like, oh, great. We're going to move you guys up to keep like support jungle synergy intact. And so then you do see stuff, or not support, not jungle support, but like jungle mid lane synergy and stuff intact. And then you see stuff like they very clearly, have worked together for a long time. I mean, those guys were playing there for a year for the academy team together. And, Doom and Rebello basically were brought up within the Red system through their full academy team. Kaze, of course, played in LLA for a little bit before that. But it's kind of cool whenever you get the promotion and then they have success together as well. They kind of get to keep it in the family. But Shopify. I'm also nervous. They definitely have still some of the tendencies that I thought they had fixed, where they'll make a side lane play. And then they'll stick around for a little bit too long afterwards or make another play after it. And by that time, the other team has already been able to like reset from their previous position and then come in to counter the like second play or whatever that Shopify would be making. But I'm so confident that they're going to win. It's just that this series, I think, is going to be the closer of the 2 series, and this will be the exciting one.
And I like that it's best of 5 because it means that you can't just blame it on anything, right? There's like no excuses. It's not like I just got cheesed in a best of 1 or we got one unlucky draft or whatever. It's best of 5. You have the full ability to actually play and prove yourself, and it's gonna be really interesting because back in Split 1 when we played it, it was only best of threes. So we did win every series, and it was 8-1 overall. Like, you know, our teams dominated, which is great. But this is going to be, you know, a real true test because it's all best of fives, and I think that's going to make it really exciting. Excuse me. Yeah, for Red. Oh, something went in my throat.
Getting choked up.
Yeah, exactly. Getting a little emotional. But yeah, it was interesting for Red because the first series I watched, they did so well.
Yeah.
And then I watched the finals after that, and they got absolutely blasted by. I always call them Vivo Cade, but I guess it's Vivo.
It's Cade.
Yeah, so it's Vivo Cade. But like that was one of the most one-sided series, especially game 1-2 that maybe I've ever watched. So it was kind of interesting to see the other side of it. Game 1 was like 24-3 in kills. Game 2 was very similar. I think, 25-5. Like they got absolutely blasted, just like astronomically blasted. And so you kind of got to see like a lot of their strengths in the first series against Pain, and then against VOK, they were just getting absolutely ran over. And it was interesting to see kind of like two sides of it. Game 3 was the most competitive one. It was still a lot more one-sided, but it was a lot more back and forth. And I just felt like in that one, you could kind of see how when Red could not get a good start, they were really struggling to kind of like find purchase in the series. It feels like, to me, this team in the previous series I'd watched did a good job of like when a player has a lead, they knew what they wanted to do with that to like push the game forward, right? You know, they get a kill, the gank goes off, like whatever, they win their first team fight. Then they're like, okay, clearly this is what we do next. We go, you know, we're going to force at this objective, or I'm going to be able to like extend my advantage in this way. Like they're able to actually get things done in that way. And when they did not create those individual advantages, the team felt a lot more aimless to me. It kind of seemed like they're just saying, all right, you know, we're not gonna cross map that much. We're gonna just show up to the objective anyway, but we don't have vision, and we're weaker, and we're late, and then we just kind of die, right? And it felt like that was showing to me a lot more of the holes that I didn't see as much in that first series. So I do think that this is, you know, kind of like one of those teams where if you are, you know, playing well in lane and you're not getting behind on the Shopify side, that I think that, you know, Red is going to really struggle to play from behind. And I think Shopify hopefully can play well enough to get the early advantages to kind of like be stable. Yeah.
And meanwhile, Shopify also, like, they're one of the teams, well, like they've had a decent amount of practice of playing behind themselves on stage. And so when they get behind, they still are always fighting and looking for these comeback angles. So, you know, even if they do, then I feel like they should be able to like battle their way back in. But I think the mid lane matchup, you know, it could be exciting. You know, Kaze is playing a lot of like Silas and Yone and stuff as well. So we'll see. You know how Mr. Palafox is feeling on the day. Is looking on the day.
I would expect him to like those matchups. You know, I feel like he's a lot more comfortable in that kind of thing than some of the other mid lane matchups, like the more like standard mage scaling picks. So. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Shopify, I feel like if there's one team that just, you know, will downgrade if they think they're better than their opponent, it would be Shopify. So I feel like if they go into it expecting like an easy series and a free win, like they might just get 3-0'd or
Tell
something.
them it's Gen G.
Real quick. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they've always done that, right? It's like these players, they have the ability to like rise up to the occasion, but also the ability to just like absolutely phone it in when they need to win. So I don't know. Little worried for him.
Kaze even has many Zed games here. I'm looking at Zed mid, so we might get some spicy, some extra spicy stuff there in mid lane.
A lot of their mid laners seem pretty down to play the melee stuff. Mireu, I believe is how you say the name, in the finals, had a crazy Akali game, like absolutely insane Akali game. To me, that was pretty nuts.
Yeah, Zed just seems even more far removed though, right? Because Zed jungle is more popular than Zed mid now.
Yeah, it is. VivoK, of course, we'll talk about them more next week because they're not playing this first weekend. They're going to be playing FlyQuest the week week after. So they are going to be playing that top team. But Trimby is a name I think a lot of people will know. He's playing now on Vivocade. So he's there. Mireu has been internationally. You might have heard of him. Bull and is their top laner. And I think it's Disamis is the jungler. That
one's the hard one to say.
That's the one that I'd always heard it said that way. But then the casters I were listening to were calling him Disamis, so I'm not really sure. And then Morteus or Morpheus, I'm not really sure about how you pronounce that one exactly either. Is their AD carry? So some names I think people will know. Definitely Mireu and Trimby I think are names that people have seen around. But it was definitely surprising, I think, that the Vivocade won, and they were super, super dominant in the finals. I do think they have kind of been set up not very well in the playoffs with how the format works because, you know, it's great, obviously, number one seed gets seeded in, so they're guaranteed top 3 to go to Worlds no matter what. But the downside is that they have to play our absolute best team, FlyQuest, and then the other matchup they will have, presumably they lose to FlyQuest. If they do, then they're going to have to play whoever is second best out of everyone else coming up through the brackets. So they're gonna have to play the 2 very hardest teams. So we'll see how they can perform. But obviously, you know, they did look really good in I wanted to say CBLOL, but in LTA South. So it should be fun. I'm excited for it. A little bit nervous as I always am going.
That's good.
Yeah, exactly. It's
that gives you the reason to watch. You know, if you're not worried about losing at all, then you know you don't get the full range of excitement and of emotions. Are
you saying we don't need to watch EU anymore? Any EU matches? I'm not that nervous anymore for them.
it's not giving you the full range of emotions.
Yeah, it still is. So I'm completely lying, but had to get it in there. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. LTA playoffs going to be kicking off, and then we only have a couple weeks. It's 2 weeks here in Riot Games Arena, and then we will be going to Texas for the LTA Championship. And then after that, it's Worlds. So we are getting down to it. It is coming up very, very quickly.
How time flies.
Yeah.
When you're having fun.
It does. And even when you're not.
Yeah, I guess just when you're old.
Time just flies. Time flies when you're old. Kobe and I, we'll leave Medios out of this, but Kobe and I are definitely old.
Yeah, I'm young, guys.
You've got a bright future ahead of you, son.
Yeah, exactly. We're excited to see what the future holds for you, Medios.
Yeah, I can't wait to grow up.
Future Mythic plus world champion over here.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get in there. Well, either way, that'll wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching this on YouTube, hit the subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The LTA playoffs starts this Saturday, September 13th at 1 p.m. Pacific. 100 Thieves will be taking on Pain. Hopefully they'll win, and hopefully we'll see you there.
Welcome back to Waiting Room. LTA. It's just LTA now.
It's just LTA. We dropped the last letter.
Gold edition.
True, it is.
What is he doing?
Yeah.
LTA Gold.
So proper.
We should be sipping on teacups over here. Pinky's out.
How old is that Austin Powers?
I don't know. It's a long. Have you watched it?
20 years?
That's
I've seen it. I
probably
have
20
seen
years
that.
old.
I have not seen many movies. I've seen
That's
that
it.
one.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
20.
I
It's
feel like at least half the people were like, what?
yeah, surely.
What is Raz on
Gold. I need to do that more.
So,
$1 million.
Raz, are we playing on the patch with the hotfix or without?
The Yunara hotfix is not live.
I don't believe you.
It's not.
Oh.
I asked the source.
The man who zimmers?
No, I mean I asked a few people.
Okay. All right.
So
Well,
yeah.
if the hotfix for Yunara is not in, Yunara is dead.
Yeah, Yunara's very
She
weak.
dropped like 5% win rate. They had to hotfix buff the champion.
But most of the patch was mid lane.
Yeah, most of the patch was mid lane, and they made it seemed like a very focused effort to take some burst damage champions down. Aurora's also got tapped down. Any nerf was bigger, so that's why Any is up there. Azir, of course, always getting pick banned, so needed a tap down as well. But one of the big ones is the Cassiopeia buff.
Exactly.
Yeah, so for me, the Cassiopeia buff might play a larger impact next round and
Because of
towards
quad?
the finals because of quad. He was already playing it in almost every Fearless series, and that was a really big buff in terms of the E damage on poison targets went up substantially. I think it's 12 damage at max strength. It doesn't sound like much until you realize that you're firing them out
Yeah,
more
you're
than once a
spamming the hell
second.
out of that with the mana buff too. That's quite
Yeah, and
unfortunate.
50 more base mana on
I mean,
Cassiopeia.
in solo queue, she's one of the highest win rate mid laners right now.
And she's hard.
Yeah.
And she's hard to play too. So
Jace though, I want to see if like Dokla or some top laners start playing Jace too, because we have a lot of players that really like Jace and have not been playing him, but these buffs might give him that little bump.
Yeah, the fact that it was a straight buff to Q damage early, I was like, oh, that's just okay, straight up. You know, Jace players out there, Dokla's out there. There's a few people in the top lanes like, please begging the coach, like pick Jace for me.
And I know that we were looking at like the ones that got buffed and nerfed, but Talia also slightly changed. I think that's another mid laner that like now expecting more in the jungle, I would say, based on the changes. What do we think? Still mid?
I think it's still going to be a
still
mid lane
mid.
pick.
Yeah? Okay.
It's a slight nerf, but based on the percentages, it went down very little.
But making it clear to all of you guys.
Can you explain to us why everything is gold?
Because it's the LTA Cross Conference playoffs, of course.
Let's look at the bracket.
Let's look at it.
Is
For all
this
you-
the
all you
combination of
bracketeers.
red and blue? Is that what gold makes?
Yeah.
That,
Yeah,
like on
exactly.
this color wheel?
Yeah,
Like,
don't fact check it.
Yeah. But we are currently in match one here of the lower bracket. FlyQuest and VivoK, because they took first seed, auto-qualified to that top side of the bracket. They're already going to Worlds. Even if they lose that match and lose in the lower bracket finals, they're still guaranteed at least third seed. So we're basically in the lower bracket fighting for one more spot at Worlds, and then of course still the chance to make it to be the first time ever LTA champions.
Absolutely. So it's double
Not
elimination for the
down.
teams at the top, and there's Pain. Long
Welcome.
flight. Really long flight to come here and only play like 3 to 5 games.
Oh!
Yeah. Really crazy.
And the hometown heroes on screen now, 100 Thieves. I don't see a thief with them today, so maybe we'll see if they make an appearance later on. But so far, they're pretty calm and collected. I mean, they seem confident. FBI's got his shades on inside.
They seem confident. I'm confident in them too.
We all seem confident, though I did ask Spooks, their strategic coach, and he's like, hey, KD beat Genji. KT beat Genji last night.
True.
Yeah,
So-
maybe they're too confident, actually.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
be too confident. You can't be too confident.
I mean, they did 2-0 them last time.
They did.
In split number one, and I think 100 Thieves are looking better now than they did in split number one. With Dokla being added in, and the shot calling and veteran, power that he does bring.
So
I actually think that we're seeing like legacy quid play and river play, and I feel like this 100 Thieves is going to make quick work.
There was at least, yes, it was a 2-0. I think it was game one in which Pain had a really good game state, and they're like, oh, they had a lead and everything, and then they just threw it away, basically hunting for a kill. Praying for a kill. I was like, wait, you just chased for a kill and you lost all your vision. So the biggest changes I would say is yes, Jinkedo did retire. Romer did come in from Team Liquid Academy. So they had made changes there, and they're trying to be as competitive as possible now. There has been questions on that.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been good. Like, for the year, they have been good. For
Yes.
split 3, they have been slumping.
Yeah.
Pain has been slumping a lot in split 3. But just 3 weeks ago, 100 Thieves sucked.
Yeah, but now they're peaking, okay? 100 Thieves, they were in the slump, and they pulled out of the slump.
I'm
and
just
now
saying.
we're going
Positive momentum. Positive momentum.
Yeah, I agree. It's good momentum, but it's not like because they've been good the last 3 weeks, they're just good forever now. We got just because Payne has been bad.
Where's the doubt coming from?
Okay, I'm gonna back up Jet in that we need a lower confidence for the sake of our NA fans, because also reminder, 100 Thieves, they like to play a little scrappy, and like you were right, Raz, last in Split 1, there were a couple of messy moments in those games. I'm worried 100 Thieves will play to the level of the opponent and get sucked into these chaotic moments, so I could see them dropping a game here or there.
Agreed. Confidence can lead to complacency. Right?
Yes.
Exactly. I'm being surrounded by naysayers. And you are literally the 100 Thieves homer.
I know, and that's why I know that they're capable of losing a couple of games versus Payne.
That is crazy.
Yeah, but it is important to remind people that it was pretty dominant last Split 1. So this is only the second time that we've had this kind of cross-conference, North versus the South teams in the same place. Last time was in Brazil. Now they're all here. We 8-1'd them last time. So I do want to kind of remind everybody, celebrate the North a little bit there.
You guys are happy with that? It should have been just undefeated. We dropped the game.
You know what? Okay, there we go. Angry father.
Could have been better.
Angry father Kobe. But then you just... The thing is, so yes, all of that happened. We were celebrating at that point. 100 Thieves making the run. And then guess what happened? When they got to the final run.
What happened?
The final heist that was supposed to be great, and then they failed. They went to the Museum of the Flying Arts. Bring that bad boy in here.
They got caught, Raz. They got caught in the Museum of Flying Arts.
So the plan, look, maybe a bit of flawed plan. I said break through the windows. Sadly, bulletproof windows. Everything was a failure from the outgoing. And then they wanted to break in, the security guard caught them, and now they're on the run. And what did we find ourselves? On the run.
Whoa.
We are on the run as a team. They needed to get out of here and go straight to Brazil. So they traveled down
from the museum
to Brazil to just be on the run from the cops.
Raz, we just saw them. They're here.
Yeah,
They're
wait,
here.
I think the map's going the wrong way. The Brazilians came here.
They went to Brazil. They went back to maybe for one last chance.
Yep, little jet lag.
One last chance. So they were last seen here. We did catch them.
We just saw them here. Yeah.
We just caught them.
They were
So that's-
definitely last seen.
No,
here.
this is genius.
2 minutes ago.
They bought the plane tickets. They had the travel itinerary. So the security, they were looking for them in Brazil when actually they're still here the whole time.
Yes, this was last updated 2 minutes ago. So we're on the...
Did they steal something when they were down there?
Yeah, what was the point of going to Brazil?
Well, they were just running away from the cops. Like the flying music, like that, guys.
Running away from FlyQuest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not as easy as Grand Theft Auto. You can't just run and hide from the cops.
Yeah, this is the real world, guys. This ain't a video.
Exactly. Crazy stuff here.
So listen, as much as that happened or didn't, I would say that Quid and River have been absolutely smurfing in team fights.
They have.
But I think one of the things that pushed them over the top is Ayla's also getting involved in the team fighting. So I'd say Ayla has had probably his best split as a pro.
Yes.
And I wanted to call out how good his engagements have been.
His actual engages, as you have said, I think at the beginning of the year, I would have placed him either middle of the pack, maybe a little lower. He was very inconsistent. These engages that he's had, yes, the team has been more on the same page, but they have been excellent from Ayla.
And I gotta say, I've been on the Ayla hype train with you, Raz. I know that we're the ones fighting for, like, start giving respect to him. We're not gonna talk about the Karma game. That's the one that we don't need to bring up.
Not
from
a
the
mechanically
finals.
skilled champion.
Yes, but when you actually look at what he's been able to bring to the team, I think Ayla has improved, because he was of a generation that came in the league a couple years ago. He came up around the time of Busio, and we've seen kind of how much Busio has taken off. Back in Tier 2, it was like, who gets MVP? Is it Ayla or is it Busio? There's like a really tight call between the two of them. Ended up giving it to Busio, but Ayla, I think, is also showing similar improvement. I know Busio's kind of like the exciting support. He's on the best team, and we hype him up for good reason, but I don't want to forget Ayla in that conversation, because he's that same kind of generation. At least in NA, he did play in you know, a little bit before, but from what we've seen.
I see what you're doing.
Busio.
He's attacking to the...
You like his support.
Yeah.
Think about this other
Jump
support.
on the rocket.
That's
Think of this
crazy.
other support that
I think
We don't need you to
know,
draw
it's
that
there.
comparison.
You don't need to do that.
Fine.
You actually don't need to do that. What's
Ayla's doing
crazy?
fine on his own.
What's crazy is, like, I was more shocked, and I have a bone to pick with the most improved voting, because I was like, where's Ayla in the voting process?
Yep.
I didn't see any of it. And I look at Elo right now, and he should absolutely be an All-Pro for supports this split. Like, I see him as a second or third All-Pro pick based on the performance that he had during the elimination phase for sure. So if we see that level from Ayla and we see that level from FBI, who has been on top of his game, I think he had an excellent performance during the finals as well, then I think this is an easy win from 100.
You guys said you weren't going to talk about the karma game, but like that's something that you do have to talk about as well.
We don't.
If we're talking about the bottom lane, you know, and so like those type of mistakes with taking 2 tower shots and then not being able to get out of the Aatrox chain and dying like that.
Get him, Raz! Shut him up! We don't talk about the karma game.
I will say the one area that I do have small concerns for is if the bottom lane gets out of control for this matchup. Sure. The bottom lane for Pain is, you know, the best part of this team, and so if that bottom lane does, you know, take advantage of 100 Thieves or does get out of control, that's definitely something that we do have to pay attention to, because Chitan definitely can take over games. Very aggressive player, very risky player, but that's something that if you're talking about having too much confidence, we do need to focus on.
Well, I like that you bring them up. Let's talk about Pain, because we haven't really talked about the Brazilian team that is playing here in the studio versus 100 Thieves today, covering their last series because Jet, you let's talk about some of the things happening in the top lane at the beginning there. They've had a couple of interesting showings.
So what we just showed, we talked about a bunch in our meetings. There was a game where Weiser got solo killed 3 times in a row by FNB, and then Turret dove to be the 4th death.
Within only a few minutes.
Within like 5 minutes. You'd come out of a replay, he'd be dead again. Karaoke won MVP of Split 2, but really fell off in Split 3. There's a lot of conversation about this team being on its, like, in a sense, on its last run, in the same way that 100 Thieves felt like it was going to be their last split. However, they've yet to hit that bottom of the half pipe on their way back up. They are in a bit of a dive, losing their last 2 series in the LTA South.
Well, also, it is definitely different from the 100 Thieves last split because they're actually leaving the league. The organization is leaving the league.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, again,
I'm just saying, a lot of people think that this is going to be the last run for the roster.
They might break up.
For sure. Players will be on different teams next split. Also true of 100 Thieves, Kobe. This is better than the Busio Ayla analogy. Like, this is
it's closer. There's 2 names you can think about.
And the thing is, like, this roster has been together outside of, like, saying Romer at the beginning of the year for quite some time. And so they expected, like, the Romer pickup to mean something meaningful to them. Right now, it feels like it is just the Chitan show. If this team wins, a lot of the time it is Chitan that gets them that dub.
And I would say both of the bottom lane members, you know, because Curry roaming also can definitely be an impact.
And I want to talk more about Romer because he is a player that I got to cover in Tier 2 for NACL. And it was the split that Quad got pulled up. We've seen how good Quad was. I'm going to do the same thing, guys. I'm just going to say, you know this player. How about this other one? But Romer was the only mid laner that when we interviewed Quad, he would be like, yeah, that guy actually gives me problems. Quad ran everybody in Tier 2 when it came to mid lane. Romer was the only one that could like actually hang with him. So I do hope to see some cool things from Romer in this series.
I mean, I agree with this one. I know Romer is a very hard worker, especially when he was on Team Liquid Academy. He was always the one that was always visible in the Core JJ in-houses. Anytime he could get extra work, he'd put it in. And then when it became clear that Team Liquid was going to stick with APA, he wanted to find a place where he could play. So I think that's why he ended up going down to the South. And I think he's actually performed quite well down there. So he's been a good addition to the Pain team.
And ironically, at least in Tier 2 and NA, wasn't known for roaming much. It was mostly about lane dominance.
That's why you name yourself.
It's the switcheroo.
Get in their head.
That being said, all of this being said about Pain is like an iconic organization for like the South, in particular Brazil. They were the first, I mean, they've been in the first CBLOL kind of season. And so for this team, the reminder, of course, is this is a team that may have headshot CLG in 2015. That may have been a thing. Remember that whole meme about BRTT being greater than Doublet? If you're co-streaming out there, that you may be seeing that in your chat right now for a reason. For a reason. It was because of Rex Pieter. It was BRTT being able to do that. And then, of course, the 9 years later, Pain Gaming being able to qualify into the main stage was amazing for that organization. And guess who was the team that didn't qualify at that exact same time in that exact same group? It was 100 Thieves.
Exactly. And this is why I don't think that anyone should be taking this team lightly, even if recently they've been falling down a little bit because of what you just showed, Raz. The fact that this was a team that qualified for Worlds groups with the majority of the roster we're seeing here, whereas 100 Thieves is the majority of the roster not making it to groups in the exact same tournament a year ago.
Yes, and also there was like the bow that was being shown. This was versus Team Liquid that they were in the main stage group. Obviously they lost 2-0, but within the games, we were all sweating. All of us.
Yes, big time sweating.
Oh, my heart was pumping.
I'm going to go further on this one, actually. Here is the timeline going back about a calendar year, okay? So Worlds last year.
That's 1 year?
100 Thieves lost in play-ins, and Pain, the reigning champions of, at the time, the CBLOL, made it to groups at Worlds. Now, I will say, split one regular season, Pain fell a little bit to 4th. 100 Thieves upset Team Liquid and Cloud9 for the first seed, and they made it all the way to finals, whereas Pain had lost to 100 Thieves here. But then go to split 2, it switched around once again. 100 Thieves was the number 5 seed over in the North, and Pain was the first seed. Karaoke won MVP in split 2. That was not that long ago, and then they barely lost to Furia in the finals, who went on to have a 5-game series with G2 and another 5-game series at MSI, whereas in the first round of playoffs, 100 Thieves was down. Remember the bottom? I know 100 Thieves does.
I try not to.
It wasn't that long ago. 4th seed in the pick and play phase for Pain, a 1-6 start for 100 Thieves, pretty much last place in pick and play phase, like 6-7 in that ranking. I would say as soon as the playoffs moved on, though, Dokla joins, their lower bracket run happens. They 3-2 upset C9, knock them out of Worlds contention. They beat Shopify 3-0 to be in this game right here. Whereas after beating Red in the first round, Pain ended up getting basically swept out of the playoffs, which has people down on them right now. But that's a pretty recent fall, is what I wanted to point out.
I'm a little worried, though, about the trend here, because I'm noticing something is that it's down. We're crisscrossing, and what's going to happen? What's going to happen here? Are we going back? Is that the trend that we're seeing?
No, we're going to the moon.
We're going to keep going up.
We can keep going up.
They can keep going
to
up.
the moon.
Okay, there's still room. There's room for them to go up.
You need to take everything into context to not just say like, oh man, it's going to be so free, because this Pain team has had a lot of success in the past.
Some would
That's
say
all I'm saying.
that the most relevant form of a team is the most recent form. And for the most recent form, 100 Thieves look great.
Yes.
And Pain, not so much.
Yes.
So I'm feeling confident, but I agree with you. We
don't take them lightly. That's all I'm saying.
Don't say it's free.
Yeah.
You can't disrespect them. We know the damage that they can do. And speaking of, Azale is standing by with Teton on stage for an interview.
Thank you. I'm here with the legend himself, here to play against 100 Thieves once again. You guys played them back in split 1. Have you been thinking a lot about this rematch and being able to potentially get revenge?
Yeah, we wanted to get the revenge because on the first split we got smashed by them, and I feel that we lack of kind of detail on the situations that we face on, and now we are different, so I wanted to show better.
So when people think of you, they think of a player who likes to play super aggressive, right? You're known for taking risky plays and being able to make them work. What is it that gives you the confidence to go for a lot of plays that other people wouldn't even try?
I mean, as a player, I really like to be aggressive, so I have some example of the players that I like it, like the Gumayuji, Ruler, and this type of players that likes to be like do their plays, and yeah, that's it. I really like. I'm really confident because I practice a lot every day, so yeah.
How do you feel about going up against the 100 Thieves bot lane? Are you feeling confident about your 2v2?
Last time we won against them 2v2, so I hope we do it again, and we play the map better than them.
All right, well, good luck. Thanks a lot for the interview.
And we're back, and we're not alone. Welcome to the desk.
Hey guys,
how's it
We
going,
got
Luke?
Loop here. Yeah, Loop from the South broadcast, joining us to chat about the team. So, Loop, we just heard from Teton himself. He seems confident. He seems in the zone. What do you think about Pain Gaming? Just introduction here for anybody who might not be aware.
By the way, you can come in as much confidence as possible.
Okay.
We have just been we've been saying too much.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you guys for having me. I think Pain looks good on the ball lane. I think the key point is like just using ball lane to like do something. Mentally, I think they're in a sort of hard place because like those were tough losses, the 2 last ones. So for me, it's like maybe winning first game or having a good first game to be mentally prepared. Because if they lose first game or if it's like a stomp, I think it's going to be rough. So for me, first game, they have to pull something off.
How far away from their split 2 form do you feel like they are now? Because we were just looking at their history of the year. They were first place in regular season in split 2, just lost finals to Furia. But it feels like the sentiment around them is quite negative right now.
Yeah, they're pretty much like we feel like they're going like downhill, right? So it's pretty far from their performance last split. I would say like they still have the level. For me, it's just mental. Like when we look at the players, we see that they're really good and we see them making really good plays, but they sort of have a really nice play and the game just slows down. It feels like they're not confident enough to pull those plays off. They have the mechanics, they have the knowledge. It feels like it's just like something in like mentally blocking them from being more creative towards the game.
Let's talk about the good aspect of the team. As we're seeing, I believe, Romer just setting up. Actually, let's talk about Romer a little bit, because as a player, he came in replacing Jinkedo, an iconic player. And what was the expectation like for him, and what have you been seeing from him currently?
So he's a player that actually improved a lot. Like first of all, like he was not playing that good, and then he started pulling off some different picks and feeling more comfortable. The biggest issue I think with him is that he plays basically by himself. And that's like the dangerous stuff when playing against 100 Thieves. You can't have like a pure 1v1 against Squid and River.
Yeah.
You need some backup around mid lane, and that's where Pain sort of struggles and it's not like finding themselves really well in that place. And going into side lane, if there's a Yone, if there's a weird quit pick, Romer is gonna have some trouble, I guess. Like, it's just Titan and Curry. Like we just want Titan and Curry to play well, and they're the team.
He's literally alone on stage too. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Where's my jungle?
Yeah,
Where's my support?
Hey!
He's 1v5 in 100 Thieves right now.
The
Yeah.
question I had, because Karaoke in Split 2 was the MVP of the league.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because he was, I guess from my outside view looking in, he was like a supportive jungler that was like playing for the squad. Where do you feel like he is at now at in Split 3?
Like there's a lot of criticism around Karaoke and Romer, right? Like their early game play. It's just like how does Spain and their coaching staff find maybe a room for him to like pull off and be able to play with Curry? I think that's the key point. If in those last like couple of weeks and especially this week, they found like that synergy, I think it's just where Pain shines. I know I sound like a broken record, right? It's just balling, but it really is. They're so good, especially in international level, but they have to play.
I mean, it's interesting because when we talk about 100 Thieves, we're basically saying the same thing. We're like, quid river, and then also team fighting, because even though 100 Thieves in their run through the lower bracket of our own elimination phase, they were losing a lot of early games. They weren't actually that dominant in lane phase, and even River, he would into wave first blood a lot of games, but then in team fighting, they'd really clutch up. And they're, I think, almost the opposite of what you're describing in Pain, where like mentally they're the strongest right now. Because they were completely in the dirt throughout most of Split 3 and even Split 2 and half of Split 3, but now have recovered in such a big team fighting way. So I'm wondering, from your outside perspective coming in, like how are you feeling? I know we don't have you for that much longer. How are you feeling about the series as a whole here?
Yeah, so like I said, I think first game is the key point. They have to play at least a good game in the first game to not be like a mental struggle. I think the good point is that the style that 100 Thieves plays is sort of similar to Keed and Red, like strong mid laners, strong mechanics, like very mechanical players. So maybe the last 2 series that Pain had was like a good experience. If they could like learn from it, I feel like there's a lot of similarities, especially around like it's a really good mid laner and a good jungler, both on Keed and on Red. So they're basically facing like another version of those teams. So they know what they're going up against.
Okay, interesting point.
Makes sense.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is not a split pushing team.
Yeah.
we're not giving away any strategy here. Like, they love to team fight.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Yeah. Writing those down. Especially since both teams are like heavy team fighters. Just to send us off with a message on Chitan as a player. I see those stats, 30% damage percentage. I'm like, okay, he's like the Brazilian Jackie Love in a sense, right?
He is, yeah. I mean, you're looking at really aggressive plays. If he does something crazy, just like trust him.
Yeah.
If he does like a crazy thing, you're like, wait, is he inting? No, he's doing his thing.
Hey, if everyone commits to the play, it's great. It's
It is.
Now, I do want to ask you one other thing here, because this is going to be the first time I think a lot of our audience in North America gets to watch the Brazilian players in person, in the studio at least, for sure. And I know you have a reputation, the players have a reputation for getting a little loud. Yeah. So what should we expect from Pain in particular? Are they the type of team that's going to pop off on stage?
The bot lane will. I mean, if the bot lane gets up from their chair, you guys are in trouble. That's what I'm saying. You guys are in trouble. If they get up, you guys are in trouble.
We need to glue the chairs. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Well, I just want to, prep our audience, because they're probably filtering in, watching right now. The games are going to be starting here soon, and just to let them know that it could get a little loud.
And it's not like bad manner at all. Like it's just
I love
it. It's just passion.
It's passion.
Who on 100 Thieves do we think could match it?
Dokla's the closest. Quinn's just gonna wiggle in his chair and stuff. He's just gonna do this if he makes a big play. But Dokla, maybe we'll get into it.
Dokla will get up
and flex.
I want to see, so some arm flexes.
Yeah. Absolutely, it would be Dokla.
Yeah, Dokla has a lot to prove too, because he subbed in really late in the split. He'd been basically out of the league for most of the year and has now made finals with 100 Thieves. So as a former LCS champion as well, he's definitely riding the confidence high right now. So we'll see.
For sure. I mean, it's not going to be like a top lane matchup, right? We're not going to be looking a lot at top, but it's still it's a lot on the plate right now for both of these teams. It's basically the whole year, right?
Yeah. Yes. One series, and the loser is out. So
pretty much,
huge.
Yeah, a lot on the line for sure. So who do you have then? I hate to put you on the spot for predictions, but I gotta ask: are you going?
I'm letting you know we are all very biased.
You can show bias.
Every one of us. I'll go maybe 3-1, 3-2 Pain. I have to cheer for them.
You have to cheer for them. I anticipated maybe this would happen, so I actually had something prepared for you.
Oh my
Here's
God!
A gift on the broadcast. Raz is known as a flip flopper, so he'll make a prediction and then change it later. So we have flip flops with his face on them, just in case later on in the show on the Portuguese broadcast, if you want to say that you want to change your prediction, you can feel free.
I will not change my prediction.
Not doing it.
Not doing it.
All right, I see how it is.
Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Luke, for coming on. I appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Hey,
thanks for having me.
Good luck to you. Good luck to Pain.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Should I just walk out?
You can head out. Yeah, I know you have another broadcast to get to. We're going to start talking about our predictions.
You want to take it?
I'll take them back. Fine. He doesn't want it. Raz, I'll give you these, because I know that you might change yours later.
I'm not going to, but I at least value my face on each of these.
We
they
have
are
way
beautiful.
more of those than we need, though.
We have a lot of
We can easily give those away.
We have a lot
start distributing them a little bit,
Yeah.
But
it looked like he didn't want them.
Yeah,
I don't think he did. Yeah.
He's a little disgusted, actually.
He was politely like, what do I do with these?
Absolutely.
I'm not going to need these.
I'm trying to watch out for him.
Wow,
No way! Oh, Jad, you have 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot take it for granted that they're gonna just.
Oh, I'm going to flame you if they don't win the game.
That's fine. I'm better thinking that it's going to be close. Because listen, I know, Raz.
Wait, flip it around. There we go. Yeah.
That the way that Pain and a lot of the other South teams play can catch you off guard at first.
Yeah.
Because they will take fights that you're not used to taking. And they do it so often. And I know 100 Thieves does that a lot too.
Yep.
But just because of how much these teams are both willing to kind of throw down in any situation, you get a little bit fed with the team composition that scales well, and it's going to be over.
Okay.
And I experienced this at an international event, 2020 Team Liquid. We were undefeated in the play-in stage. We lost to the winless Brazilian team.
Yeah.
It made us go play a tiebreaker against O's before.
Don't put your own trauma on the
Yeah, don't put that on us.
He's reliving it. He's in the past.
They're going to make it 5-0.
5-0.
Don't
Okay.
drop that trauma on us.
I will say, I know I went 3-0. I do agree with the sentiment that, like, 100 Thieves can get sucked into these fights, and if they just lose a couple of them, Pain can run with them.
Has been better for most of the year up until this point.
Better than themselves right now.
Yes. They've been one of, if not the top teams in the whole region. So the idea that they're coming in like, oh man, they're struggling, their mental is bad. Like, a long flight to the U.S. can actually change a lot of things. A new environment, scrimming teams, knowing it's the last shot, knowing everything's on the line. You put any issues you've been having on the side burner, and you can perform at your peak in elimination moments. So just be wary of those things.
So Loop, when he was on here, said that they better win game number 1.
Yes.
Is your one game that you're giving Pain game number 1, Jack?
I'm hedging Kobe.
Oh my God!
I'm hedging.
Could be any
because he seemed
Could be game 4.
He seemed to pretty heavily believe if they don't win game number 1.
I will buzz in when I see the draft that I don't like.
Okay. Well,
I think it's going to be draft related.
Oh yeah, we do have the hype buzzer. But the question is for DSG, when we were predicting their upset, we had people eat toast for the wrong prediction. What do we do for Pain? I'm thinking paint like maybe like
if they
do
win
we
a
have any of
game?
those like electrical pens that
I'll
like
just
shock
punch you, I guess. I don't know.
It has to be, right?
What are you talking about?
We are not torturing
We are not.
anyone. We
inflicting
are
pain.
No, we didn't cover this ahead of time.
Hey.
I
We're
thought maybe I'd
blocking
put you on the
this.
spot live. You'd agree
Nope,
to
we're
it.
blocking it.
He's like, what are we gonna do?
Well,
Anyone pull out those
if we're not
toenails?
doing that,
Smash
what
it,
are we
cut
It
off
doing?
your
sounds
head.
painful.
Yeah.
It sounds painful. I don't know. I'm just saying, get out of the way.
Raz, what time is it?
Everybody, 3, 2, 1. Start the game!
Winning this cross conference playoffs would solidify us as the best team, no question.
What I'm about to say is something that you need to listen to. Hold on, give me your attention.
It's the North versus the South. Last time there was cross conference play, the North dominated in terms of results, but I actually thought it was much closer than what showed on stage.
Significa muito pra mim, assim, porque os primeiros splits foi bem difícil pra nós. A gente foi amassado, como eu falei várias vezes. E ganhar deles vai ser tipo uma sensação assim, de superação.
Acho que pra eles é bem mais fácil dominarem porque eles têm a FlyQuest, que é o time, provavelmente o time mais forte do Ocidente no momento.
Então acompanhar, ver que os times do Norte no momento estavam bem mais fortes que os do Sul, fez a gente ter essa motivação para voltar e dar o golpe de volta.
Of course, I was really happy when I won CBLOL. It's a great accomplishment, but I feel like if I win right now, it's the whole America, you know, you're like the best in the Americas.
I've been known as on the fringes, I guess, of the top lane pool. People just disregard me and be like, oh, he's just another guy. And in this playoffs, I'm going to show why I belong here, and I deserve to be here, and I'm a threat.
Eu quero há muito tempo esse título para conseguir jogar um internacional, um Worlds, que é o meu sonho. Então, conseguir essa vaga seria estar realizando um sonho. Então, é tudo que a gente mais quer e a gente vai dar o nosso melhor para isso também.
Quando você fala de Brasil, você sempre fala de uma paixão muito grande pelo jogo. E acho que a gente transmite isso.
Acho que os palcos, sendo aqui ou na LTA Sul, a gente vai jogar o jogo da mesma forma, vai viver com intensidade, então podem esperar a gente comemorando bastante.
Even when I was not on international, I was cheering for Brazil, you know, to Brazil do well, so our community will be happy. But, you know, right now to be honest, it's a weird feeling, you know, because I want to do well, you know.
We're fighting for, me personally, revenge against FlyQuest, a spot at Worlds. And it's always nice to be remembered as the first champion of anything, so making sure that we're the first ones to do it.
Com certeza eu tô pronto, o time tá pronto. Se eu não estivesse pronto, eu não estaria aqui.
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena where Brazil has arrived. The top 3 teams from the LTA South will battle their northern counterparts for a shot at Dallas and at Worlds. So let's not waste any time and get right to it. First up, the miracle run that keeps on going. It's 100 Thieves. In the top lane, Big Dokes Dokla in the jungle. River in the mid lane. Quid at AD carry FBI. And at support, it's Ayla.
E representando o Brasil, para honrar a tradição e mostrar que eles ainda têm muito game, Pen Gaming! O Weiser na rota do topo, Carioca na selva, Roaming na mid lane, Titã AD Carry e Curi suporte! E
é isso aí, rapaziada, cenário de 2025 is gonna be a fun one. We have decided who was the best team in the LTA North Conference. Now we get to go head-to-head with the South teams here once more. We had our first head-to-head earlier on in this year, back at the end of Split 1, and it was very much in favor of the Northern teams. That final score of 8-1 against the South, and now we've got to run it back for those slots at Worlds.
And one of those matchups was between these two teams we see here, right? In 100 Thieves versus Pain Gaming. 100 Thieves did 2-0 that. I also think these two teams have a lot of very similar win conditions. I think they're both looking for really creative fight setups, really creative neutral objective setups. I think sometimes both of them don't necessarily know what a side lane is.
Just run it down me.
And so yeah, like I think we're in for a very, very fun time today.
Yeah, it should be a really good match. Both these teams like to get bloody, and I don't think either of them is going to back down from a fight whatsoever. So should be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to see how the Southern teams have improved, or if they have improved coming into this matchup. Because like you said, it was 8-1 last time, was very dominant for the North.
Yeah.
And I want that second world slot, so I'm kind of hoping it's
exactly,
it's a
brother. Well, hey, I've got some confidence in 100 Thieves, right? Like this team looking shaky for a lot throughout Split 3, but then they make the roster swap over from Sniper to Dopa up there in the top lane. Once they start getting into best of 5, they've just been playing so much better together. They've been a lot of fun to watch, and their team fighting has been top notch. We're talking about these teams like to fight. They want to get bloody on the Rift. Well, 100 Thieves is practiced in the arts of combat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you talk to any of the Northern teams, they will tell you 100 Thieves just wants to fight, right? They're going to show up. They're going to contest you at every single objective because they believe in their ability to just outplay you in the 5v5.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that's changed for me with 100 Thieves that's been a part of their miracle run, in addition to Dokla, who we've already talked about a lot, is just a lot of their team fight setups and the way they played around neutrals is so much better, in my opinion, than what we were seeing from them for most of the year, even back when they were very successful. I feel like especially Game 1 Otacon against Shopify, I thought was really smart the way they approached that. So I'm looking to see some more of that out of them. By contrast, I think the big thing for me if I'm Pain is I really want to get my bot lane ahead. They play through bot. We've talked a lot about Titan before, but I think getting Curry out on the map early actually kind of transforms what Carioca can do because typically I see him more as a facilitative jungler, but if you can get both jungle and support out on the map, it transforms a lot for how Pain like to set up for fights.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting as well because as much as, you know, on the lounge they were talking about, well, it's probably not going to be about top lane. I think Weiser has been getting a lot of criticism, you know, in the Brazilian community for how he has been playing lately. You know, and I was talking.
I think we're remembering the same.
Yes, of course. The match against FMB where he got completely lit up, solo killed 3 times in about 3 minutes, and then died in a 4th time to a gank immediately thereafter. But Dokla has been playing quite solid, and Dokla is someone that wants to go aggressive. So I do think if Dokla finds an opportunity, this could become more about the top lane than people were initially expecting, right? Because he has, even the first games he came back and playing on the LTA stage, he was looking for solo kills. He's flashing in. He's willing to take those risky fights.
Exactly. That's what I was looking at when he first came back, because you always wonder if a guy's been out of the league for a little while, maybe he's just trying to ease his way back in. No, Dokla came out swinging. He's ready to go. So I think if Weiser's not locked in, he might find a knuckle sandwich right upside of his mouth. He's going to have to be careful in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Dokla's feeling it. He's pretty pumped up. I saw 100 Thieves doing their usual. They were playing some arena games before they had to get ready, and they won their arena games.
Okay,
so
that's a good vibe.
looking
That's
good.
good to know.
The vibes are good. I would have been concerned if they got slammed.
By just some random guy on arena ladder. Not the best start to the day, but hey, they won it. They're good. They've got the good vibes flowing, and hopefully we'll be able to hop into Champ Select here real quick, get into our game number 1 in this best of 5. Important to note, remember, the number 1 seed from each region for the North and the South, they're in the upper bracket. Everybody else is in lower bracket. There are no second chances down here. If you lose today, your season is done. You've got to win the matchup this week, and then the winners of today and the winners of tomorrow will play again next week, and the winner of that will also get a spot at Dallas, at Worlds. That's what you've got to lock in and play for. If you drop the ball today, it's over.
So I guess we already are in picks and bans. The graphic does not seem to be working, so we're going to have to just follow off of the graphics that we can see on stage. So it is Wukong Galio looking like for Pain, and Orianna was the first pick for 100 Thieves over on the other side. So the response of the Wukong and the Galio coming through, so wanting to be able to start off those team fights to get aggressive here. Orianna obviously so high priority, and it looks like Pantheon was not banned out. I can't see the bans. So Pantheon was not banned out, but that is going to go through for River, which it had been 100% ban rate in NA until Cloud9 let it through in their Game 5, which they then lost. But it was basically permaban the entire year here, it feels like, in NA.
Yeah, and I mean, River on that champion, we kind of saw when it did go through. He can be an absolute menace on it. It gives him so many tools for what he likes to do. And again, how 100 Thieves like to set up these fights. A lot of it is creative looks from River, like them trying to find the angle. I know Dokla had called out, initially he had called for that catch onto Blabber with the Pantheon, and River just immediately followed up. So nice stuff for 100 Thieves. We see the Jax locked in on the opposite side by Pain.
And we have 2 point-and-click stuns here for 100 Thieves, which does make it pretty scary for these melee carry type champions. For anybody that might get caught out in the middle of a big fight, it is easy to lock you up, burst you down, make it very difficult to navigate those fights. Orianna and Renekton, also 2 of the just general strongest, I will pick this and it'll work in anything type of solo laners in League of Legends.
Yeah, they can pretty much go wherever they want to from this top side, right? There are a lot of bot lanes they can easily mix into this. By contrast, I think the big thing for me for Pain coming out is that kind of Galio Wukong combo that they can be looking for to combine for fights. And then the Jax, which is just something that I think Weiser is very, very comfortable on. And it's been pretty consistently on the ban list a lot of times for teams against Pain.
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to allow them to play pretty heavily to the side lanes. When you have a Jax that can scale really well in the side lane, you get this Galio, you have not only an explosive engage, but you also have the ability to try to punish in those side lanes if you can get yourselves into a good spot. Senna and Nico, the bans here coming out. It'll be interesting because Raz was saying that Yunara hotfix is not on the TR, so Yunara is probably just like gone because Yunara got blasted so hard in the patch that it had to actually get hotfix buffed. So if the hotfix buff is not in, I think Yunara is going to be just kind of dead. But that being said, Varus is up and available. There's so many champions that they can pick from here. And I'm just curious to see, does 100 Thieves want to try to full send it, and go something like they're pretty popular with Kai'Sa, or do they want to have more of a safe backline carry?
And the Lucian coming through for Titan is actually really huge, right? It's a champion that he's really well known for being such a massive playmaker on. Again, very consistently banned against Pain. It's actually the second most banned champion against them this split, I believe. And a lot of the flashy highlights you can see from Titan coming through are on this Lucian. Meanwhile, we already have the Jhin and the Alistar locked in to round out this 100 Thieves comp.
I'm a little bit of a Jhin detractor. I don't think I'm as big of a fan of the pick as I feel like so many times we see this champion and he just doesn't bring the firepower that many of his counterparts can bring.
I mean, he's a facilitator, right? And I do think that there's a number of different options when your team is going to play more of like a dive style of composition, which I think that's kind of what they're going for here. You know, we have Pantheon, we have Ori plus Alistar, and then we have this Renekton flying into the backline. You can play something like Ezreal that's kind of self-sufficient. You can play something like Kai'Sa that can dive alongside it, or you can play something like Jhin that also helps enable the dive in a different way, you know, by following up with the ult, by following up with roots. And so I think that is the thought process here. And I don't mind Jhin, you know, against this composition because it's not like there's any real tanks, right? And Jhin does struggle to actually burst through tanks. Counter-Strike is going to be annoying, but that's true for every AD carry. So overall, I don't think it's a big deal. But when I see Lucian Nami coming out, I do think so much of the game is going to be about how they perform in that bot lane, because this can be just such a hit-or-miss duo. And they're the stars of the show. You know, Titan and Curry are what Pain is built around. So if they can get an advantage, I mean, he said on stage, he's like, we won 2v2 last time. Hopefully we can, you know, just win the rest of the game. So if they can get an advantage for themselves, I think that is where you would expect it to happen. I think it's going to be tough to expect River to not be running over this game, though, on Pantheon, which just seems so strong. And River is just, I think, you know, on another level to me than where Karaoke is.
Yeah, it's one of those drafts where I feel like both teams think we got exactly what we wanted, right? Like, we got this super strong 2v2. We want to play around. River on Pantheon, we saw why that champ has been essentially perma-banned in our region when River brought it out against C9.
60 out of 60 games it was banned before that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's been banned since.
Yep.
And now River's the only person in the entire league that gets to play it for the entire
Maybe Pain didn't watch that game.
Maybe they should have. We're going to see here that Pantheon can be very, very deadly. But let's get on to the Rift here. First game in our best of 5. It is do or die. This is an elimination series. Winner will get to play the winner of tomorrow's best of 5 next week for a slot at Dallas, a spot at Worlds. And the loser, unfortunately, their season will be over right here. So it looks like early on at level 1, we're not going to get anything crazy, just a couple skill shots flying back and forth as 100 Thieves are lurking around the entrance to the Pain jungle.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of vision. You can see Pain's bot lane just go straight down towards the bot side, looking to maybe get a little bit of poke as they walk in, and as well you should. Not only is it Alistar, it's Alistar level 1 with Spellbook, right? So he has no power in the 2v2, you know, in this first level or two. He's going to have to wait to 3 before he can really do anything whatsoever. And we have an airy Nami over on the other side. So Curry and Titan know that they are going to have a big 2v2 advantage in these early levels, and they're going to try to press for that. And it'll be interesting to see how Roamer is able to do. Obviously, he took a lot of chunk just very early on, so he is really going to be on the back foot, and taking that much damage for free at level 1 is not good.
Yeah, Clockwork Windup is nasty. Level 1 is very auto-attack heavy in pretty much every matchup in League of Legends, and Orianna is just so good at it. Roamer stuck below 200 HP before he even hits level 2.
And he's already used the potion. Like, that is, you cannot take this much damage. You have to give up minions, right? You have to just accept which minions can I fight for, which minions can I not, and you can't fight for every CS, because if you do, that is how it starts to look like. He has no potions after one wave.
Oh, this feels bad.
Like, he is cooked.
Yep, and there's more damage splashing in. Roamer at least going to have his the nullifying orb proc there, I believe, to give him a little bit of extra resistance. Yeah, he's down below 100 HP, 97 health there on the Galio at level 2. This early lane is nasty for the Pain mid laner.
I mean, when you're basing it this, like, you're going to get nothing, right? You're going to get no real buy whatsoever, so he's just going to have to TP back for health. Is he even going to have gold for refillable? That's what I'm assuming? Yeah. So your buys are refillable. It is mid-gap already at 2 minutes. We'll see if he can try to get something back, but Quid expertly kites that out, and already rinse and repeat, he is just hitting you once again. Roamer's going to have to tighten up, or, I mean, if you have to base again that quickly, like, your lane is just done.
Yeah, and you can see Pain kind of tracking River up.
Oh, Quid again, just constantly spacing out these taunts so well. Auto attack after auto attack into Roamer.
He wants it.
I mean, Quid is low on mana now, and he does have to be careful because he's getting low on health. We'll see if he hits 4 here soon, which he should. Dokla.
Yeah, Dokla using the slice to get in front of Weiser there. Flash out from the Jax. Dokla with a flash to follow, but he doesn't have enough damage to secure the kill. So Summoner Spells traded 1 for 1 up here in the top lane.
Yeah, very close to being able to take him down. Needed an auto before that Q. Dokla getting a little bit too hyped, perhaps. But Quid does hit 4, is still staying around. He's going to have a base buy whenever he wants it. And if he can TP back before Romer can push out this next wave, Romer's just going to have to kind of accept this. So Quid will stay around and try to hold the wave a little bit to try to make it difficult, because now the wave is going to likely stack and be held against him a bit. Romer's probably going to lose at least a few more minions here, as Quid is going to be able to TP back and Romer cannot. So Quid's going to be in a much better position. And even the 2v2 bot side not going great for Titan and Curry. You can see it was a trade of heals, but that favors the Alistar because he's playing Spellbook. And they're the ones on the back foot once again.
Yeah, and this should allow, since River is now on this bot side, for them to potentially set up for pressure around Drake. Also, having that mid prio for so long pretty much allows River to do whatever he wants early, right? Like farm up into relevancy here.
I mean, when you have that much mid control and you're playing Pantheon, you just feel like the world is your oyster. You have all of the options you could possibly want to choose from there in the jungle. Curry and Titan might be in a little trouble here. Titan at least already escapes, but this means Curry is all alone down here. Immediately, Ayla starts off the dive. They need some additional damage, and they find that it's first blood over to 100 Thieves.
Again, really nice recognition from River, knowing that he could go for that dive because FBI and Ayla were able to take control over that bot lane push. We see Carioca kind of moving into this topside jungle. He's just going to steal away the Wolf camp as Quid is going to be able to clean up these minions. But yeah, like when I talk about River as a jungler, this is one of those things that I really always love to see from him. He's always looking for those angles around level 3, level 4, trying to get his lanes in good position. As we see now, the lane swap coming through of 100 Thieves are actually sending their bot lane all the way up on this top side, and Carioca is going to be in trouble.
Yep, there it is. Headbutt pulverized into the Deadly Flourish to lock up Carioca, who tries to play some tricks and get away. Meanwhile, Dokla popping the dominance up there in the 1v1 in top side. FBI takes the second kill of the game here for 100 Thieves, and Carioca drops, punished for his invade.
Yeah, just not really expecting the swap, I guess, but I mean, there's no one answering on the bot side, so you need to know that they are coming up towards that top side. It's a pretty standard swap time, and they do catch him, get a kill. It will cost them some plates here on this bottom side, because Dokla doesn't have a TP to get down there, so there is a cost to all this. But let's meet the competition here. This is Pain Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, so when I first started getting into covering CBLOL back in the life where I was a journalist, Pain was the Brazilian org, right? Like they were Kami's org, they were BRTT's org, they were the team that beat CLG in 2015, probably to the consternation of NA fans. But yeah, this is a legacy org coming out of Brazil.
Yeah, and I mean, they had made it to so many finals in a row. Like, this was, and it's a lot of seconds, but still, they were making it there. This is the first time they hadn't made it to a finals in so long. They did finish in that third spot in the South. They lost in that lower bracket finals, which was both surprising and very disappointing for the fans. And you could see some of the fans were just devastated, when they did lose that series. And as a result, here they are. They're going to be having to play a harder team. They're going to be having to play our second seed because they are the third seed from the South. So forced to go up against 100 Thieves.
And right now, 100 Thieves is loving the first 7 minutes of gameplay here. Honestly, I'm surprised there's only 2 kills on the board. I figured this early game was going to be a lot more fast and loose, but also with just the lane dominance that we're seeing demonstrated by Quid every time we pan over the mid lane, it's pretty hard to move around and try to make plays happen if your mid laner always feels like he's trapped underneath the turret or on the losing end of a trade.
And I mean, when you're getting pushed in everywhere, it's very hard for the jungler to even find any opportunities to go anywhere, right? Because it's like, you don't really have any vision. You don't really know where River is. If you get counter ganked, you're probably going to die, and they can sometimes just push in and track you on those camps pretty easily. I will say Romer has stabilized in the mid lane a lot, but it's one more job once again. 100 Thieves, they tried to rob FlyQuest, and they got busted. So they're having to flee the country here all the way down to Brazil, looking for something else to steal. And they're on the run now. They're on the run. Where in the world is 100 Thieves?
100 Thieves going. All right. Well, right now they're going straight to the grub pit. The first 2 grubs, however, already secured by Pain Gaming, so they will get credit towards the feats on that one. But River and 100 Thieves are going to step in, steal away that 3rd grub, make it so Pain cannot spawn the baby grubbies. And we talked back in the draft about how setting things up here with this Jax as a split pusher, having a Galio that can come down and help him, can be a very powerful win condition. So 100 Thieves at least denying the full strength of that.
Yeah, they'll take that away from the Jack, so a little bit of that side lane potential pressure taken away. But nice recognition of Pain that they could go in, get at least the feet for the grubs.
No early dragon in this one, though. Sometimes we'll see those early drakes prioritized pretty heavily, but not so this time around. A lot of times you do see when it's a mountain drake first, just because the thing takes so much longer to kill than the other ones. Sometimes teams will just let him be for a little while, so still only that one set of neutral objectives there with the grubs. Claimed by either side, about a 1,500 gold lead for 100 Thieves, though, off the back of those couple kills they got, and just the leads being built up, particularly when you look at the gold advantage for FBI on the Jhin. He is feeling good.
Yeah, and you can see how defensive a lot of the itemization is here for 100 Thieves. I think they are really just saying, you are basically playing like a one-punch kind of comp here over on the Pain side. So that's why we have like a Roa rush, and we have the early Null coming in. We have Tabby's rush here for the Jhin. We have like all of these kind of defensive tools that are coming in for their carries. Just knowing, A, that we're already playing from ahead, so we just kind of need to be strong enough to not get one shot, and B, this comp is going to full send it with Wukong ult, Gallia ult, Nami ult, all these things all at once. And if they don't kill us right there, they're probably going to lose.
And I think that's also why that initial dive from River on the bot side was so important, right? It really stymies the laning power of this Lucian Nami, which is really what Pain wanted to get off the ground early with this composition. And so, yeah, we'll see where they go from here as bot lanes are headed back towards bot. And we might see 100 Thieves start to take a look at that Drake now.
All right, you do see River hanging around that area. You can see Quid also moving towards that side of the lane. He knows that he had allies down around there, so it's easier to play towards that side. Roamer down about 15 CS now here in the mid lane. We'll be able to pick up a little bit with the Winds of War. Still working towards completing that Hollow Radiance for his first item, give him some extra survivability against this endless Orianna harass.
Yeah, River pathing top, though, means that is not going to happen. Karaoke is down here. See if he wants to go for anything.
Yeah, immediately Ayla jumps in. Titan, popping the clans, has to try to get back away. Ayla uses Unbreakable Will, also drops the Summoner's Spellbook Exhaust there on Karaoke, so there is no further follow-up from Pain.
Yeah, honestly, a really good exhaust because just the slow kind of kept Karaoke out of range, and he didn't really want to like commit to a flashing in play onto an Alistar, knowing that River could ult in to actually counter that. So now River's going to use this opportunity to just start up the dragon. So finally going to be starting up this dragon here. 100 Thieves do have mid prio, they have bot prio, but Pain are moving over. They're looking like they might want to fight for this.
Both supports use their ultis in the bottom lane. Scrap, Dragon down to half HP right now. FBI going to be in some danger. Engage coming out from Karaoke. 100 Thieves, 80 carry, still under pressure. Second cast, the Cyclone alongside the culling forces FBI away. But now the curtain call is opened up, and Karaoke and Titan are having to try to escape. Karaoke very low, but he flashes out as Roamer swoops in to save him. Pain Gaming trying to get everybody out of here, and they will successfully escape.
Yeah, big deal was the fact that Weiser interrupted the teleport from Dokla. Dokla was trying to TP down to join, but did get interrupted up on that top side. So that stopped it from potentially being a route. At the end of the day, though, Dokla still winning heavily in this 1v1. No one is going to get the dragon, so it's a lot of summoners spent. It's a lot of people getting low, but it is no one falling.
Yeah, no one falling. 100 Thieves should be able to take over these lane prio, though. We already saw the Renekton kind of being able to shove this in. Jhin pushing in that wave in mid, and Ori pushing on in bot. So just reset, and we'll see where they want to go after this.
This Jhin, man, 1-0-1, has his Ghost Blade completed alongside those early plated steel caps that you mentioned earlier, Azael, plus 700 gold individually for FBI against the Lucian of Titan, as 100 Thieves clearing out this topside river right now, but there is no Rift Herald to fight for still for another 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, and people really do love Ghostblade, particularly in this matchup, because it allows you to pop the Ghostblade for the move speed, to be able to sidestep Cullings, right? And that is so much of the power of this Lucian Nami, is they just set up in mid lane, and then every time Cullings up, they're dashing in, they're forcing out summoners, they're pushing you back to base, and Ghostblade is kind of the answer that a lot of gym players have come to, is that you just have enough move speed to be able to sidestep a lot of the bullets and make the job much more difficult for the Lucian.
Just run faster than the bullet goes. Easy. No worries. Get that cardio in there. FBI and Ayla just trying to keep those waves shoved out like you're talking about. You don't want to surrender that total mid control over to Titan and Curry. As now 100 Thieves, they're going right back towards the Drake. The last attempt was interrupted. They got it low, but then made the call to switch over for the team fight instead. This time around, Pain Gaming does not have a whole lot of players nearby, so River feels pretty confident just finishing this up. He doesn't even need help from anybody else on the team. Ayla's hanging around to guarantee. Nobody approaches, but that's it.
Yeah, and Curry has been very successful on this Nami here. 8-3, has been doing really, really well throughout his career with this pick. So it definitely is comfort for them. And they have the confidence that they can be okay. It's just the first dragon. It's not that big of a deal. That first dragon has been delayed for so long that Seoul feels like it's not going to be that big of a deal this game. Probably not going to be very relevant.
Yeah, it's all the way, even if they get the next 3 in a row. Hold on now. A little bit of a scrap here mid as Titan, not below half HP, does have to disengage from that one as he burns down to about 1/3 of his total life here. 45 seconds until the Herald is about to spawn. Ultis were not used in that mid lane exchange. We've crossed 14 minutes. The plate gold, honestly, pretty similar with a slight edge to Pain.
Yeah, and I think that edge came from a lot of the times when it was 100 Thieves initiating the swap. Wiser or someone was able to get plates on the opposite side of the map, right? So good recognition from Pain to use those small windows there. As we see 100 Thieves setting up on this top side, and with River here, Quid should be able to get an ample amount of damage onto this turret.
Yeah, I think the tower's potentially dead if they want it to be. We'll see if he does quite finish it off, because that would obviously give them that first tower.
Yep.
And then they'd just be 1 kill off of actually grabbing the feats, but won't quite be able to finish it off on this wave, so we'll have to wait 1 more. And River is just going to be starting up the Herald. Didn't want to stay around and actually focus on this, so he's just going to be working on the Herald. That won't be contested. You can see all of Pain is moving down towards the bot side here, trying to see, is there an opportunity to really punish Dokla? But Ayla has read the play. He is moving down to cover. And it would be a 2v4. We'll see if they can hold on.
All right, Dokla's trying to clear out the wave. Immediately goes into the dominance, but he's taking a ton of damage. Ayla can't save him. The culling finds the mark, but now Karaoke stunned up underneath the turret. Makes it a 1-for-1. Ayla secures the Feet of Warfare. Feet of Turret secured in the top lane. That's the Enchanted Boots for 100 Thieves. The Tier 1 turret claimed by Pain in the bottom side, along with the Dokla kill, trying to get something back. But now the Rift Herald has been summoned up over in the mid lane. Roamer tries to TP in to make a defense play, but instead he's going to be rooted up by the Deadly Flourish. River and Quid and FBI just putting bullets in him. Quid's taking a kill credit. It's a nearly 3,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves.
Really nice map movement coming out of 100 Thieves, right? They get that prio topside with the Orianna. River's able to get the Rift Herald. And even when Pain try for this dive on the bot side, Curry might be.
Yeah, Titan body blocking for his support. Does not want to allow that shot. But FBI dials it in.
Brother just got a solo kill as a Jhin in mid lane there. Bends the bullet around Titan and takes down Curry with that 4th shot. Escorts in the Herald. Curry was trying to step up and kill the Herald before it could charge, and that's why he took so much free damage. FBI gets the charge anyway and kills him off. 100 Thieves are off the races. This tower is likely dead, if not very low as well.
Yeah, and Quid's going to be able to clean this up, kind of very quietly farming gold from so many of these turrets. And again, what positive plays from 100 Thieves all around the map. Flowers, you didn't believe in the Jhin.
No, FBI
now?
heard me talking smack, man, and he's making the Jhin look good in this one. I am happy to be proven wrong sometimes, as we do have a TP coming up.
Everyone's coming in.
Has the Dominas ready. Wiser's trying to get out, but Ayla and Quid are both here to try to deny it. Wiser with a flash to attempt to get away from the headbutt. Pulverized. Counter-strike not going to buy him a whole lot more time as River arrives, and it's FBI from downtown to take the kill.
They sent all 5. Seems like a bit of overkill there at this point, sending everyone up there because they're going to lose the mid lane tier 1 off the back of this, and they're going to lose some farm down in bot side as well. So it's not a free kill by any means. You lose the tower, you lose a little bit of farm, you lose a camp. So honestly, not bad for Wiser as far as deaths are concerned. It's a pretty good one.
Yeah, good response from Pain, able to shove down that mid-tier 1 and get bot prio, like you said. I am wondering if 100 Thieves are going to be looking for some sort of
looking to
play.
Fight.
Yeah,
they want Dragon.
I mean, essentially, if they can set up the map on this bot side, clear out all of this Pain vision, make it really, really difficult for Whoop, that's thrown back into replay. Oh, here we go. We're just going to see the bullet bend magically again.
We're going to get some cinematic views.
Let's go.
I'm counting on it. Come on, observers, give it to us. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
It was coming. Oh,
that's the shot.
Right over the shoulder.
Right there. That was beautifully dialed in. Golden Glue is loving it.
Oh, man.
My favorite part is Sniper whacking, I think, Spooks on the shoulder.
Like, did you see
that, man?
Yeah. Oh, what a shot. Dokla now going to be pushing in this bot side. They are going to be on the Dragon. And Payne have just decided, you know what? We're not going to fight. We're just going to keep playing cross map, which I think is not a bad idea given the position in the game. You can see multiple members are up on top side, multiple members pushing in the mid lane as well. They will be trading the tier 1 bot for it, plus losing that Dragon. And now teleport's coming in from Dokla.
Yeah, we've got an attempted play from 100 Thieves, but Curry doing a nice job there. Times the bubble to intercept Dokla immediately as he wants to teleport in.
And that was Pantheon ult as well. So River not able to find anything with that. They will get the tier 1, so they will be able to get their lives away here as well. At the end of the day, it is basically a tower for a tower, but the Thieves do get a Dragon. And it is going to be Chemtech's Soul here. So not the most desirable, but still a really good position for 100 Thieves. And Payne are going to have to kind of choose their moment of when they feel comfortable to fight.
Well, you know what that moment might be, Isaac?
Any?
There's about 25 seconds on the clock until our favorite friend
Mr. Otacon
to rear his ugly head on Summoner's Rift.
100 Thieves better not start it. Don't you dare.
I'm We're already down here.
It's
I'm fine with them starting it. They're allowed to start it.
It's right there.
Start it up,
I feel
go
like
for
both
it.
of these teams have had some creative Otacon setups domestically. I actually quite liked what 100 Thieves did against Shopify in terms of their Otacon usage, especially, I believe, in that first game, like I said. But now it's basically all 3 outers down for both teams, and it really becomes a vision war, especially around something like the Otacon, right, where you want to be able to have some sort of kind of creative setup on it, with Pantheon theoretically being able to join once its ult's back up, and then Roamer also being able to join any fight from the side Payne.
And Payne, not only are they looking for a little bit of revenge against 100 Thieves in particular, because they played against them, in Split 1, but they're also looking for a little bit of redemption for how their series went. They played so many games against the Red Canids.
Yeah.
Most of their games the whole season were against the Red Canids. And they did lose 2 out of those 3 series, unfortunately for them. And they ended their season, on this 1-6 run, losing out in those 2 best-of-5s. And was definitely not up to their standard or the standard set by their fans. So really hoping that they can have a bounce back here, in the LTA playoffs to prove that they should be up there with the top dogs. But 100 Thieves are obviously very tough competition.
Well, one problem right now is we are starting to see those second full item completions come in for 100 Thieves, who are still just about 3,000 gold ahead as a team. You can see Black Cleaver done for Rivers Pantheon. Quid has Crypt Bloom completed. We've also got 2 out of 3 of the parts for the Infinity Edge here on FBI's Jhin. This is very, very scary because Payne does not want to have to fight these guys at item breakpoint disadvantages. Dokla's getting jumped on here in a 1v3. Dominus into the slice and dice to try to get away. River is waiting nearby. Dokla and River may try to turn something around here, but Dokla does have to be mindful about how much HP he is missing, so instead just gets away from it.
Yeah, and that is Dominus popped now for Dokla, so he won't have that available should a larger team fight come, as we see Payne had cleared out a bunch of vision around this Otacon up.
There we go. Curtain call opens up. Titan eating the first 2 shots. FBI waiting there over the third. Titan trying to get himself back away as River throws up the shield, jumping in, just trying to cause a little bit of chaos. Payne Gaming again, disengaging.
And they do force the cleanse there off of Titan. And I was going to say that I do think Karyoka's ult is probably more important for the 5v5 than that of Dokla, because he's really their main engage, right? It's supposed to be Wukong going in, popping him up with a Cyclone, then the Galio, and everyone else follows up. He really is that go button. So is a bit problematic that they are going to be missing that. Both AD carries, though, quite strong, even though there is this 1,000 gold lead here for FBI. That's really all spent on the tabbies. And it is Otacon o'clock. So let's see, can they make this clean? Payne are approaching, and Quid is just trying to keep them away while the rest of the team is trying to finish this off. But in comes the TPs. It's going to be chaos.
Yeah, it's a half HP Otacon as Payne Gaming are looking to collapse on 100 Thieves. Ayla jumps in after Roamer, but he's not going to find a lot as Roamer flashes out. Now Wise over the back line of everybody. Here comes the heroic entrance. Big engage coming out from Payne, but the follow-up damage isn't there. Finally grabbing the shutdown onto Ayla. 100 Thieves will lose their support, and now they're diving in after FBI. They're going to lose him as well. Karyoka! Pain, but it does cost them their jungler. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring Pain.
It's always madness at Otacon, man. They should not have started it, but they did anyway, and now Roamer's going to TP back in. He has the Bloodletter's Curse. Does Pain have confidence to start this? I don't think they should without their jungler. River is still around here, and FBI and Ayla going to be respawning. Ayla has his TP, so he can get right back out on the map. He's going to be able to use that if anything does happen, but at the end of the day, still a good fight for Pain, you have to say. You know, going up a kill when you are significantly down, but this could be problematic. Titan has no sums, and 100 Thieves aren't going to commit for that wraparound.
Yeah, 100 Thieves lost about 1,000 of that 3K gold lead that they had there with the little Otacon blunder. So nice punish coming out from Pain. Once again back into the mid lane. Quid just wants to reestablish control over these waves, get the tempo back pushing in their favor, and then the Thieves can decide where they want to go after, because right now River is looking at the third Drake of the game.
Yeah, and that would put them on soul point should he be able to get this, as he's kind of pulling it out a bit. They did get bot lane prio
They're
from
waiting for
Dokla.
FBI isn't here yet, so that's why they're trying to go slow and give him time.
Okay, FBI has found Weiser on the backside of the pit. The rest of 100 Thieves grouped up as 4, and the Dragon is just going to be the focus. 100 Thieves, they have enough strength, they still have enough of a lead that Pain Gaming is cautious about the approach. That's soul point, 100 Thieves.
Honestly, I'm really surprised that Pain is just willing to give Dragon after Dragon after Dragon. You know, the first one, the second one, I kind of understood. The third one does feel pretty risky at this point now, because you are one mistake away from giving over about 6,000 gold in stats, you know, with that soul that would be 100 Thieves. So they are going to absolutely have to fight every dragon now from now until the rest of the game, pretty much. And it does put you in a really tough spot. If you don't have vision, doesn't matter. You got to go in and fight it.
Yeah.
Well, for Pain, you've also got Infinity Edge completed now for Titan. This Lucian has the power to carry a fight if he can pilot it perfectly. We know that he just used the calling there in that bottom side river. Didn't get a whole lot of value out of that particular casting of it, so probably want to have that ultimate up again before they decide to go back to the fight, as the Infinity Edge also done now for FBI's Jhin.
Yep, exactly. They are going to be on even keel. That is kind of the closest of these matchups, really, when you're looking at it. Dokla not ahead in gold, but has always had pressure, and he's gonna get Blasco back.
Oh yeah, Dokla's in some serious danger. There's that DPS I'm talking about for Titan. Dokla heals up with a Call of the Meek, but he has to continue making a little bit more distance. Redemption summoned up to make sure that he does not fall. Dokla gets out.
Yeah, it's the Sterix diff there, loses the Sterix, but does keep his life. Unfortunately, though, Renekton with no flash, that is a big deal, because that really is how you access the backline, how you put pressure onto Titan. And is not going to have that tool now. 100 Thieves, though, looking to try to reclaim vision in this area.
Yeah, and I mean, it's actually huge that he didn't go down, because then it would have given Pain run of the map if they'd wanted to potentially try for a Baron, or more likely just kind of race down to try to get that Otacon. So good thing that he survives. I feel like people have been pointing out Redemption more often.
It's getting so popular.
It's been strong for a while, I feel, but more recently people have been pointing out how important it's been in a lot of these fights. Helps save Dokla's life there, in addition to the Sterix.
I mean, it has tremendous value if you can get a good AoE redemption on multiple members, right? But it is at the point now where people are feeling like you should just rush this no matter what your champion you're playing, whether you're tank, whether you're support, whether whatever. People just want it no matter what at this point. And Titan showing off some damage there. That was like 1Q did about 30% of his health. Kind of surprised he cleansed, honestly, on that route, and is going to be down the Summoner now, which is a big deal, because if you get Pantheon stun into a Shockwave, into a combo, into a Renection stun, like, you kind of need the cleanse to be able to play team fights properly, and that is going to be down for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't know if he just thought, oh, they'll be able to jump on me immediately, maybe set up for a big Jhin ult there, but yeah, not having the cleanse for whatever next team fight is going to happen is pretty massive.
I mean, especially when you think about the fact that part of this Lucian-Nami pairing is because Nami has specific items she needs to build, like the Imperial Mandate, to really juice up Lucian's firepower. You're not sitting on a Mikhail's, right? You're not sitting on a Redemption of your own to try to peel for this guy a little bit more. So it just means that every resource Titan is missing will be that much more impactful. Sub 2 minutes now until what will be the Chemtech Soul spawns, and you know 100 Thieves will look for this bottom side river control. You know they're going to look to force this objective and demand an answer from Pain.
Yeah, they absolutely will. You can see that Weiser now does have his Seeker's Arm Guard, so he's going to have that ready and available for this next fight. So that is a big deal for the Jax. You can fly into the back line, use your first Counter-Strike, push FBI back, then go into the stasis and be able to have those spells come back up for kind of a second round, it really does change how you can play the fights. And Pain, knowing that they have to play for this next dragon here, are trying to reclaim vision early, which definitely is the smart play.
Yeah, and I have talked about, like, I made the joke that sometimes neither of these teams understand what side lanes are, but I actually do feel like 100 Thieves with the Ori and with the Renekton have done a good job of trying to pay attention to pushing out those waves. Pain does keep looking to kind of overload on sides to try to get a pick, and I think both of these teams thus far, the way they've played over the past few minutes, really seem to be looking to get a pick before starting something big, like the Otacon or potentially Baron. Obviously, that stalemate will end once this Chemtech Drake is up, because I think 100 Thieves are going to want to go for that right away and try for Soul.
I'm really surprised that we only have 10 kills in 29 minutes in this one.
Wait for game 2.
Okay, yeah, we just got to get the nerves out of the way here in game number 1, right?
Yeah, that's my feeling, at least, is that, you know, generally coming into a best of 5, people are going to play a lot more slowly.
Well, Quid might be in a little bit of danger here. Taunt hits him, but no follow-up immediately as Dokla scraps with Weiser off to the right side of the fight, then immediately slices back over the Dragon Pit wall to regroup with the rest of 100 Thieves.
Critically, Quid has his death cap now as well, so he's on that 3-item spike. He's been 16 for a while, obviously he's 17 now, so he has that max rank ultimate, and that can be terrifying. Weiser gonna get spotted.
Yep, Weiser's gonna have to rejoin the rest of Pain here. Nice deadly flourish, finds Titan, and now a big shockwave on the Carioca. Knocks him down to about half HP, and FBI dials in the shots. That's 1 kill going the way of 100 Thieves, and it's the enemy jungler. Now River's making his way forward, and Titan's in some danger. River continues the pressure, and Titan is down. 100 Thieves have already claimed 2, and they're not stopping there. Quid goes on a killing spree, and Weiser falls. 100 Thieves, 3 for nothing.
And that was the fight that 100 Thieves were looking for. That was the fight that we were looking for. Some action as that shockwave lands on the Wukong and the Wukong clone. But to catch out Carioca, they're going to get the Otacon. They're now going to have Chemtech Soul, and this should really break the game open for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be almost impossible, it feels like now, for Pain to come back. That was their moment to try to make something happen, and Carioca just got caught by the shockwave and wasn't able to actually use the flash to try to avoid it. We can see it one more time, as it's just this shockwave right there. I don't know if he thought he wasn't in that much threat or that he could get out of range, but he just did not flash it. And even after the shockwave, he could have flashed over the wall probably and stayed safe, but just kind of too slow to react, not realizing the situation he was in. And then River here just full sends it on Titan.
Yeah, I love River just being like, you know what, I'm Pantheon, I can jump on you immediately. They end up cleaning up Weiser on the back half of this fight. And yeah, this now 100 Thieves, 4.3k gold lead in a really, really good position. Are going to probably set up for this Baron.
And it's what we were talking about earlier with the Wukong being the main primary engage mechanism for Pain. When he gets caught out at the very beginning, when he dies without being able to do anything aggressive, the rest of the team feels like there's just no response that they can do. And 100 Thieves now, they've got everything cleaned off the bottom side of the map, so everybody's eyes are up here on the top side towards the Baron Pit. Yeah, Ayla takes a little bit of poke clearing out this vision, but he's still accomplishing the mission that he came here for. Make the map very dark. Make it very scary for Pain as they try to approach, and make sure that 100 Thieves isn't taking this Baron.
Yep, as we see Dokla potentially looking for something here onto Roamer.
Oh, he's a hungry, hungry crocodile. Does find a quick stun onto Roamer, but not a whole lot of follow-up from the rest of the Thieves. FBI is over in the mid lane, very far away, can still contribute with the curtain call if he needs to, but Carioca going in for the engage. Ayla's the target, but he's got the unbreakable will. Now Weiser and Dokla in a fight off to the left here at the same time. Roamer might just be the first to die as he and Carioca barely get away. A little bit more damage would need to find Carioca there, but 100 Thieves don't quite have the range to apply it. Yes, there's no deaths, but 100 Thieves are still going to call that a win as they force down the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, and I mean, you're full sending it, but it's onto the Alistar, right? So he just pops the ulti, even as TP. If he got low enough, he could just TP right back out. And the question is, will they just start up the Baron? I think the answer is absolutely yes. They know that all of these big teamfight tools just got spent. And we're going to see, can Pain answer with just really the Galio ult and the Jax ult as their tools?
Exactly. No culling, no tidal wave, no cyclone. Quid takes a single shot from Titan, but he does not really mind as immediately River comes in for the ulti. Titan and Curry both under pressure, and Curry is already done for. Carioca continuing to try to escape from Dokla here, using the clone defensively to create that extra little bit of distance, but the deadly flourish catches up to the Wukong. Carioca about to fall, and Dokla chops him up. Now even more is on the menu for 100 Thieves. They are eating good. A double kill for Dokla's Renekton, and the Thieves are forcing their way through mid.
Yeah, I think they might try to just go for the end here, but I love how they've been playing out this composition, right? The deadly flourishes out of FBI have been great, setting up a lot of picks.
All right, Weiser. Oh, no, I can't even finish the sentence. Weiser and Titan both caught in the shockwave. It was a bit of a slow burn early on in this one, but burn Pain will. 100 Thieves won't even let them survive in their fountain. 16-3, 100 Thieves take game one.
Yeah, and Quid puts the exclamation point on it with the shockwave to finish off the game. 100 Thieves looking really strong in game number one. Felt like they were winning every lane, playing well on the map here. And Pain were lacking that characteristic confidence, that aggression that they normally have.
It felt like there were a few times where they could have contested objectives like Drake's where they didn't. I'm wondering if the lounge agrees with me or not.
They bet.
Emily, we're so focused on the Jhin solo kill, you have no idea.
You have no clue. Yeah, great game from the boys. But you know what really matters? How did FBI bend that bullet around the Lucian to kill Nami? That was so sick.
That was crazy. All right, come to us. We got to show you on the telestrator.
We're investigating here.
I understand 100 Thieves is walking out the door, but we got to see FBI. Okay. So we already rooted them, Kobe.
So we wanted to actually show the route on the Nami to begin with, because FBI had a really nice route. Okay, but now he is solo going to kill this Nami. Lucian's right here.
Yes.
So Pain's gonna come over. He's gonna come try and block for the Nami, so the Nami can escape out this way. I don't know. He doesn't want to come out this way.
Well, technically, it could still go all the way down there. Like the bullet will go through the wall.
So let's play this through. All right, it's going. Our replay is.
You can speed it up.
There. Okay. So we did get to see the route. He does it himself. Pause.
Hold it.
Look at this wiggle, okay? There's a little angle here on the tail, but he doesn't go for that. He's waiting. He's waiting. They're edging up, trying to get out. It's free.
What
Come here, Raz. We can do it better.
We can do it better.
I'll be Lucian. Okay. Try and get out.
Just quick.
He got him. Raz, get FBI.
Tragic.
We the North, baby. We the North. During the LTA North Split 3, you can win a trip to the League of Legends event, save your MasterCard as your card on file, and make a purchase from the Incline store for a chance to win. MasterCard also is heading to the LTA Championship in Dallas, and they're offering pricing experience packages like weekend tickets, exclusive merch, and behind-the-scenes tours. If you're a U.S. resident, head over to prices.com to check it out. Quantities are limited, much like the Jhin bullets. You only have 4 of them, and we just headshot Raz. He's gone.
He's out of there.
Or TP out. Yeah, maybe TP it out. You can take over.
Let's get Temper. Still not bad.
Curve that.
We should just keep playing to break targets.
Oh, Vic!
Oh.
LTA Kia Player of the Year, which player do you choose? You can make an argument for any one of us.
See what we can get, as there it is, the Grand Starfall, and Fudge is not looking too good. First blood over to Inspire.
Over the course of this year, I think I just became more stable in the game. I always see the way to win. It's really hard to take me out of my game.
Fudge needs more damage and he won't find it. Now on the front line, Whippo finds a 2-man decimating smash and flash out of the way of the ulti from B-Boy. But it's a triple kill to Inspired. It's a quadra kill to Inspired in the jungle Trendemir game. Inspired shows why he's the best jungler of the LTA.
You guys should vote for me because I haven't won that title yet. And I like to win new things.
Un mereceu ganhar o melhor jogador do ano porque também é que eu tive medo de fazer as coisas e jogar coisas que não são tão normais.
E demorar pouquinho ali. Calma aí. Olha a puxada! Ele é bom demais!
Acho que foi que nunca tive medo e sempre tentei fazer coisas novas e com criatividade.
A Isurus continua, sobra por ali também o Frost. Vem agora um bom decreto, mas ainda assim a Isurus
persegue e garante outro abate. Nessa fica por ali, vai tentando escapar, mas tá todo mundo da rede em cima dele. O Kazé é um monstro.
I can see myself being a good candidate for Kia Player of the Year. My champion picks are very wide. I feel confident in almost every champ I play.
As FlyQuest continue their retreat at Boostio with another massive Pop Blossom.
For my fans this year, I would like them to hopefully remember my international performances, especially on Bard.
Drops the subjugate and turns on. Tempered Fate to buy Inspired Time. He heals up with the King's Tribute. Gonna get chased down now. The Magical Journey looking after him. Nice Tempered Fate there on Knight. Able to itemize armor. You got a problem. Knight is caught in the middle of his rocket jump.
I believe I'm the best Bard in the LTA.
Boostio and Quad against Yuji down here on the bottom side. They'll finish him off too.
Who else but Boostio Bard is getting it done like that?
Cara, eu acho que eu mereço ser o melhor jogador do ano, simplesmente por achar que eu sou um jogador mais completo do shot caller, eu sempre levo meu time pra frente, pô, energia absurda.
Titã ficou sozinho, tá contra o Scary, garantiu os abates e a PEN vai limpar!
Eu sou um jogador muito clutch, eu acho que faço jogadas muito plásticas que fica muito memorável assim na cabeça dos jogadores.
Aqui embaixo que é isso, FNB! No colo do Dignitas!
Vote for me for Kia Player of the Year. I'm watching. Make sure guys, you vote for me.
Vote em mim para ser o Kia Player of the Year.
You guys should vote for me for Kia Player of the Year. I'd really appreciate it.
E que vai me ajudar aí pra votar em mim, fechou? Tamo junto.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Imagine this. The League of Legends World Championship. Energy's electric. But how did you get here? Hit the League store, save your Freedom Flex MasterCard, made a purchase. Boom! You're in. 3 purchases, 3 chances each week to win the grand prize, a trip to Worlds 2025. Plus, a chance at 7 weekly prizes. Sweepstakes runs August 2nd to the 25th. Scan the QR code or go to the URL to learn more about free entry and official rules. You in?
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, keep running.
What
the? Teton body blocking for his support, does not want to allow the headshot! But FBI dials it in!
I might just combo Gladio, okay?
Lucian, no plan.
We chance?
Yeah.
I got them.
Okay. I'm working, guys. Okay, I'm working.
Focus the dragon. Can you get out?
No, look.
Okay.
Look him. No time to AD.
Coming.
Look AD, guys. Look AD.
I have exhaust for Jax. Come to me.
at Dragon.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for Pain Gaming versus 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves just took game 1 in this best of 5 and find themselves up in the series. But a reminder that every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. And if you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena this weekend and next. The next 2 weeks will determine who goes to Dallas and the LTA's third representative at Worlds. So follow the link on screen or scan the code to purchase your tickets now. There it is. Scan it. Pull out your phones. There's a little code on the right there.
Go away, quick.
The photo app, you open it up, you scan it.
And
Boom.
don't be a cheater on YouTube. Don't replay on that one. Okay, actually, no, we will. We'll let you do it. We'll let you do it.
What if you're watching on your phone?
That's a good. You can screenshot.
Yeah, you can screenshot it. You can screenshot it then. That's fine. Yeah, that part is fine.
The story so far is 100 Thieves. They were able to clean it up. The beautiful bullet from FBI.
Oh my God.
Despite a couple of Dokla moments where he went a little aggressive, he went very deep in that top jungle. He traded flash early when he didn't need to, flash himself. Still, 100 Thieves were able to clean it up.
All right, you're the 3-0 crew.
Yeah.
This game actually was close in goal.
Because they were going crazy.
They were going a little crazy.
They're playing a little.
Jack doesn't believe in our teams. He really just hates 100 Thieves. He doesn't think they're going to 3-0.
You need to keep your fight or flight response hot.
I want everybody to hear, if you have thoughts on what Jet's treacherous opinions are, his socials are out there.
I did find a Portuguese for dummies in his locker here. That's crazy. I think he might be turning
Okay, so if it's going to come from a draft, what is the draft for Pain going to look like that will defeat us, huh?
Ooh, I like that. So I did notice that a lot of Pain's power picks had been removed in game 1. Alistair being one of Curry's best picks. I want to see Roamer on Talia or Rise. So I was talking with Peter Dunn, or rather he told me the keys to beating Pain on Twitter. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. But he does say the one champion that they can play the map with is with Roamer's Rise, and they're actually quite good with it. So that would be one angle to do. Otherwise, it's just Otherwise, it's just picking the strongest team fighting composition possible. Because we saw in that game, 100 Thieves is not going to beat you through split pushing. They're going to beat you through team fighting. So just securing as much big team fighting champs as you can.
And 100 Thieves were winning just in lane, kind of just at the beginning. The opening lane phase did go quite well for them. For all the individuals, even if, you mentioned Dokla, he burned the Jax's flash and he threatened him under tower. Then he ended up blowing his own flash afterwards anyway to try and kill him and didn't kill him, so it wasn't a huge advantage, but they did have kind of just default little lane advantages for themselves as well.
I gotta say, Dokla came in with some heat in this series already. Before game started, he was yelling at the camera. Then he flashes in, trying to find a solo kill, goes in the enemy jungle. So Dokla's here to play some League of Legends.
He's a limit tester, which is a great thing and a bad thing. A lot of the times, if you end up losing a flash like you mentioned or dying for it, you're like, okay, well, maybe we should keep our head in the game. So I'm sure that the 100 Thieves camp is telling him that. But going into the draft, thinking long and hard about this one. I like the Yone ban in general when you're going up against Squid. I mean, there's just a bunch of it.
Ban good?
Yeah, ban good. All right. Now the Rise, you've made me scared of the Rise.
Is it blue oneable?
I'm not scared of Jack. I don't care what, Rise, big deal.
Oh, okay.
Cassiopeia was mega buffed. He could pick Cassio into it.
I feel like you'd pick Cassio into it nowadays.
Well, let's see what Pain decided to go for. They banned away the Vi plus Rumble plus Yone. 100 Thieves took away the Talia, Poppy, and Azir. And that leaves Mbessa up, so Pain will go for Mbessa, blue 1.
Okay, so Renekton off the table. They want to go for the Mbessa. I kind of like that. Yeah, Poppy Band already too. It was pretty decent opening Mbessa game here.
I feel like Dokka's just going to either match with Sion or Cassante. I feel like they're putting him on something that will just match up in team fights. They can wait on it though if they feel like there's stronger power picks here. Like bot lane is something that's completely untouched in pick bans so far. Oh, I like the Aurora from them.
Aurora.
Just getting quit Aurora.
Yeah, notably quit Aurora. We do not expect Dokka to play
band though, that would be their best combo. Vi or Wukong are their best combos with Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, Xin seems like a pretty decent jungle pick here.
That right away, I think.
We're doubling up. But yeah, even with the nerfs on Aurora on the patch, still is a very good pick. A great playmaker that I know that Quid would do a lot of work on. So interested what they're going to double up with this one on. Yeah, we're just going through every champion in the game, huh, River?
I always like to see are we spelling something out. I couldn't notice anything there, but Aatrox is the pick here for top lane for Dokka.
So they didn't go with the full tank matchup. Definitely going a little bit more fighter match with the Mbessa, Kobe.
Yeah, and I actually do like how 100 Thieves usually execute these types of team comps. They're usually very good with their flanks. Yeah. Both Aurora and Aatrox really good solo lanes for trying to fight their team fights that they like to go with their pincer movement basically. And they kind of delete one of the low mobility carries on the enemy team. But nice steal away, the Xin Zhao I was talking about. They grabbed that one there. And Annie, of course, is decent nerfs on this patch. It didn't kill the champion. Yeah. But, taking out a little bit of the free magic penetration and a little bit of the W damage as well is kind of, I think it was an adequate nerf to the champ.
Jungle matchup here. Trundle is up. That might be why they didn't want, didn't care about the matchup because it can answers in. Also, Mbessa has to come into them. Not incredible against Danny, but still decent.
Even things like Sejuani if they want more dedicated engage, because you're right about the flanking angles, but if they want something more dedicated. FBI brought his own sniper.
Ooh.
I mean, Sniper's here too. We saw him on camera.
He was reacting to that.
Yeah.
River Jarlin.
J4, okay. I mean, generally, you're looking at what Pei wants to do. I already see what is a semblance of a dive comp. You have Annie, you have Mbessa. It's pretty clear what they were kind of want to go for going into 4-5, and I think Titan is quite a good Kai'Sa player. So, I'm not going to outright pick it, but those things would really amplify what the comp's going for here.
Yeah, let's see if he can get something to stay safe as well. With Rivers, Jarvan coming for you with the Aurora and Aatrox, double looking for flank angles. We'll see if he can actually stay safe. I like this method of attack.
Safe. I can install that. The J4 ulti and Aurora coming in an angle. I mean, Ezreal, I guess. God.
But
Labubu Amumu.
Wait, that's actually pretty clever. I like that one.
I feel like that would cost so much to get that. To get the rights for that would be so expensive. That'd be crazy.
But what if it's a collaboration,
There we go. But there's the safe 80 carry bans we're talking about. 100 Thieves are like, okay, we're going to attack you pretty hard. Yeah. So we'd rather you be on a low mobility carry, take away the Ezreal, take away stuff, like Xayah or something like that, counter engage.
Is it a Corki ban time?
Yeah.
Lucian's already gone because he played that last game. Rel, okay.
Meanwhile, yeah, I do kind of like the idea of Pain just going full dive there with like a Rel Kai'Sa or something. So maybe that's a good Rel ban there. Could be something like a Misfortune ultimate over the top for them as well if they want. But then you're playing Misfortune into Jarvan, and that's always super annoying.
And now if you're Pain, I mean the melee support that are available, especially with the Renata ban, is like Nautilus. Maybe they go for the Rakan. Rakan would actually go pretty hard here.
Ooh,
okay, well, 100 Thieves are taking that one away from you.
And now look at the engage options here. This is a lot of tools for the Thieves.
Yeah, and Ayla's Rakan has been really solid so far these playoffs. Morgana's making a sneaky resurgence, more so as a mid laner we saw just
surely we're not
earlier in the day in the LEC.
Well, that would put the Annie to support. I mean, it's just a hover, so,
We're not putting Annie to support. We're not doing that one. I would be surprised if this ever gets locked in.
Yeah, there's that Corki though, right? You did highlight this before.
Yep. Keep this brother safe. Now for supports, maybe it's the Courier Alice? No, Alistar has already been picked last game. Oh, don't tell me it's the
Nautilus, Leona, Bard.
Defensive Bard ultimate here an option as well as offensive ones. So Bard is definitely flexible for this comp since they have a lot of engage and dive tools themselves. but they can always be used in a nice little defensive play too.
I like the defensive option way more. When you're going for offensive Bard ults on this much mobility, it's hard because even if you hit it, they can just use their mobility right out of it unless you're perfect on your timing or close enough to follow up on the timing. So I like that defensive call a little bit more here, especially if you're able to nullify something like a Misfortune ultimate, which FBI is locking in. So the Misfortune bullet time over the top of the J4 ult, over the Recon engage, a lot of setup for this Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I feel like 100 Thieves, more so than trying to counterpick Pain, just pick the champions they want to play the most. Yeah, that's what I see. Like, they always love playing Aurora. FBI loves MF. A-List Recon's been great.
But if I'm playing MF, I don't want to play MF with a Bard ultimate and an Ambessa ultimate that could just, you know, at the very least, it makes me think very carefully about when I start MF ulting.
I agree.
Because that makes it really easy for Ambessa to ult me, snipe me, or like Bard can always kind of.
I agree. I'm also glad that FBI is playing the MF and not Kobe. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Lounge. Jat with a little bit of Kobe shade there at the very end. But man, speaking of who's playing what, if I'm River, I am so happy with these first couple of games. I get to play Permaban Panth for the first game and then trademark Jarvan for game 2. He's living it up in the jungle.
Absolutely. And I mean, Quid is going to be playing Aurora as well. So he's going to be on, another kind of lane dominant champion here. And Quid looked insanely good in the first game. Absolutely was clapping in the 1v1. And I don't want to take too much credit, but I was playing some arena with Quid the other day.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. And I was kind of the weights to his Rock Lee,
Okay. You were the time chamber.
Okay.
Exactly. I was giving him a real challenge, let's put it that way, to win some of these games. And now the weights are off. He's no longer playing with me. He's playing with River. So just think how it's just a breath of fresh air. It's a sigh of relief,
It's a Rocky movie, and you're the big slab of meat in the freezer that he has to punch.
I'm just hanging on his back as he's running up the mountain, and now he's free and clear.
He's in there, man. He definitely had a strong game in game number 1. It felt like Roamer's lane phase was over before level 2, right?
Yeah.
Like, Quid just completely ran that lane.
That's the Azael difference.
That's the Azael guarantee.
We're going to start calling that every time Quid gets a lane lead.
There you go.
The Azael difference.
Yeah. I'm available to enter any pro players arena games.
Wow.
If you need to step up and sharpen up before Worlds, they know where to call.
Exactly.
But
you
this
need someone
time
to really
around,
drag you down.
we do have Pain over on the blue side here in this one. So we'll see if that really changes anything around here in game 2. But we do have Kobe standing by for an interview with Coach Golden Glue.
All right, Grayson, what are your thoughts on our first North versus South game that we had here in split number 3? We were pretty happy with it on the analyst test.
It's a really good question. No, I mean, I think game 1 went pretty well. It was a lot slower than I expected it to be, but I felt like we kind of had control of the game. We could have maybe closed it out a bit cleaner, but it felt pretty good overall.
And as far as the drafts that you had here in game number 2, what is your main goal for your team, main concern that Pain are looking to accomplish?
I mean, I think both comps are very, very skirmish heavy, so it's just going to be a lot of like how the fights play out mechanically. I think the one thing we need to be worried about is making sure like they don't get to one-shot somebody, especially like Aurora or Jarvan. And obviously we have to worry about the Bard ult, so that's pretty much just Misfortune. So I don't know, it should be a good skirmishy game.
All right, well, good job so far in the series. We'll let you get back to your team as River is already taking away the blue buff. Take it away, casters.
Thank you, Kobe. Yeah, River is going to be spotted on this invade and playing around kind of some of the mid-prio coming out of that Aurora. Karaoke is headed up here.
Yeah, Karaoke has significantly more HP than River does. River wanted to hang around and try to steal this Gromp, and he does get it. Flash for Gromp, the classic trade.
That's River, man.
Just getting in his face, getting in his head, getting his Gromp.
He's so annoying, and he's
gonna
back
reinvade.
to contest the Wolves.
He's right back in there. It's level 3 against level 2, and he sidesteps the win, becomes lightning on top of it. Karaoke, he loses his Gromp, he loses his blue, he's losing his Wolves. Every single one of these critters belongs to River.
You forgot to mention, he's going to be losing his sanity that River got away with this.
I love watching River, but it was brought about to you by mid lane prio.
There you go.
You can maybe also
You're
take
welcome,
credit
River,
for that
no
too.
problem.
That's a long-range alley-oop, man.
Oh my gosh.
Azael MVP for playing arenas with Quid so that River could invade and steal all 3 camps
It's
from
the
that
Dominoes meme, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like
the
that
first
one
domino is Azael
Arena
inting
with
Quid
you,
in
and then,
arena.
Oh my god.
Hey man, if it works, it works. I mean, there's no kills on the board, and it's a couple hundred gold lead here early on for 100 Thieves just from the early control they have.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult for Carioca to really contest anything and take something from River. River's already clearing out his bot side of the jungle, so. And this is also kind of brought to you by bot lane Prio. This MF talk to any AD carry, and they really love how much pressure she's going to have in some of these lanes. As we see, River on Jarvan 4, he's so known for this champ that we once just photoshopped his head onto it.
It's good.
Very good
I'm surprised we didn't do that here, honestly.
You can kind of squint.
Yeah.
You can see him in that
Next
helmet.
time he becomes Jarvan.
His features are just hidden by the helmet, you know?
That's what we have to do.
That's River in there.
We need to get him a real-life Jarvan helmet that he can
We
play while he
do.
wears, that he can
Ah.
wear while he plays the game.
We should get him
That's
that
the
as
next
a gift.
evolution.
Yeah.
100 Thieves, though, 600 gold lead here, 4.5 minutes into the game. We're talking about priority in mid. We're talking about priority in bottom. 100 Thieves kind of just have priority everywhere.
And I mean, it's kind of feeling similar to last game, you know, where it was 100 Thieves, you know, really doing well in the lanes, creating these advantages here. And Bessa is a pick that is popular in both the North and the South, though. You can see in the North it has done very well. Largely, I would say thank you, Thanatos, who is one of the only guys who kept playing it and was nasty on it. You can see still a pretty successful pick in the South, but obviously not nearly as good as far as the record goes.
Ooh, Weiser in some danger. Dokla's going in for the solo kill, but he does not quite have enough damage to seal the deal on that one. Dokla putting the pressure on here early in the top lane.
Yeah, and Dokla's kind of little career resurgence has been just kind of a real treat to watch. We've talked about how much he has brought to this team, specifically around a lot of his Rumble picks, right? They mentioned Rumble and Sion as 2 champs that they wanted to have him on, but he's just been doing really, really well, looking for a lot of creative angles.
Yeah, we've got a big problem in the CS
Jungle
department in the jungle for Carioca. That early heist in the blue quadrant there, it just set him back so far compared to River's Jarvan.
Yeah, and I mean, that's also experience is a big concern there as well. You know, you can see where River is and where Carioca is. You know, he's down with the supports. Carioca is down just above 1 player, and that's his own Bard.
Not the best sign here. He's going to have to lock in, dial in, and make sure that he can bounce back and have some presence, some pressure here in this game. A reminder to all y'all watching, we are getting very, very close to the end of the season here as we get closer and closer to Worlds and to Dallas. Today and tomorrow, fans can still cast their ballots for the Kia Player of the Year, Kia Rookie of the Year, and Kia All-Pro teams in the QR code on your screen. The race for mid lane All-Pro is coming down to the wire. It is incredibly close. So specifically for that one, if you see any of these guys popping off, if you like what Quid's doing today, get in there and vote.
Yeah, we kind of heard some leaks on the contest for mid is incredibly close right now. So definitely make your opinion known. As we see River down here. See if he'll start up this Drake with the prio that he's got.
Well, it's Mountain Drake again too.
Yeah,
So this one was really slow to start in the previous game. Didn't really come online until about like the 10-minute mark, somewhere even past there, I think, closer to 13, 14 minutes was the first Drake. As Carioca does at least secure his red buff before River shows up yet again. The Jarvan pressure remains.
Yeah, River just constantly putting on this pressure here. Won't be able to find an angle just yet onto Roamer, but is level 6, so could look to go pretty aggressive if he so chooses. We've been talking a lot about Titan, and for a good reason. This guy really is, you know, the star of the show. You know, when you're looking at how he performed in Split 3, even though the team did not do as well as they were hoping, he was still individually looking really, really good in the LTA South.
What time there on Curry takes him down to about 300 HP. FBI popping the barrier as Titan has to try to get back away now. Exhaust was used by Ayla, who's now got to be so careful himself. Down to about 50 HP here on the Rakan, just barely survives. Always remember to drink your potions.
Yeah, and he had 3 biscuits, so I don't think he was likely to die there. You know, he just insta-pop the biscuits, has those potions available, and is going to stay safe, but got quite low. And, did trade out his Summoner spell, with that spell book. Both sides, they did that. Both sides traded barrier. So very even trades up in that top side. And this time it does feel like Teton and Curry are able to get more pressure than they had last game at the very least.
Yeah, I liked their counter to that. I thought it was really good to recognize those windows. As we see, the next fight is going to be around Grubs, potentially. We see Carioca starting those up. River is right here.
Okay, ooh, close fight there, but the first grub does go over to Pain Gaming and Carioca. 100 Thieves walking Ayla and Quid over, but Pain's bringing everybody in here as well. 100 Thieves
6.
Does have to play with respect to this. Ayla has the quickness ready to go. Also the flash available on that Rakan. Quid goes in between worlds, and they're trying to engage on Carioca. He gets himself away for now, but the first blood has already gone to Pain Gaming. Quid trying to back away from this one as River is also down to about 500 HP. FBI and Quid firing back here with a little bit more damage onto Teton, but Curry doing a great job locking these guys up. Now FBI and Quid are both about to fall. Pain Gaming smashes them.
That's a big fight for Pain there. And FBI had no ulti, so we really full sent it. You're going for this big setup with the Aurora, with the Jarvan, but MF has no ultimate, so it's not really possible to have the kind of follow-up that they wanted to. And of course, Corgi, rockets are always going to be available. Imagine this fight if the MF ulti is up and available. Also, the initial engage from Ayla really doesn't do too much. He just gets the charm down onto Carioca, can't actually get back onto any of those key carries, and Carioca already had the Crescent Guard up, so he's able to absorb so much of this damage. And look at that Bard binding over the wall from Curry. That really does make all the difference.
Yeah, and they're able to clean up the fight here. Now I'm really curious as to see how Pain play the map, because we talked about the strength of this bot lane, and I think an underrated thing is kind of getting Curry out on this map, right? He can be such a huge playmaker for this Pain team. So I am really curious to see him kind of roaming alongside Carioca, trying to set up a lot of these neutral objective fights in the near future.
I mean, this is an individual gold lead for everyone on Pain compared to their 100 Thieves counterparts. This is a great state of the game for them, 10.5 minutes in here.
It really is. And I mean, 100 Thieves, let's not pretend that they don't do this sometimes, in the North as well, right? Well, they'll take these fights. They don't necessarily have the perfect setup for it. In this case, I think just that missing MF ult was such a big deal, as Doklo can be harassed here a little bit. But 100 Thieves never deviates from their plan, right? If they're going to play dive, they're going to play dive. They're not going to be scared off by one bad team fight. They will keep going at you, trying to force errors, trying to punish.
And there it is. Immediately, River and Ayla jumping in. Teton taking a ton of damage from the bullet time over the wall. FBI's got the firepower. Carioca wants to get one back. River's down to 150 HP, trying to stay alive here. A double kill for FBI. And Ayla and River both get away.
And just as we set it up, there's what 100 Thieves were looking for. They're always looking to scrap, especially with this MF J4 combo. Pull it off really, really well here to get those 2 kills.
Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, try again. 100 Thieves embody this. They knew there was no flash on Teton, so they full send it. They know that FBI has the bullet time, so he's able to get that over the wall. River slowly working away on this, but going to be pushed back by Curry. And not able to actually secure it because no one was there from his team to help. So Pain will be able to keep this leash. It's going to be them grabbing first dragon of the game. And it's a much closer game too here.
Yeah, good for Pain to be able to move in, take this Drake as 100 Thieves are going to kind of reset, maybe make some moves over to this top side with Aurora headed there, with J4 headed back into the top side jungle. But yeah, nice response from Pain, and this game is a lot closer. And also just looking at Pain's comp, I do feel like they have way more answers into what 100 Thieves want to do, right? And it's pretty easy to set up fights with this composition as well, as we saw earlier.
Ooh, nice engage there from River, using the Blast Cone into the immediate EQ combo to land a little bit of damage onto Roamer, but no real serious threat here. Curry is going to drop the ward over the wall because River is right back to his jungle invading ways again, looking to steal away another Gromp. He's got Ayla right next to him. Top lane's being shoved in by Quid here at the same time for an additional point of pressure, so River can take the camp, get back away. There's that one lonely, isolated little grub left there in the pit, so River should be able to pick this one off pretty easily before the Rift Herald would spawn and take its place.
Sending him up to heaven with his buddies.
Yeah.
Goodbye, little grub.
He's doing him a favor. You know, he's lonely.
he's gonna go.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go the flowers route again and say that they're hideous and deserve to die. Like
What?
flowers
really
was just
ugly.
going crazy.
You gotta put them out of their misery, man.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up.
The grubbies are messed up looking. I don't know. Some people.
I think they're ugly cute. I maintain.
I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. River, he's not feeling this invade any longer either. He is immediately going to back away, seeing Carioca and Curry ready to protect the blue.
They're like the pugs of the Rift, you know?
No, come on, man. Pugs look way better than grubs
Pugs
do.
are pretty ugly, but they're ugly cute.
Yeah, no, I think they are on that side of ugly cute. I think grubs are just ugly. Grubs are nasty looking. You wake up in the morning, you're a grub, you're like, ugh, I don't want to look at the mirror.
Where's Pugma
ugly
in
cute.
this? Ugly cute?
Wait, as long as the sound effect is muted, because that.
As long as the sound.
Yeah, then it's just ugly, because those sounds are horrible.
I actually forgot its name was Pugma. I always called it Dogmaw because it was one letter different from Cogmaw. I forgot that his name was actually
that
Pug.
would be a better. That'd be a better.
Well, there's our
In my
last little grubby boy. This was
Hanging out.
our camera view of him. This was before his demise because he was picked up by River and 100 Thieves to make it so they at least got one of those. But remember, Pain Gaming were 3 kills to nothing, so they already secured the feat of Warfare. They've already got the Drake and 2 out of 3 of the Grubs, so 1 more neutral, and they've also got feats for the extra move speed and boot upgrades later on.
Yeah, they're in a really good position in this early game, and like I talked about, I do think their comp has so many answers, especially to catch the MF unaware. So you're going to have the Jarvan looking for prio targets on Pain, but Pain have so many answers to get picks and to get onto this MF.
And honestly, I don't even think they have to necessarily dive for MF. I do think that you can kind of just absorb the dive and kill off whatever is sent in here from 100 Thieves, right? Because if MF goes for an ult, Bard can just ult that, pretty quickly and shut that down. And if Jarvan or Aurora are jumping in and you just stun them and full send everything on them, you can probably just burst down the front line that 100 Thieves have. So to me, I think that's like a really easy way to play it out where Carioca can have the Crescent Guard up, can just be absorbing it. 100 Thieves want to fight though.
Okay, we're going to have a battle for the Herald that's already down to about 3,000 HP. 100 Thieves on the approach. River wants to contest for the objective. The eyeball is ready to be knocked down, and River secures the Herald, but now Quid and River got to be careful. River's already about to die, but he gets himself away somehow. Roamer's down. Dokla's in the middle of the Pain back line, but now he has to try to disengage himself with a bullet time flying over the top, but it won't be enough. A 1-for-1 so far. Weiser's got to try to get away. River looking for the re-entry into the fight, and he finds Curry. A little bit more damage to the bouncing bullet might be enough. FBI goes over the wall. He kills Ayla, and he wants Titan. Now Ayla's got to try to escape as Carioca just barely can't find the damage. Curry and Roamer down in trade for Dokla, and 100 Thieves are not yet done. River still looking for the opportunity to keep this chase going. He jumps forward. He finds a quick bit of burst here onto Weiser, and one more shot from FBI is enough to do it. It's a 5-4 game for 100 Thieves.
And meanwhile, the Rift Herald is barreling down mid lane. The Rift Herald that was stolen. River on Jarvan is just insane.
I think they're not done. We are still getting even more PvP. Roamer and Curry back into the fight now as FBI is under some serious pressure. Carioca takes the kill on Ayla as both bottom laners of 100 Thieves are now down. Dokla and River need to disengage. The overstay from 100 Thieves as Pain sends the entire cavalry back at him.
But honestly, they don't even get punished for the overstay because they get a kill back onto Carioca, and I think River should be able to walk this one out. We'll see if they can knock him down. He has a blast cone, though. He should be gone.
Yeah,
he's wasted so much of their time. Like, it's actually insane. They're chasing him across the entire map while Quid is pushing bot lane. He's just out.
He's on the run.
Yeah.
The great heist.
And Quid's going to get prio over this bot lane. As you said, they're kind of in position to at least set some vision down for this
pathing
Drake.
down for the scuttle there.
Yeah.
He knows this champ so well. It's like such a pleasure to watch him on Jarvan as we see the great escape coming out of this fight. Quid looking for the flank on the top side. I want to see how this smite ends up going down.
And this is kind of how I was expecting Pain to take the fights. They just full combo River, right? They just try to kill off your front line. You don't need to try to get back in onto the MF. The bullet time does come out, but Titan's able to flash out of the very end of it. He stays alive, and these melee champs here for Pain were getting so much work on Carioca as well as Wiser, but FBI is just life-stealing through this whole fight with the Bloodthirster, chases him down, thinks he has Titan, didn't account for the barrier, didn't realize that it was still up and available, otherwise he maybe could have got a kill there. And then this is that re-engage. EQ flash from River onto Carioca. Looks like he maybe is going to be able to lifesteal through it, but cannot do it. And then Dokla just jumps over the side, and we have to go back to live potentially as Annie is scrapping with Dokla, but looks like he's going to be out.
Yeah, Dokla just popped the world into getaway initially here, but yeah, Pain is sending more troops. Curry has made his way to the battlefield as Dokla continues trying to make a little bit more space. The Redemption coming in to heal that Aatrox up, but there's too much burst. Pain Gaming find kill number 7.
Yeah, and I like this recognition from Pain again. Try to overload one side, get a catch, but meanwhile, 100 Thieves, are barreling down mid. They got Drake. Quid is going to be able to take down this bot tier 1, and Pain give up so much in trying to get that catch, succeeding, but getting that catch onto Dokla.
Yeah, I mean, you do get a kill, you do get a tier 1 top, but you're losing the tier 2 bot, you're going to lose the tier 1 bot, or excuse me, tier 2 mid and the tier 1 bot very likely, and they're denying minions because no one is answering Quid still. No one's even heading down there to start to answer Quid, so you're going to lose multiple waves, and this is a very expensive play for Pain, honestly.
And Wiser's in trouble. Maybe.
Wiser.
We got no damage. That's an Embessa.
Yeah, that's it. He's fine. It's Jarvan and Rakan. They're not going to put a ton of threat onto him with just the two of them. But it is a 1,500 gold lead here for 100 Thieves. This is also 2 neutral objectives for either side. So next neutral objective is going to determine the feats. And guess what it is? The clock's about to strike Otacon. And with the amount of fighting that we've been getting here in this second game.
That is like the 4th recall he has stopped from Wiser.
He is not allowed to go home.
No. He's in their heads.
I mean, this is River to a T, man. He just wants to be as annoying as he possibly can with the invades, with the harassing and the recall.
Nice engage from Ayla immediately with the quickness into the knockup on Titan, who has to try to get away. Goes on a magical journey through the wall, staying alive for now. Carioca with some pressure onto the back line of 100 Thieves, but Titan is already down. Curry nearly joins them. Carioca is not tanky enough to survive this one. 100 Thieves get 2 kills and almost found a 3rd.
You know what? Otacon is fine here.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Let's go.
No problem from me, as they're going to be able to go up. They get this catch on the Titan, really nicely set up by Ayla. And River held his ulti for so long. He always had the ultimate available, so even after they get through that magical journey, it just doesn't matter. Roamer TP's bot to try to get something back, but you're losing the kills, you're losing map control, you're going to lose Otacon, you're going to lose the tier 1 top, and 100 Thieves are just getting more and more and more out of these fights.
And I just love the way that they recognize, again, we talked about when this 100 Thieves is making their miracle run, what made the difference, their willingness to pull the trigger and all follow up. I love that you pointed out how River uses his Jarvan ult, because it almost becomes the threat of the ult is just as important as the ult itself, right? And he's able to get right through the back line, instant ult. Really, really nice. Again, just a pleasure to watch him play.
Now they're going to try to catch Roamer here.
Okay, Roamer could be the target. Ayla jumps in with a grand entrance. Nobody else from 100 Thieves is here just yet as River and Quid finally arrive. Over the wall goes the Jarvan, but a nice binding into the wall from Curry slows the 100 Thieves onslaught. Tempered Fate at melee range only delays the inevitable as Ayla jumps in for the supportal combat, knocks Curry down, and 100 Thieves will just continue finding these picks and taking over the rim.
I mean, it just took Pain so long to get that bottom lane tier 1. Then they wanted to greed for waves after it, and they stayed around for a very long time. And 100 Thieves, again, are just in their face. I mean, River has a 2-level advantage over Carioca. He's just not scared at all. Maybe he should be.
Yeah, now he gets punished, though. Nice shutdown. Kill credit over to Titan. A double kill for the Corki as Ayla also overextends. 100 Thieves getting a little greedy themselves, trying to punish Pain on the very outskirts of their base. But Pain, they send all the backup, they reinforce their own lines, and they knock River and Ayla down.
This too is 100 Thieves, right? Sometimes when they're feeling themselves, they end up making plays like this where they go a little too over-aggressive. Unfortunately for Pain, there isn't a lot they can get done on the map outside of reset, kind of push out these waves, settle, because no neutral objectives are up.
Yep, and if you don't love River when he's running it down, you don't deserve him when he's 1v9ing.
Exactly,
So, you know,
exactly.
it's 2 sides of the same coin.
I mean, hey, man, he's 1-1-8. He has 100% kill participation in this game. And honestly, when you look at the bottom lane, it's 8 out of 9 kill participation for both FBI and Ayla as well. So this bottom lane duo plus jungler combo has really just been a part of everything here in game number 2 for 100.
Yeah, I mean, they've been fantastic, right? They are really kind of playing on that knife's edge, and sometimes these fights will go bad. But they've played the map very, very well. Curry popping Ghost. He wants Quid.
Okay, Quid, let's see if he can make enough distance here. Curry goes on the magical journey. The TP's coming in, trying to back up Pain. Quid with a flash away, does not want to get caught by the tempered fate. Ayla shows up just to guarantee
the lanes, though, again.
Quid's escape.
Yeah, and every time Pain try to overload the side, try to make these plays, 100 Thieves is pushing elsewhere, right? You see Dokla pushing down top, FBI escorting that wave in mid.
No TP, top tier 2 is going to probably die.
I was thinking they might. River was looking like he wanted something.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
Yeah.
they sent all 5 bot for that, and they used their only TP, right? So that is such an expensive proposition to go for that. Now it's solo gold here for Dokla. Dokla's 2-2-2, been very quiet, didn't dominate in the 1v1. He's up 1.5k.
Yeah, it's the largest individual lead over your counterpart on the enemy team is that top lane diff between Dokla and Weiser. Now 100 Thieves working on this. Drake, it will be secured by Quid as Karaoke has to pop the ulti, but immediately Roamer's ready to lead the charge in. Quid and FBI are both going to be taken low, but they aren't dead yet. Quid's going between worlds, hopping around, but it is not enough. He can't get away. More pressure onto River. Pain Gaming have killed 2 and haven't lost a single man. It's a big engage from the Annie to start things off, and Pain Gaming are happy with it.
Yeah, really clutch stun coming out of Roamer, and we saw River trying to use that Jarvan ult just out of range of the MF ult, right? So that was not able to combine 400 Thieves. And again, really nice recognition from Pain in some of these fight setups of where they can get some kills. We'll see if they're able to get anything off of it on the map, maybe go up towards this top side, get some vision down for Baron, because 100 Thieves did end up with that Drake.
Yep, they did. And FBI just did not get much of value, from his ultimate whatsoever. I'm not even going to call it a one-man ult, because the only thing it hit was Tibbers. So that's a one-bear ult. And that is not what we're looking for with the MF ulti. Got pushed back and just barely was out of range of the other side of the Cataclysm, so couldn't actually connect his ulti onto anyone. And you've got to be able to get value. A lot of the setup here is for this MF ulti, right? It's the Aurora ult, it's the Jarvan ult, it's all these tools to slow them down and hold them in place for FBI to get that big ultimate, but had been pressured out of the fight, couldn't find an opportunity.
I mean, Azil, you're an MMO guy. You know that when you go into a raid, somebody's job is to clear the trash. Tibbers was the trash. He was just trying to make sure that everybody else could focus on the boss properly. It's unfortunately was not a winning strategy for that fight. So
just drop some coal.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are going to need to coordinate, synergize a little bit better here with those big ultis. They do still have a lead. They're up 1,500 gold. They're up 25 petals to 7. And now Dokla and River are scrapping with Roamer and Karaoke. River's taking a lot of damage from Roamer, though, who has to try to now get away. Karaoke takes the kill on River, but it is a 1-for-1 here at the very start. Karaoke trying to get away as Quid has made his way into the fight to guarantee uneven numbers. A 2-for-1 trade favors 100 Thieves.
And already the rest of the Thieves are headed down as well, so they should be able to clean up this tier 2 turret on the bot side. Finally, and again, 100 Thieves also being able to pull the trigger, recognizing when Pain are trying to set up these kind of overload plays, when they can collapse. River playing around vision really well. Again, kind of misses that ward that was in that red buff brush out to spot him potentially. So it's not there anymore, but it was right there.
And Dokla is getting very tanky now. Already had the Sundered Sky and the Shojin. Now has the Sterix completed. He's closing in on level 16. The amount of damage that you can soak as an Aatrox once you get to that point, with the amount of healing that you're going to be able to put out is pretty crazy. Yeah. And I think that is Dokla's job in these team fights, is he needs to just play like a little bit of a crazy person. Send yourself in there. Try to force them to use spells on you, especially if you can get in the Annie's face and force Annie to use her spell rotation on you. That is so good for creating space for the rest of the team, because he's by far the tankiest member on the squad right now. And That's why I want to see him with the team at the start of these fights, so he can be putting that pressure on and making them take notice of this Aatrox.
And I do want to give some credit over to Carioca on the Xin Zhao. We talked about so much how he was under all this pressure early. River was invading, stealing all of his camps away, stealing his sanity away. But Carioca actually does have a very modest gold lead individually over River now. He's done a good job at staying relevant in the game and finding his role in these fights.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that did come from that initial fight where Pain ended up taking the Feat of Warfare as well, where 100 Thieves kind of overextended, overplayed their hand a little bit. As we see both teams kind of just trying to set up vision around this Baron, while Dokla is just still, again, pushing on the side lanes. That is where I think 100 Thieves have shown they are able to get the better of Pain, is in attention to detail on these side waves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this game, too, has been much closer as far as the team fights go. They are going to look potentially for a fight here, but can't find it as Pain did retreat. As soon as they saw Weiser down on that bot side, 100 Thieves push forward. They're saying, okay, can we find a good fight here to force out a TP or make some sort of a play? But they're at the very least going to try to reclaim some vision down to this bot side and move over for what would be their soul point.
Exactly. With the Dragon coming up, they're looking for those opportunities to force ultis, force summoners, force anything that makes this fight easier for them to take. 100 Thieves want to steal away the enemy red buff here, and River will smite that one down, but now the engage coming out, and Big Dokes has been caught out. He wants to try to escape, but instead, he's shut down. Nice pick for Pain.
Yeah, good catch from Pain, and that should actually set up Drake really, really easily for them here. They'll be able to deny that soul point that 100 Thieves are kind of looking to set up. And again, the way that both teams have kind of tried to use these compositions to get picks, I like how similarly, we've talked about this with 100 Thieves, but Pain have been much more willing to pull the trigger in this game. I thought they played a little bit hesitantly in game 1. So I'm really pleased to see that out of them here in game 2.
Absolutely. I mean, they need to play with confidence. You have to play the style that got you here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And Dokla does get kind of just 100 to 0, even with the Sterix. He got his ulti off. He was desperately trying to get just that one auto. The Deathbringer stance auto with your ulti up at this point of the game heals a ridiculous amount. Exactly. You heal so much. So, maybe he's able to survive if he gets that one auto off, but really good CC chain. They're able to lock him down. His flash does not get him over the wall. And as a result, it earns them the dragon and makes it 2-2. Keeps 100 Thieves from moving to that third dragon, putting them on soul point. And it is Hextech Soul, which is obviously super valuable.
And we do have some pretty big purchases coming in for the side of Pain as well. Death's Dance completed on Weiser does make him deceptively hard to kill. Seeker's Arm Guard unbroken, available for Roamer so that he can just flash in, make these big plays with the Tibbers. He does have that Summoner Spell cooldown ready to go, and having one of those big engages could be exactly the recipe for success that Pain needs if they want to keep challenging 100 Thieves at these objectives.
Yep, and we'll see. 100 Thieves could potentially be looking on a catch onto Weiser here. River is down here.
I mean, Titan just finished his IE, so he is very strong. Like, he has actually, going in towards this crit style build, he has Conqueror. This is a really heavily scaling build here on the Corki. He's on 4 items at this point.
Yeah, Carioca finds River waiting there in the brush, but River immediately disengages it. Tempered Fate from Curry does not find a target, so 100 Thieves are still safe for now. They're still trying to posture aggressively here in the enemy jungle. Place down all these control wards. Make this map dark and scary for Pain. Make it a problem to leave their base.
And not only does he have this kind of aggressive build, even in the runes, he took Jack of all trades, and he has 11 different stats, so he has that max bonus on the Corki, which is 25 more AD bonus on top. So Titan is really, really strong at this point.
Very scary stuff with that Corki for 100 Thieves. They want a full send. Hit him with the big combo of the Rakan into the Jarvan with the bullet time over the top, and make sure you kill this guy, because if he's allowed to fire back, the damage potential is absolutely massive. We talk about Aatrox having all this healing, having all this shielding, but he is still a drain tank. If he cannot get off those auto attacks, if he cannot give himself some of that natural healing like we're talking about when he's in World Ender, yeah, he's going to struggle to live through some of the burst. Jarvan has 2 bruiser items. This is not a tank in the front line here. This is still just a bruiser in the jungle. So anybody that Titan gets free firing time on, he's going to seriously threaten.
Yep. And you can see Weiser looking on the side here.
Yeah, Weiser jumps in. They want to go after Quid, and they nearly kill him instantly. Titan goes unstoppable, and Pain Gaming find the pick on the 100 Thieves mid laner.
Really, really nice catch from Pain. They're still going.
Yeah, we're not done yet. Another Tempered Fate flies out. This one only finds Dokla. He spreads his wings. The World Ender's ready to go. FBI isolated from the rest of 100 Thieves, and Titan is jumping in after the misfortune. A nice turnaround from Ayla there as he wants to try to protect his AD carry, but he cannot do it. Pain Gaming, 3 kills for nothing.
Really nice catch from Pain onto the mid lane, and then follow up, pushing 100 Thieves out. This Baron should be theirs.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be theirs. Weiser was the one to set it up. Weiser and Roamer making the play happen here onto Quid. They burst him down. He cannot survive. And then FBI had to flash out in the initial play. And when he rejoins, they just re-engage onto him, knowing he doesn't have that flash, knowing they can get in onto this AD carry and burst him down. This is a massive play here from Pain. Look at that. Dashes out of the brush. Perfect public execution. Catches onto Quid. Then the flash Tivers is there to follow it up from Roamer. Bullet time doesn't get a lot of value, and FBI had to flash out. So when he goes over into this kind of dangerous spot, he's trying to help the team get out here. They're initially chasing in after Dokla, and FBI wants to be in a position to back up his team, but he needs to walk the safe way around. Instead, he's too far up by himself, gets flashed on there by Weiser. Even with Ayla having some really nice peeling, pops quickness, CC's up everyone. You can see Titan, he is pumped up, and Golden Glue knows they may have just dropped this game too. It is still within striking distance, but that was a massive moment. They have the Baron. They've opened up a pretty significant gold lead here, and very likely to also be able to grab this next dragon as a result.
Yeah, this has been an awesome bounce back game 2 here from Pain, who, remember, game number 1, final score ended up, what, like 16-3? Even though it was a very slow start, it wasn't particularly close. And now with Pain having the fully completed Hourglass, having the completed Guardian Angel for Titan, it's very difficult for 100 Thieves to ever win a fight, as immediately the Tempered Fate onto River. Nice bullet time over the top, but they aren't getting a ton of results here onto the health bars. Ayla's already down, and River has to continue his retreat. Quid and Dokla can't do enough damage to provide meaningful threat on Pain, and now with the 1-for-0, Pain Gaming are over onto the Drake.
Yeah, and again, Pain should now be able to set up all neutral objectives in their favor. We talked about what in this composition they have to kind of deal with squishy targets like Quid, like FBI in particular, and I've really loved how they've been using the Annie and Ambessa together. Also now the Bard getting involved. We saw initially a lot of his Tempered Fates were either for him to escape getting killed or ended up being misses or flashed away from. The last few have been much more impactful.
I just think they're playing the team fights out really, really intelligently. I mean, Karaoke just kind of throws himself into the back line, pops Crescent Guard, and then everyone from Pain's side is just blasting the front line from 100 Thieves. And FBI does not have really high consistent damage. He's struggling to actually get a good bullet time. He can't fight past the Xin Zhao. And as a result, he's just not getting a ton done, it feels like, in these team fights. Quid is having the same problem. They can't get past that front line without risking just getting stunned up and burst down. So Pain is just kind of playing front to back, utilizing the Xin as their more tanky frontliner thanks to the ult, and they are in control here. Douglas pushing top, and 100 Thieves aren't going to be able to do much about this.
Tempered Fate finds Ayla. Now River's going to get bursted down immediately. 100 Thieves just can't fight back. Pain, pick up another one for free. The bullet time takes Curry low, but again, still no kills for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's just so hard for 100 Thieves to respond now. I really, really love how Pain are using this composition, and I think the big thing for me is similar to how we talk about 100 Thieves, right? We saw a very hesitant Pain in game 1, but now they are more than willing to pull the trigger whenever they want. Weiser getting immediately into the back line, like you talked about, Isaac popping that Crescent Guard. Now that Xin Zhao is actually going to have GA as well, so he becomes even more difficult to eliminate in these fights.
I mean, they have double GA plus Zonias, and you can see Pain is playing with a lot more confidence. Titan is having his pop-off moment there.
Yeah.
Last week, we had Quad Miss versus the Quiggle. This time it is the Quiggle versus the Pain pop-off, as these Brazilian players playing with a lot of passion, love to get involved, love to be standing up and talking some trash to their opponents. And Titan having his opportunity.
It's another tempered fate there onto Ayla. This forces out the flash defensively just so he can get away. Carioca firing back here as 100 Thieves move in to try to keep their footing here on the Rift, to stop letting Pain take everything away. But ever since Pain got their momentum, since they took the lead, they've been doing a really good job with this here, making it hard for 100 Thieves to exist on the map, and so much credit to Curry on this Bard. Those tempered fates are flying out every time he's got the cooldown, it seems, and he's consistently hitting targets.
And now it also becomes way more difficult for 100 Thieves to set up any side lane pressure, potentially draw Pain apart, right? Because I think where 100 Thieves were succeeding early to mid game was in the way that they were constantly pushing out side waves, constantly forcing Pain to overload one side so they could get much more on the opposite side of the map. That really can't happen any longer. Ayla's dead.
Adios to Ayla. Nice pick there for Pain. Enemy support down. That's one of the biggest engage mechanisms. That's one of the only way to keep people in position for these FBI Misfortune ultimates. With him out of the picture, Pain Gaming's feeling more comfortable than ever. They're going to force down the tier 2 turret top.
Yeah, I mean, and River was kind of looking for potential wraparound play, trying to see could they find someone in that jungle. As soon as Ayla gets one shot, he has got to leave as well. They're going to lose the top tier 2. They're down now 5.6K. And now it is 100 Thieves here on the other side of things, going to have to be able to try to find a way to win this next dragon fight, to take that dragon away, or will be Soul for Pain. Because they're sitting on Soul Point, they're sitting on a massive gold lead. You give over the Hextech Soul, it feels like it's all done in this second game.
Yeah, Corky Rockets flying in with a slowing chain lightning off the back of them. What is even the counterplay to this?
I mean, not a lot.
None.
And I
You
feel
just
like
die.
We're looking for a big fight from Quid as well. I feel like he's been struggling to kind of really get involved. Quid was dominating in that last game. Look how much damage Carioca has done, by the way. That's actually insane. The highest on his team, second highest in the entire game as a jungler.
And again, so much credit to him with how rough the game started, with how River was invading him, putting all that pressure on, setting him behind early. For Carioca to bounce back and have had the impact in this game that he's had has been really good to see. And I think for Brazilian fans, this is exactly the kind of locking in that you want to see from these teams if they want to have a chance of making it to Worlds. As Weiser and Dokla scrap off in this topside River, but nobody wants to full commit to this here just yet. Still a 5,500 gold lead for Pain. 10 seconds until the Hex Soul will spawn if they secure it. If 100 Thieves get it, it's not going to work. Quid does not get caught there by the Flash Anti-Ultimate, and now Titan's going to get some danger. Titan nearly dead, but he is still alive for now. Nice tempered fate onto FBI and River, but Ayla's already down. There's your resurrection onto Titan. Pain with the pressure towards the back line. Titan brought back to life by the Guardian Angel, and he does so much damage. He finally falls. Quid's going to get done. 100 Thieves with the team fighting again. Carioca charging onto Quid, but he will not find it. A triple kill for Big Dokes, and 100 Thieves take the fight.
I think they just took the game. They're going right down mid just like that. I think they're going to try to end it.
There's 20 seconds on Curry's Bard. Everybody else is dead for a significant amount of time. 35 seconds on Roamer. Even longer on Titan, Weiser, and Carioca. Mid lane tier 3 turret is down. 100 Thieves pushing towards the Nexus. They will have to deal with Curry, but there's still another 20 seconds before anybody else is available. Curry does not have Tempered Fate on respawn to try to buy a little bit of extra time for these turrets. The first Nexus turret is gone. The second Nexus turret is going to be the target. Curry's just trying to waste their time, but 100 Thieves will not be deterred. There's still 10 seconds on the carries, and with one fell swoop of a team fight, 100 Thieves are going to match point.
The game looked all but over for 100 Thieves. Titan goes up a little bit too far in that fight, and Quid and Dokla are able to take over.
Yeah, I mean, Titan felt like with the GA, he could get super aggressive, could fly into the backline, be able to trade out his life like that, but he got punished so heavily, and it was really close to Dokla's ult expiring. He got the reset off of those kills, able to just start crushing through the fight. Quid based and bought a Lich Bane to make sure that they could finish there on the push. A great finish from 100 Thieves, but a very close game too.
That was crazy. Pain Gaming nearly tied the series up, but one late game team fight is all it took for the magic 100 Thieves to come together. Lounge, how are we feeling?
We're feeling great.
Feeling better.
Energized.
We're feeling great. Go!
I'm feeling energized.
Let's go.
You were all
I
sad
never believed them.
that we were
But it was
losing.
3-0. 3-0.
Aren't you happier that it was close? Because now your heart is pumping.
I'm awake. I'm alert. I'm ready. I'm ready for the rest of the series,
You
baby.
gotta
Let's
stay the
go.
line, Kobe. You always believed in them.
I never doubted.
There it is.
Never
There it
doubted
is.
them.
Never doubted
But
them.
if we're being honest, that was closer than we wanted it to be, right, Kobe?
Way closer. We were going to lose. We almost lost.
This game was lost, man.
Not even close.
Right before the final fight happened, Kobe was asking, how do we win a fight?
Yeah.
Like, how is it possible?
I guess Dokla just living forever.
Like
River
the-
outplaying
Like the
them.
great Donkey said, not even close.
You know, what it was is Titan went forward and we bursted his GA.
Sure.
And then Quid lived and danced around him.
But let's start from the beginning, because this was actually really cool from River. Smites, flashes.
Oh, so
Weiser's
long
like,
ago.
I gotta go back to lane. Mid lane, Roamer's not gonna answer either. They have the ward, level 3 to level 2. River goes back in.
Man, can we keep River, please, after this year? Please.
I would love that.
Please.
Here's
Okay,
where
this
things
was
got
bad.
dicey.
This was not good.
I mean, they hard engaged onto the Xin. I'd say Carioca played this fight very well in terms of his timing on the ult and flash away. And I do think.
What about this Bard stun then?
I think Romer's Annie and the Bard were both really effective this game. They both had tons of value.
Yeah.
Boo!
I think the Bard had way more value than that Rakan. That Rakan's value was quite low.
Very low.
Yeah, that's our most improved player right there, Raz. That's
Oh, God.
sometimes Halo does have games like this where it just seems like it's back-to-back issues, but I mean,
River
this was crazy.
River lives this one. It's crazy.
It is insane. Like, we at least got Harold. We may have lost the kill, though.
I mean, the team fighting in this game was very explosive from Pain. And these are the fights that they weren't even able to win. Like, this is when 100 Thieves was was styling on them. FBI got really fed off at the back of this fight.
Oh, we don't even see the rest of it, though, because it actually goes kind of south for them later on.
I mean, I think this is where it starts.
This is where Quid gets flashed on.
Yeah, Romer here.
Romer gets in. Boom. Double stun. That was beautiful.
Weiser had a lot of good plays on the Ambessa as well.
Yes, it seemed like it was the solo laner setting up almost all these plays. It was Titan getting the kills and the gold, though. He was like 8-2, actually well ahead of FBI in the build by the end.
This was double redemption.
Oh, yep.
My
double redemption
God.
for the side lane.
A Venn diagram, one would say.
So many circles.
And then you add in. Oh, my God.
That's a lot of circles on the ground.
Bring Atlas in. There's so many slurkles.
Oh man, this one, Dokla was helping with the red buff steal, and then he's the one that gets caught afterwards. He helps burst the red buff, and then he just gets ulted. He flashes.
Honestly, starting an Ambessa counter from this point, like really watching it back, them getting back in the game.
This is the
boom.
That one almost won the whole game for them. That was goated from Weiser, and Weiser even comes back. He's the one who flashes on FBI to also kill FBI.
Just this angle. This is what you're talking about, Kobe. Because FBI's like, how do I connect?
Right there.
Right there. God, imagine being the MF is like, okay, they're going on Aatrox. How do I connect to this fight?
Number
You're not
6
connected.
Zinald as River tried to approach. But here, this is the fight that wins the game.
Mikhail's on Quid.
Ayla was useful.
Then Titan goes in and we get to burst him.
Yeah, remember what Loop said at some points, Titan will do stuff, and you're like, why is he doing that? Just trust? I don't think that was one of those ones where you trust. 100 Thieves were able to catch it. He's not doing a lot of damage, and then Dokla, man, just keeps healing up, stays alive.
Yeah. I mean, Kobe, you pointed out Quid. If we have time, I want to watch this fight again because it's the biggest fight. If we can back it up to see it one more time, like just watch and go. Just watch how Quid, after landing the main damage, dodges that one rocket, and then just has to wait for his cooldown. So Dokla does buy a ton of time with the tankiness of the Aatrox, but then Quid buys more time, dodges another Q from the Corki, then he has his cooldowns back, flashes in, and bursts him down.
Really well
Never
executed. And this is where 100
close.
Thieves is strong. It's in the fight. This did not come down to split pushing, not come down to side lanes, didn't even come down to having a gold lane. It just came down to 100 Thieves out-handsing in the big team fight.
Look at that Xin damage.
And also out-damaging from mid lane there. Yeah, wait, holy crap. It's the most on the team.
The most on the team, second most in the game.
After he got invaded on and had 3 camp segments, that's actually very impressive. Really cool.
Raz, where are you going? Where are you going, Raz?
Just wanted to show this.
Yeah.
Just wanted to show this. That's beautiful right there.
That
That's
is beautiful.
Thank you.
When it changes from red to blue?
No.
Yeah, that was bad.
That was so.
Oh, no, it's
not
against
the variant.
us.
It's not the variant that
Okay,
we're looking
never
at.
mind.
It's fine. It's fine. Also, you gotta pick up that popcorn later. Also, a reminder: don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen. Click the link in chat for the Uber Eats button on LOLesports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off of Uber Eats. Raz is throwing popcorn at me right now. As we had a break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by you in
2-0.
2-0.
Best ults. I use Mikhail's.
Yeah. Any flash ulted? Yeah.
Okay. Look at Corki, guys.
Yeah.
Don't
Corki gonna be
W.
G8. Corki gonna be G8.
I'm better no.
And better no, yeah. I'm dead. Corki on this side, guys.
Nice.
Nice.
Look, focus on better.
No
focus
flash,
on better.
No flashes, no
I'm
flashes.
better. He's a damage.
Both no flash, guys.
You can end.
We can end.
Corki. Oh, nah, I'm troll.
Holy guys.
Nice. Good fight.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Siege knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I use Mikhail's.
Yeah. Any flash ulted? Yeah.
Okay. Look at Corki, guys.
Corki gonna be G8. Corki gonna be G8.
I'm better no.
And better no, yeah. I'm dead. Corki on this side, guys.
Nice.
Nice.
Look, focus on better.
No
Focus
flash,
on better.
No flashes, no flashes.
I'm better. He's a damage.
Both no flash, guys.
You can end.
We can end.
Corki. Oh, nah.
Holy shit, guys.
Nice. Good fight.
We're just trolling guys.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA here at the Riot Games Arena. It is our first best of 5 between the North and the South. And I feel like if you were watching that entire game all the way through and then you just missed the ending, you'd be pretty surprised to see that 100 Thieves is up 2-0. It looked almost guaranteed that Pain Gaming was going to get the dub, tie up the series at the end of that last one. But one fatal team fight was all it took the Thieves to move to match point.
We had them right where we wanted them the whole time. I was never worried.
No doubt. No doubt.
I feel like we did see some classic 100 Thieves in good and bad ways, right? Like we saw River popping off on the Jarvan. We saw them kind of having a few disadvantageous team fights early on, which I know is something they've tried to clean up because they've recognized their early game isn't nearly as strong as they want it to be. As we see these first few bans come in, I'm curious to see how Pain respond because just mentally they had that game absolutely in hand.
It's so tilting. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you're at a point where they think, oh, we just win this one fight, we get Soul, or we just win this one fight and we end the game. It's like, it's basically ours. You know, they had double GA and Zonias. They had such a good position. And it all goes wrong. And not only do you then get put into a bad spot, the game just ends, right? Like, you don't even get a redo. It's just over. And so it takes you from being a spot where mentally they were probably thinking, all right, great, we tied it up. It's 1-1. And now you are one game away from your year being over and from your Dreams of Worlds being crushed. So it definitely is really hard for them in that spot. We have Gwen coming through. Galio, kind of one of the standard answers, obviously was used in game 1. Jax was used also earlier. So those are kind of two of the most common answers up in the top lane, and they are both gone. So I do really like it as a blind pick, and I'm curious to see what Dokla's going to cook to bring out here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Dokla is going to respond with, especially since Weiser on this Gwen has been really strong. It's actually their most banned versus. Like, it's a champion that's banned versus them the most this past split. I also like, I will say, the takeaway of the Ryze, because obviously Ryze is really strong. It can go anywhere. It can fit into a variety of compositions, as we see the Nico coming through. But it also has been kind of a cheat sheet for Pain in terms of how they like to play side lanes. So I love this pickup. And then we've seen Ayla have some amazing pop-off moments on this Nico.
And it has been getting banned a lot in the second phase of ban. So this time they're saying, you know what, we actually want it. We are going to go for it early. Try to play for Liam Prout a little bit more. Game 1 to Game 2, that was the biggest difference, was Pain just kept it close in the 1v1s and the 2v2s, right? It was a much more even game as far as that was concerned. And then they obviously team fought well. But Cassio going to be thrown down here. We did see, you know, Quad bring this out, you know, in this exact matchup. So Quid is definitely going to be familiar with it. He plays against one of the best Cassios around.
Yeah, and Cassio did actually receive the base mana buff on her E, Twin Fang, which is actually really huge. I actually thought she was already in a great spot. This puts her in an even better spot. And then the Trundle coming through for Carioca, I also really love that, considering the way that 100 Thieves like to play and already the kind of looks that we're getting from them here.
Well, and especially when you consider the fact that a lot of the remaining answers for Dokla in top lane would be tanks, right? So you're saying, okay, well, if you're going to go towards a tank, you're going to get punished pretty heavily for that. So when I said Garen, I unironically thought it could be coming out. We're going to get River Kiana.
There it is.
Spicy. It did get nerfed a little bit, but it has been getting played in the LPL and the LCK, and I do really feel like it fits his play style, similarly to why I thought he was one of the best, if not the best, Nefiri's in the league.
Yeah, as soon as I saw, I believe it was Kanavi, I saw first play it over in LPL. This champ has risen like astronomically in prio over in LPL. It's also been played in LCK. Did get nerfs on this patch, so I was curious if we just were never going to see it. But River, I know I've talked to you about this so much off camera. I was like, man, now that Kiana's back, like, I'd love to see what River and 100 Thieves can do with this champion.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really exciting. Did get some pretty decent nerfs on this patch, you know, as we've said. And Cassio, like you said, you know, Cassio gained 50 base mana as well as damage on the E, which doesn't sound like a lot, but Cassio is so mana hungry, especially in the early levels, that actually can be very impactful. That 50 mana can be the difference between being able to walk down someone and, you know, get a solo kill or push them back, and just being and being forced to base. So now it's going to be supports getting targeted here from 100 Thieves. Makes sense. They do already have the Nico, so they're going to take away the Rel. There's a lot of engage options up and available, though. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if they wanted to ban out some of those kind of stronger laning supports to try to get a dominant 2v2, because you can't ban them all. You say Rel is the strongest out of those, you ban that, but then it's like there's Leona, there's Nautilus, there's so many other picks, so you're not going to ban them all out. So instead they're going to ban the Karma here, expecting maybe like a Karma Ezreal or something along those lines, and they really want to play for 2v2 dominance, so I do think it makes quite a bit of sense.
Yeah, I think they also, I mean, we've talked about how important this 100 Thieves bot lane, or this Pain bot lane is to the team's success. Titan and Curry are both really, really key pieces. They do, like to get ahead in that 2v2. So I also do like removing the Karma in case they want to go push.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, it's a possibility of Ryze going top with them hovering this. That is an option. I don't really think that they would be doing it. I think Jace got buffed on this patch, or like Garen, like I said, did get buffed, but it's also a Dokla special. So I wouldn't have been shocked to see something like that. This would be really spicy. Set can just get in and absolutely brawl with Gwen. This is something some top laners have been talking about coming out in scrims, especially because Whippo had started it. As one of these top laners that Gwen just cannot scrap with. He kind of just runs at you and outstats you is kind of the idea. Whether or not Dokla is super comfortable on the pick is something I am interested in, because it is kind of weird how you have to approach team fights to get a good angle for the ultis into the backline. You kind of have to be playing a little bit different. You really have to know your damage limits when you're looking for W flash and these types of things. But it is definitely a champion that can straight up just outstat you in a lot of matchups, and I think this is one.
Well, over on Pain's side, I'm still looking for some powerful engage mechanisms, right? In terms of hard CC, what this team has is Cassiopeia ulti that you have to be facing her for, and Varus ulti, which hits one target. So one of these big engage supports would be the thing that I'm looking to see here, to just give them more go buttons, more ability to decide when, where, and how they want to fight, and they will pick up the Nautilus for Curry.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really crucial, because again, the way that Pain, even though they have a lot of tools, right, for absorbing what 100 Thieves want to do, I like that locked in for Curry.
Yeah, I mean, it basically, I think it is good, but I also think the Sivir response is fantastic, right? Because Sivir is now here to be able to speed up your entire team to go in, to look for these engages. Also, if you want to press R on Sivir, you better have popped the spell shield early. It's the easiest thing ever to actually spell shield. If you're on point, you can also spell shield Varus ult. You can spell shield a lot of valuable things here as FBI. And because there is, these three melee champions over on the other side, you can kind of just ricochet through the team, right? Like you can kind of just be bouncing damage in through the team. It also gives you really powerful wave clear in the mid lane that is going to enable Quid to play heavily through sides on the Ryze. So I do feel like it really kind of brought the composition together quite well.
I mean, look at the teammates that love it too. Ryze and Set both just having the extra move speed to run at people, giving Nico the extra acceleration to get the proper positioning there for her big pop blossoms. Like, there's a lot of good synergy here for this 100 Thieves squad, for this draft that they put together. And I gotta say, I really like what they've done in the third game.
Yeah, I love it, and I love it not just against what Pain have, right, but then also for 100 Thieves specifically. Their willingness to pull the trigger, this draft rewards that so well. And they do have tools to deal with what a lot of Pain are going to throw at them. I am most curious, honestly, because again, big River enthusiast, to see what he's able to get done on this Kiana pick and how he could potentially set up skirmishes and fights, especially around neutral objectives. She can be so good at that.
Yeah, nothing too crazy coming out. The only thing that is kind of note to me is the Hail Blades on the Varus, which is definitely not that typical in pro play. 7% of Varus games are playing that. Generally did indicate that you were going to be playing lethality and looking for some kind of really aggressive trades in lane. But almost always these days you see Lethal Tempo or Comet and kind of like nothing else. So
yeah, that just gives it away.
Exactly. So this is definitely atypical, and we'll see how he's able to perform. Curry is going to be playing Spellbook. Pretty standard, but does always have to be mentioned with the Nautilus, because I just feel like Nautilus is paper a lot of the time when you're going in, especially because we talked about it, Redemption is getting so popular. So if you're playing Spellbook Nautilus with Redemption, you are on a one-way trip, and you better be sure that engage is good, because if it is not, you just die instantly and you get nothing done.
Well, we've talked about how he is kind of the primary source of engage on this team, right? Outside of, I guess, a Varus ult going in.
We have to remember, these teams also did play in split number 1 all the way back when we had that first matchup. And 100 Thieves, was able to win it out, as we're going to see River getting invaded and pushed out. He did not even get a single camp, so is going to get pushed out here by Carioca and is going to have to run to the other side. But this was a pretty dominant series from 100 Thieves. You know, they really did perform well. And the North in general went 8-1 against the South.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I am now curious, as we kind of see the highlights from that split one, curious to see, what River is going to do now, because Carioca giving him a little bit of a taste of his own medicine from the prior game with that invade, is going to be able to farm this top side. And River just headed bot side. We'll see where he'll go next. But nice little invade coming out of Pain.
Yeah, it's really nicely done. And I mean, it's so hard because normally you would want to say, okay, he's going to my top side camps, so I'm just going to go clear his bot side camps. But if you do that when you're this low on health and anyone collapses on you, you can just die. I mean, he's 200 health. I still feel like he's going to think he has to do it, or he's just going to be kind of starved out of this game. But, I mean, he is just ridiculously low. It's he's going to get 3, but he has 250 health. He's still going to go for it. If Trundle crosses back through mid, which it looks like Trundle is going to do, though, I don't know if River's even going to have time. He should be at least able to get 1.
Nice damage onto Quid there as well. Yeah, the pillar placed perfectly to trap Quid in the corner, force the early flash out of the Rise. Nice presence here from Carioca.
Really, really nice usage of this kind of prio that this Cassio was able to get initially.
He's going to go behind Cassio now. River actually just circumvented all the vision. He had that ward in the side brush that got him past.
Okay, just throws out the invisibility there with the Elemental Wrath. Just walks on through it. No angle because Roamer got back in time.
That's really clever, though, from River. He steals the Raptors. He drops a ward in the Raptor side brush. So now he's just going straight up to here because he wrapped around seeing where Carioca was. So he steals away that. He's going to steal away the blue buff. River's just such an intelligent jungler, right? Like, everything he does in the early game always has, you can see the purpose behind it. You can see the intelligence that he is showing. And at the end of the day, he lost those 3 camps on top side. His level 1 was horrible, but he got 2 camps back. He's going to take top Scuttle. If Carioca doesn't go straight to Scuttle, he could double Scuttle him as well.
Yeah, and I mean, here we go. Carioca is wrapping around.
And he doesn't use his smite. So River could go straight towards bot Scuttle if he wants. And he's a good chance of double scuttling. And then, honestly, River's ahead. Like, it's crazy to be able to navigate that kind of a situation where you're, like, almost dying to the camps. He might even pass through mid and look for a gank on his way.
We'll see if he can affect that lane. Roamer does still have flash available on this Cassiopeia. River should, if nothing else, be able to clear out the control ward. Just make things a little bit more dangerous here for Roamer. Remove some of that confidence he would have to be able to play towards the top side of that lane. You can see down there in bottom, that wave currently being pushed out by Titan as Curry has roamed up into the bottom side river here as well. Just seeing if there's any plays to be made, but now he can rejoin back up with Titan, keep this wave shoving.
And you can see Curry was moving up and down the river, protecting that bottom side scuttle, so won't be any angle for that. And with 100 Thieves moving their bot lane up towards top, of course that would have been difficult already. Unfortunate for Dokla there as well. Misread the W damage, so couldn't finish the cannon, and now doesn't have the W for this trade. He could just... Whoa. I thought he was maybe going to die. I don't think that was a WQ.
I mean, he might die right here because Carioca's making his way over. Titan steps forward, wants the rain of arrows to interrupt. As now Dokla flashes to the other side of the pillar. Flash follow coming in from Carioca. There's the stun from Dokla, but he does not have a whole lot of shielding left. Carioca taking the first blood for Pain.
Yeah, nice recognition of from Carioca of where he could get onto Dokla. That post swap with 100 Thieves, setting up their bot lane to try to get something done against Weiser, ends up going in the favor of Pain Gaming with that first blood.
And honestly, it all kind of came down to the fact that Dokla used the W to try to get a Canyon Minion. He didn't even get the Canyon Minion, and then they're saying, all right, you don't have W? That is your defense, right? And then they just go super aggressive on him. They pump so much damage into him. He didn't have that W shield to be able to absorb some of that. He's put incredibly low, and that allows Carioca to finish him off. Even though I felt like the Trundle kind of used his pillar poorly, and I was thinking there was an opportunity for him to get out. Generally, when you can just walk up on someone like as Trundle, you want to hold the pillar until after they flash or use their movement, you know? But in this case, he did not do that, and it allowed Dokla to almost get away. It cost Carioca his flash, but they still do get that kill. And Pain, again, out to a decent start, though they are still down on gold.
Yeah, Dokla does still have a pretty significant personal lead in this head-to-head. You can see 37-17 in farm. Now, there is a massive pile of minions down there for Weiser to try to collect, and he should be able to pick up most of those and alleviate some of the pressure of that big old lead. But, I mean, there's not 20 minions sitting right there. This is still a sizable advantage for Dokla in the 1v1. Curry goes in for the dredge line, but he's
Gonna find FBI with it. Nicely done there to knock the 100 Thieves AD carry down to about 200 HP as Titan follows it up with a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I think FBI was expecting that Ayla would be able to block it. He tried to block it with his clone, but didn't have the kind of timing and angle correct there. So FBI takes way more damage than he was expecting, unfortunately, for him. It's a great trade there, but they are stepping forward, trying to threaten Titan.
And as we're looking at how these different lanes are shaping up, nice spell shield there from FBI on the piercing arrow. Mid lane, we are finally seeing Roamer get the better of Quid in this 1v1. The early flash being forced out from Karioka's drive-by gank, I think contributes a lot to that. On top of the fact that Roamer got counterpick and decided, yeah, I will slam the Cassio counter into the Rise.
Yeah, and Karioka was pinging mid, but now he looks like he might be headed bot to try to make a play onto Dokla down here, help his Gwen out.
Okay, Weiser with a little bit of needlework here. Dokla does not want to give him the opportunity for the sweet spot, but now it's a play on Quid, popping the phase rush, getting himself back away. Weiser down to 200 HP as Dokla's going to be the one to fall. Pain Gaming get kill number 2.
Yeah, Dokla uses the ult, tries to turn it around, but doesn't have just enough damage to be able to finish him off. If he had his flash, maybe you could try to look for something onto Weiser, but Weiser just intelligently allows the Trundle to finish that kill.
Yeah.
And now that is that gold advantage, that CS advantage that he had is going to disappear.
Now top side, Titan under some pressure here. The Pop Blossom forces him to flash away. 100 Thieves might just lose Ayla. There it is, a botched dive from the Thieves. And Pain Gaming are feeling good about it. Supreme display of talent does enough damage to guarantee that 100 Thieves are finally on the board. But FBI's got 50 HP as Curry and Roamer are making their way up. Dredge line for the execution. And now with the additional Twin Fangs onto River, he's not walking away. Pain, 5-1.
This is like a flashback to that botched 100 Thieves dive where Ayla was playing Karma and walked into the tower too early. I mean, this dive was just horrible here from 100 Thieves, and Pain punished them so much from that. You know, not only are they going to get the kills, they're going to get the grubs off the back of this as well.
Yeah.
And 100 Thieves, these early games, kind of game over game, just getting worse.
Yeah.
That dive was whack. That was not good, and 100 Thieves are taking the punishment from that one. Pain Gaming loving this sequence, because it was a pretty quiet game before that, and now Pain just with a big injection of gold.
Well, and you saw Pain, right? Like making plays onto Quid in the mid lane, making plays onto that bot side with Karioka's gank onto Dokla, and now they're in a really nice spot here to try to clean up some of these neutral objectives potentially. But I just love how they keep looking for windows. Also the attention onto Quid to try to keep him pressured, try to keep this Cassio ahead.
And River, you know, known for a lot of these champs, but career record 0-0, and solo queue record. To be fair, I'm sure he has hidden accounts and other accounts that we don't know about. But this is kind of like the publicly available accounts. He has not played a single game of it in that, and he has not played a single game of it in his pro career. So he could be scrimming on it. He could be playing it on hidden solo queue accounts. I don't think he's first time in Kiana, but hasn't got a lot of experience.
I feel like if you told me River had first time Kiana, I believe you.
He is that kind of player. He has the confidence.
All right.
I mean, one of her abilities is literally named Audacity, and River is the type of player to play rather audaciously, as he will start up the Drake. This is a 10-minute first Drake here being attempted from 100 Thieves, secured by River as Karioka wanted to use the Flash Chomp steal to try to take it away. River uses a defensive ulti there on Karioka, who pops the Subjugate just to guarantee it's not an even trade. So Pain might lose the objective, but they pick up yet another kill. Now they're 1,500 gold ahead.
And they might look for a potential play on this bot side, although they don't have a wave in yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised Dokla actually stayed, didn't base and TP back, but he feels, I guess, with Ayla around, he's going to be okay. And Quid did push in on the other side of the map. You know, they are farming the Sivir up in mid lane, but the fight's definitely going the way of Pain. You know, mostly, you know, the big deficit was built in that really poorly done top lane dive from 100 Thieves, and they're going to have to kind of climb out of this hole that they have built for themselves. Luckily, they did at least get that dragon, because it would have been a total disaster had they not won the smite fight on the dragon. But River here is going to be having to show us, I think, a pretty stylish game on the Kiana. It's not the easiest champion to really succeed on, especially when there's so much CC. Like, trying to go through the miasma, trying to go through, you know, potential ults from Nautilus and, you know, passive roots from Nautilus is going to make things very difficult.
And I mean, it's the opposite of what we talk about with these like powerful, tanky, or utility junglers, that even if they fall behind, yeah, they can still impact the game very easily. No, Kiana's got to be doing damage if she wants to find value in these fights.
Carioca trying to come around there for the gank onto Quid, but the phase rush, very effective at getting him away from all of these slows. However, 4v1, he's going to need more than a phase rush to survive this one. Roamer's not going to get the stun there with a petrifying gaze, but he doesn't even need it. Pain bring 4 men down to the bottom lane, and they find their mark. It's a 7-1 game.
Yeah, and the biggest difference is a lot of times when Pain was doing these overloaded plays, they'd be getting punished super heavily on the other side of the map. But this time, it is not happening because they are ahead of the tempo. They're ahead of the pace of the game, and it is really showing in play after play after play.
I know that Brazil has a rough relationship with the 7-1 scoreline, but this is a good one. This is one that they're locking in here. This is a great 7-1 for Brazil's early game here in game number 3. As Weiser's going in after Dokla here, has that final charge of the needlework ready to go, but Big Doke's going for the outplay. The last hit'll do it. Dokla gets the kill there. Curry shows up. Dokla has so much health regeneration when Set is low on HP. Now Romer's got to try to escape in the bottom side as Ayla, Quid, and River are trying to collapse him to Cassio. Pop Blossom from Ayla immediately into the follow-up room prison from Quid. River still on the approach, but the miasma is so difficult to navigate. There should be no way for Romer to get away from this. It's just a matter of time, and the shutdown credit goes to River.
Big plays back-to-back there. 400 Thieves opposite sides of the map. Dokla gets the solo kill onto Weiser and is able to survive even with the TP coming in from Curry. And then that means it's going to be Romer vulnerable on the bot side.
And we talked about how Pain set up so many of these overload plays in this game so much better. I thought that was a really nice recognition of 100 Thieves of where they could be strong on the map. Even if obviously Dokla ended up getting the better of Weiser in that top side, but even if they hadn't, recognizing, okay, we can make a play onto Romer on the bot side, shut down this Cassio.
And I mean, honestly, you're going to have to really slow down the Cassio, even with that kill onto Romer. The goal did not go to Quid. Quid is very far behind in this mid lane matchup. You know, that's a 1.3k gold lead right there. And it's the first time really in the series where it feels like Quid has been put so far behind. And he's been such a key part of 100 Thieves' success really all year long. So definitely is going to mean good things for Pain.
I mean, we remember back to game number 1, his Orianna just slamming that Galio matchup from level 1, totally controlling the lane. And now in game number 3, with the Cassio counterpick, with the assistance from Carioca nice and early to keep the pressure on Quid, Romer has really been set up for success.
He really has, and he's on a champion that I think is also very successful into what has been drafted, right? It's a lot of short range. It's not like you're going to be getting poked down here. Cassio can 1v9 this game. You really are in a great spot here. So it's time to see if he can step up. Now, this is Pain's record against the NA coming into this series. Of course, he's now 1-7, given how the first 2 games went. But they have been very competitive in Game 2. Game 3, they're looking quite good again. We are seeing, I do think, a progression from the LTA South. We saw, you know, at MSI, G2 went 5 games against Furia, almost lost to them. Yeah. And we're seeing, you know, more and more of I think the LTA South teams challenging these teams that are kind of perceived to be above them.
And that's what makes it fun, right? Seeing them be able to elevate their play, seeing them be able to pose a legitimate threat to squads like 100 Thieves, who have been a contender ever since their resurgence back into form at the beginning of the best of 5s, right? Like, this is a squad that we've talked about it so many times. There were a lot of players, there were a lot of perspectives here in the North of people saying, yeah, man, 100 Thieves is potentially the worst team in the league here during the regular split earlier on this year. But now they've bounced back. They've been playing really well. So much of it is the team fighting, though, and that's what my eyes are going to be on now. We're firmly into the mid game. We're going to start seeing more and more of the large team fights, and Pain has to show me that they can lock in and beat 100 Thieves in a battle of hands.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where this Cassio is going to be absolutely massive. I did like the initial setup from 100 Thieves, right? They're pushing in on this top side. Dokla is actually going to be able to get this turret as the 2 other teams kind of dance around this mid. But previously, they'd have had FBI and Ayla kind of pushing down mid.
Oh, boy. River is going to lose 60% of his HP there. Yeah, that was just a ton of damage from Carioca. The subjugate was also used. River is very low, but Dokla is now the one under pressure. He tries to go back around with a showstopper. Yeah, he hits a big haymaker, but it won't matter. He's down in a 1v5. Pain pick up kill number 8.
Nicely done there. You know, Carioca just pushes them out, but again, 100 Thieves responding with a tower. They're shoving mid lane. River on the Kiana, there's no point in the game where you beat the Shundle 1v1. It's just not really going to happen. So, you know, you have to try to be able to play around that and find these approaches where you can get in onto the backliners. That really is his job this game, but it's very difficult. And the Trundle is going to know this, and he's going to be hunting for you, looking to try to match you and push you out, as is Weiser. So Pain in a pretty good spot, but they are going to be giving up this dragon as well.
Yeah, 100 Thieves decided kind of not to contest that. Instead, push out mid, get that tier 1, and are able to rotate on and start stacking Drakes potentially as a way to get back in the game, as a way to set up some of these fights in their favor.
And to give some context, Quid's worst goal difference at 14 in the entire split was negative 429. That was the worst mark he had had.
Well,
this game, he was down 1.2K. So
3 times as much.
Exactly, 3 times as much as what had been his entire, his worst one all split long. So, Quid has been very good in lane, and his team has been very good about playing around him, getting him kills, getting him into a great spot. This time, he definitely is a little bit more on that struggle bus. I mean, you can see Roamer has double items already completed. Of course, you're going to have that a lot faster because you have to buy merc treads on the other side, and the snakes don't need boots.
Right.
But
slither, sneaky critter.
That being said, he still is way behind the curve.
All right, that red buff should be secured here by Carioca for Pain's side. There are no neutral objectives to fight over right now. Otacon's going to be spawning in 2 minutes, but that's still a good ways away.
I love the Axiom Arc here from River. This is a pretty spicy build. He's going Profane Hydra into the Axiom Arc, so going to have potentially really low cooldown on the ultis.
Yeah, and this is the build that we've seen coming out of a lot of LPL junglers going the Axiom Arc. I also really like it. We'll see. He hasn't had... I did like his recovery initially with his pathing response, but he definitely hasn't thus far had a kind of breakout Kiana performance in this game.
I just really like Axiom Arc because it's a funny item. You can start the team fight out with your ultimate, and then if the team fight goes for 20 seconds and there's 3 or 4 casualties, it could get even crazier as Dokla trying to get away here, and he will just barely escape the threat of the collapse from Pain.
Yeah, going to be able to survive. Does have to use his TP for it, but Roamer spent a TP of his own, so not really a big deal.
Yeah.
FBI just quietly farming away here still. We haven't really been paying much attention to the Sivir. It was, of course, lethality as expected when we saw the Hail of Blades, but FBI on 2 items and is going to be wave clearing out very effectively.
All right, Herald summoned up mid, though, immediately crashing that into the tier 1, but now the catch on Titan. River finds exactly what he needed, and the tier 1 turret even survives the Herald. 100 Thieves get a nice punish.
Yeah, 100 Thieves stymie that push, and Quid had been trying to cheat up, being like, okay, maybe I wrap around, maybe we look for the fight that way. Doesn't even have to. After that catch onto Chiton, they'll be able to take down this tier 1 turret. And 100 Thieves have wrested the gold back in their favor.
And it's just a really nice play from River. Coming over from that Raptor Brush, there was not a ward in it. They were not really understanding where Kiana could come from. I think this is sometimes one of these things where when you don't play against a champion a lot, you don't think about, the different angles of approach that they can have.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Fiddlesticks can come over from that area.
Yeah.
People are not thinking necessarily about Kiana in that same way. And River just EQs over the wall, ults him in, and you are just one shot just like that. So River finding a great angle and does end up putting them into a really nice spot here coming up onto this next dragon. Again, 100 Thieves have wrestled back the gold lead. There is still an edge for Roamer, but everything else is in 100 Thieves' favor, and they got the first 2 dragons.
And Otacon has now spawned. It actually looks like Pain wants to move in onto it first.
Oh boy.
With Quid still on this top side, shoving in this wave. And Sivir in mid.
They're kind of just getting hit by it for free.
Yeah, they're trying to pull it down towards this bottom part of the pit, closer to the lane, but they are taking an awful long time doing it. TP's coming in. 100 Thieves ready to try to fight for the Otacon here. Dokla on the right side of the fight, looking for his angle there as the rest of 100 Thieves approach from the river direction. You do have the Otacon down to about 40% HP now. Pain Gaming still trying to secure this objective. Carioca's already down to half HP. 100 Thieves stepping in. Big showstopper coming up for Big Dokes as the Otacon is at least secured for Pain. But now the follow-up will not go their way. It's already 2 dead. 100 Thieves looking for even more. FBI on the chase. Carioca still trying to escape. FBI gets the auto attacks into the boomerang blade. It's 3 dead on Pain Gaming.
100 Thieves were talking about these Otacon setups, right? And they were talking about how they looked at LPL and LCK VODs. If you don't want to go for the objective, go for the fight, right? And with all that damage, the Pain were just constantly face tanking from that Otacon. The fight goes beautifully for 100 Thieves.
I mean, Pain were just not dodging any abilities at all. There was 50 stacks of Frail and Unworthy on Carioca. Like, that is crazy.
Minus 50 armor and MR, just flat out.
Exactly.
Unlucky.
Think about how much gold you have to spend to get that kind of flat pen, right? Like, how much lethality you have to spend to get that. It is an enormous amount of gold. And he was just face tanking this. I mean, watch, as it's getting low, he's starting to move around a little bit, but he's just been tanking the orbs. They go in. Dokla kind of pulls him out a little bit with the anti-synergy there from Ayla. FBI had a great spell shield on the Cassio ult, just piles in. And Weiser then is sectioned off on the side. All of 100 Thieves just know the chase is on. Pain was so softened up, and they just get routed in this fight.
And now back to live, we might have yet another one. You can see some frustration in the back rooms there as Rivers jumping into the middle of everybody, immediately finds Supreme Display of Talent onto Roamer, but instead it's River who's killed off first. Dopa looking for his chance here in the middle of the fight, but he does not get a big haymaker. Instead, Weiser takes him down.
Ricochets.
Pain is already killed off too, but FBI is looking to get some AoE damage out of these ricochets. Quid flashing forward. He wants to try to get the Rune Prison onto Roamer, but he doesn't have the distance. Quid overestimating just how close that flash would take him, loses the summoner spell.
Yeah, he loses the summoner spell, and now they have to try to wait for River to get back here. So they need to try to delay. They want to try to guard this dragon and allow their team to respawn so they can try to get this dragon here still. River had a very clever approach, but no one could really follow up on the damage. He was too far ahead of the team.
Yeah, I don't think the team was in a particularly good position to follow up, and then Roamer was able to get a ton of Cassio damage down as well.
They have Hex Gates. We're going to get a round 2. Dokla's TPing deep.
Yep, it's a deep TP from Big Dokes. Pain have control over the Dragon Pit for now. FBI down to half HP. Drake already secured for the side of Pain, but River and Dokla are making their way forward. Weiser's going to be the first target as River jumps in on top of him, but the flash over the wall keeps the Gwen alive for now. 100 Thieves, they lose the objective, and they haven't found any kills just yet. So far, this is success for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, nicely handled there by Pain. I thought they would be able to get some exit kills, but they couldn't actually lock them down. Does cost Weiser his flash, but honestly, who cares? Flash for a dragon is great for them. Karaoke, though, playing with fire a bit. 100 Thieves are still in the area.
Yeah, River jumping in there. Going to see if he can at least contest for the red buff here a bit as Pain is reinforcing their jungler. River's got to try to get away from this one. Defensive Supreme Display of Talent trying to knock the Trundle away. River jumps back over the wall. Karaoke with no flash can't chase after him. The redemption to heal River, but it's not a healing redemption. It's a sniper blast, and Curry gets the last hit.
Wait, did he realize that it wasn't on his team? It seemed like he was kind of slow to walk out of it. I'm not sure if he actually realized or if he was trying to stay into that. Would he have died to the Trundle anyway?
Well,
that was kind of...
Ayla doesn't even have it.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
Like, it seemed like he was kind of walking out slowly, but maybe that's as fast as he can get out. I'm going to go back and watch because that was a little bit crazy.
Meanwhile, I was just thinking, wow, he can't possibly keep getting away with this.
He did stop.
Right?
So he definitely thought it was his redemption.
Yeah.
I just don't think realized that they didn't have one. He just sees the redemption coming back and he's like, great. Because it seemed like he kind of stutter steps. Watch when it goes down. He kind of stops. I think he's...
Yeah, and then he tried to get to the
difference. I don't know if it would have made the difference, but he did hesitate for a moment, and I think he kind of realized, wait, we don't have redemption.
It's like, hold on, guys.
Oh, Baron.
Pain on the Baron.
Yep, Baron is started. As soon as it spawns, Pain are immediate to go to the area and begin the objective. Baron already down to half HP, as now on the front line yet again. Dokla's going to be your target. Pain Gaming putting a lot of damage into the set, and Titan takes him out. Nice aim from the Pain AD carry as Curry wants to re-engage, but he has to pay for it with his own life. Quid continuing to try to run. Weiser's here on the front line, but FBI's putting out the damage. FBI, Ayla, and Quid versus Titan, Roamer, and Karaoke. It's 2 dead on either side. Quid still looking for a little bit more on Roamer here. Nice sidestep away from the Noxious Blast. But the fight is done, and the dust will settle 2 for 2.
Yeah, fight goes 2 for 2, but more importantly for 100 Thieves, they end up stopping that Baron attempt, right? It ended up looking really, really good for Pain initially, but then as we talked about, those ricochets from Sivir are really, really starting to hurt.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're not on the Sivir is doing a lot of damage. Dokla couldn't get a great W here and then gets sniped down. Ayla forces the flash out from Titan, but then so many of your tools are gone. So Curry decides we are going to send it. And yes, you are in on the Quid, but FBI was getting a lot of damage down here. River with his dying breath stuns Weiser into the wall, and that's when FBI flashes forward, finds his angle to finish off the kill and keep the fight even. But a lot of summoners, big ones spent on both sides. Both supports have no flash, both ADs have no flash, and Quid has no flash either.
Here we go again. You can see Ayla tossing the Blooming Blows over the wall to make, or Blooming Blossom, I think. Blooming Blows is the Lilia one. They're very similar. Either way, he throws throws that lob thing over the wall to antagonize Baron, do some damage to Pain. 100 Thieves looking to go in here. Nice ulti coming out from Romer. The three-man Petrifying Gaze is enough to set it up to kill FBI at the very beginning of the fight. Teton's trying to get away from River, but the Kiana makes it a 1-for-1 there. Weiser and Carioca trying to find the solution for Dokla here as the needlework does connect. Dokla continuing to try to make a little bit more distance. It's a 3-for-3 so far. Ayla does not have a lot of health to work with. Dokla does not have a lot of health to work with. They're going to continue trying to get away from this one. Carioca does have the Dead Man's Blade. Pop Blossom finds Weiser, who's now incredibly low. Dokla trying to stand and fight, and Ayla's got the kill to Carioca. Dokla and Ayla winning out in the 2v2 on the back end of the fight. Nicely played from 100 Thieves.
I cannot believe they ended up winning out there. That looked like a little bit of over-aggression again coming out of 100 Thieves on this top side, where they go in with the Realm Warp trying to set up.
They didn't know that the extras were here. They thought they had to catch on to Romer, is I think what happened.
Yeah. And then they get on to Curry. He doesn't last long, but Romer is able to get off so much damage.
Yeah.
The big thing, though, is Supreme Display of Talent catches Romer. Dokla is able to clean him up, so up.
Oh boy, we got a problem now. Quid is already down. Nice pick from Pain Gaming as Dokla can take the Hex Gate to get himself away just barely in time. That's 45 seconds until Quid is back alive on this rise. That's a pretty big pick for Pain, but they want to turn it into something else.
Yeah.
The Baron is alive. The Dragon is spawning here in about 2 seconds. It's still a 3,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves. They're 4v5 on the map for now, and Pain are starting up the Baron. Keep your eyes on River as he wants to try to find an opportunity to make his way in. Dokla approaching from the top. Redemption summoned up by Pain to try to keep the health bars ready to go. Baron down to 4,000. Showstopper over the wall. Romer is under pressure. Ayla goes in for massive Pop Blossom. The Baron is secured by Pain Gaming, but they're being wiped off the map. Carioca the next to fall. A triple kill for River Kiana, and Ayla does not want to let Weiser get away. This is a very important kill. It would eliminate Baron from everyone on Pain, but Weiser barely escapes.
The Supreme Display of Talent is just that from River. The timing as River, Ayla, Dokla all go in together was beautiful, and Dokla, his ulti was sick, stacking up multiple members here. Watch as Dokla goes in. Everyone engages at the same time. He finds his opportunity right here. He's going to ult Weiser onto the backline, right in onto Romer and Titan. Hits them both. Then River comes over the wall. Ayla comes over the wall. Look at this combo. All three of the 100 Thieves members find the stacked up Pain team and just delete them.
And that's the team fight this comp has been looking for. I've actually thought 100 Thieves have looked uncharacteristically desynchronized in a lot of these fights, right? We've seen Grayson relieved, as we've seen the Pop Blossom desynced and kind of whiff, right? We've seen the Supreme Display of Talent not be too far ahead of the fight. That one, everything combos exactly as 100 Thieves would have wanted.
I mean, it was beautiful, and quietly, FBI just constantly farming away. He's got his IE now, and that is often where I kind of feel like the clock strikes midnight and the fun is over. As when Sivir has 3+ items, has level 16, if you're hitting at all, it just starts to feel like your team just melts, right? And he has the heal cut as well, knowing that there is a lot of healing over on this other side. Now he's got the Mortal Reminder even done, so he is going to be ridiculously strong at this point. He's on 100% crit. If he can get a few free autos off, it is going to be so problematic.
Seeker's Arm Guard also built for Ayla here on this Nico. So this is a massive playmaking tool for the next upcoming fight as well. Exactly, the Sterix Gauge for Dokla. All of these resources coming online for 100 Thieves. River is almost full build. He only needs one more item, right? He's got Cyrilda's plus the Edge of Night also completed. The lethality on this Kiana is so high right now. It's an 18-17 game, more than 1 kill per minute here 30 minutes into this one. This
I told you just had to wait.
Kind of what I was hoping for from this series, and now 100 Thieves are ready to try to defend their jungle. Curry takes a little bit of damage, finds an ulti onto Dokla for not great effect. Dokla is low here. Sterix plus the Haymaker trying to keep himself alive, but Weiser's already on a killing spree, and Dokla is down. 100 Thieves lines are broken, and they're going to have to retreat.
Really well played. They just find this catch onto Dokla. He had no flash, and even when he turns around for this full-powered Haymaker, the Hallowed Mist easily answers it from Weiser.
100 Thieves playing with fire a little bit around here, but they have a lot of wave clear, so at the end of the day, it's just going to be the one kill because there's no objectives to get.
Yeah.
And you can see as the Red Bull Baron expires, it is a negative 100 up just thereabouts.
Yeah.
So definitely not what they were hoping for from this objective. And yeah, Dokla going down sucks, but he didn't spend flash, he didn't spend ult. It's not that big of a deal.
Right. It's not like they get to deny the Hex Soul because they got the pick on Dokla there. So 100 Thieves going to need to regroup here. They still do have a pretty commanding lead. The Flower Petals are so close, it doesn't really make that much of a difference in terms of the stat comparison between the two teams. But 3,500 gold plus the soul point status that will always force Pain Gaming to come and fight for the Drakes, very important.
And I was going to say, Dokla's been scrapping a lot, so I wouldn't have been surprised to see him up at the top. And that's about 2 good Ws to get to 25,000 damage. So you have to watch out. When people are on this Overlords build, it is so easy to get baited by 10% HP on a set, and then all of a sudden you get W flash and your whole team just instantly dies. Like, it can hit for ridiculous amounts of damage. We saw it onto Roamer over by that Baron fight. He got a fat W with the true damage onto him and just deleted him. So Pain have got to continue to play with respect. Even though Dokla hasn't had an explosive game by any means, with this build, 1 good W wins the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, he just has so much setup for this 100 Thieves fight. And with this composition, it's been less about like what it can do and more about 100 Thieves actually being able to get that fight where they combo the Set, Kiana, and the Nico to try to initiate and set up their damage dealers.
All right, Curry's going to place down a little bit of vision here in the enemy jungle. It is 90 seconds until the soul spawns. It is also just about 90 seconds until Baron respawns on the map. So we will have that interesting game state where both of those very alluring objectives are going to be up at the same time. Weiser getting away from River here. Weiser very close to completing Death Cap on his own. Also has an unbroken arm guard. So this Gwen also with the opportunity. We're mentioning how Dokla can be this big difference maker with a massive haymaker in the middle of a team fight. Weiser can really run away with it too if he's properly making sure that he's getting value out of the Hallowed Mist and getting access to those good targets.
Problem is he still needs about 400 more gold, so we'll see if he's actually going to be able to get that in time for this next fight, but he's scared to even walk up to the wave, so I don't think he's going to be able to do it. We'll see if he just buys a Zonia's or something, if he can complete something else or just pots up.
Yeah, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he just didn't have the gold for Death Cap, and he knows this is probably their year on the line. If you lose this, your year is done, so you can't wait for Death Cap, unfortunately.
All right, 30 seconds until the Hex Soul would spawn for 100 Thieves. Pain knows they do not want to give away that massive power spike. Eyes on River down here in the bottom lane. The 9-kill Kiana. Almost the entirety of the gold lead can be attributed to River specifically. So big value out of the supreme display of talent. Big burst onto a valuable target is the name of the game here for 100 Thieves and for River specifically. Yeah, 3,400 gold lead for 100 Thieves as a team. 3.1 for just River on the Kiana. Doing so much work here in this game.
Not a bad Kiana debut, I'll say that much.
No,
but
sir.
We'll see if they can close it out. Ayla is going to be threatening on the side, and you can see Quid could look to try to deliver someone to the backline if he wants with the Realm Warp, because that is up and available. It all comes down to this.
All right, Pain are going to go ahead and start up the Drake. 100 Thieves, Ayla, and Dokla are the ones peeking out of the fog right now. Very slow DPS onto the objective itself as River wants to wrap around the backside of the area. See if he can find the gank angle. Goes over the wall. Dokla losing a lot of HP here to Weiser. The Sterix keeping him alive for now. River wants to try to protect his top laner. Curry is already down. FBI with the kill on that one. Weiser is down. The Hex Tech Drake stolen away by River. 100 Thieves looking for even more. Titan is slowed down. Beat down. He's gone. Quid takes the kill. It's 3 for 1, plus a soul, 100 Thieves.
I heckin' love watching River play. I'm not allowed to swear on broadcast anymore. That was a swear-worthy play. He keeps denying other people of these objectives. It started off a little slow, ending up being a fantastic Kiana debut. And I just love how he's always looking for these crazy angles in these fights. We've talked about how 100 Thieves like to use Hex Gates. We've talked about how River loves to specifically set up these flanking plays. Great display of it there. And man, I just love watching him play.
I mean, he is just such a fun jungler to watch here. And we're going to get to watch it one more time. Dokla, is scrapping with Weiser here, but Weiser is kind of winning out in this fight, and Rivers decides he's going to help out Dokla, but watch River. As the Dragon is pulled against the wall, he uses the ulti plus the flash smite to combo there. So that was just a beautiful combo coming through. You know, flashes in, smites, finishes it off, bursts that down, and once they have it, there's just no running away from the slows, from the Hexal, plus the speed ups from the Sivir, the Realm Warp, everything there. And now you got one more chance maybe for Pain if you're lucky, but you're already down 6.5K, and the Soul on top, and the Baron on top of that. The amount of additional stats they have, it's just not even close.
Yeah, and another kind of unsung thing in that fight, but something that's going to make a huge difference is just the damage coming out of FBI. You saw how much he is able to soften up Pain on the top side of that fight as well. We talked about how much these ricochets really, really hurt coming out of this Sivir. So yeah, it's basically like you have an extra little bit of poke coming out of that, and they're now going to be able to set up to push in these two waves and try to make things really difficult for Pain.
Yeah, we remember when Pain got the Baron, 4 out of 5 of them died. They weren't really able to use it to great efficacy. By the time the timer ran out, you observed it, Azael. It was negative 90 gold overall on the play. 100 Thieves are looking for a much more impressive Baron effect overall. Dokla does take a lot of damage, but they can't actually threaten anything lethal on.
I mean, that was both the bot lane's ults, right? You know, that is the Chains of Corruption and the Death Charge coming through. So they do get a chunk, but not really worth a lot. And he can always just TP back if he feels he needs to. Looks like he'll do just that. 100 Thieves just keeping this full court press up. River is just being really annoying, playing around this brush constantly, just constantly using that grass blade, staying in invis, looking for poke over the wall. That's 100 Thieves now on the march. You have to think they're going to try to pressure on this wave.
Yeah, but here we go. 2/3 HP on the tier 3 turret. 100 Thieves stepping up. Dokla here in the front line. Pop Blossom, but it only finds one. Dokla buying a little bit more time as Titan falls. Dokla getting the kill credit on that one. Roamer still slithering away, but 100 Thieves want to keep the pressure on. Wiser can't get the kill on FBI. They might have finally got the AD carry, but it's too little, too late. River and Quid stand tall. A triple kill for the Kiana here in the very last team fight, and 100 Thieves are going to take it straight to the Nexus. They will eliminate Pain Gaming from contention for Dallas and Worlds, and they will earn themselves a 3-0 victory.
And what a way to do it. Dokla hits the W, the haymaker right to the face of Titan. Did about 90% of his health with one W, instantaneously deleted him. He solo killed Titan in the middle of his entire team in their base to help secure it, and 100 Thieves gonna pull off the sweep.
And not a bad Kiana debut. I talked about how much I wanted to see River specifically on this champion. I thought he did a great job of recovering from that initial invade from Pain. Looked a little bit shaky for 100 Thieves in a few of the team fights in terms of them syncing up with each other. But once they got rolling, that set Kiana Nico combo was so deadly.
It was really deadly. I mean, that fight around the Baron in the 4v5 was crazy.
Yep.
And I went back and watched it. Dokla just hit him for 2,400 true damage, so with the W.
And here we go. Despite the 3-0 result today, this will be Pain Gaming's last bow here on stage for the year. Hope to get to see them bounce back better and stronger next time we get to see them, as 100 Thieves was the better team out there today. They continued, however, having those shaky early games. They continued falling behind early on and needing to fight their way out of those tough spots. They just keep showing us again and again that they can take a team fight, and they're ready to do it. But now we're ready to join Chat and Dokla on stage for an interview.
Thanks, Alex. Congratulations on the 3-0. I have to ask before we get into the series, though, the one shot you had at the end set on Varus, is that what you dreamt of when you locked in the set pick?
I thought I was going to get 2 there because the Cassia was lining up with that as well, but she was barely out of the sweet spot. But yeah, I mean, one-shotting the Varus, I was like, holy shit, just disappeared. And I think they tried to exhaust me as well. It just didn't help. I mean, I was waiting to get Nautilus, so I'm like, please hook in so I can just ult you into the back line. So that was probably the best set moment that you could possibly have.
Yeah, awesome performance on the set. Also a 3-0, but games 2 and 3 were really close. How did the series gameplay align with your expectations?
I think they team fought actually pretty well. They got good picks on us. We were a little aggressive at times, but I think they had a pretty good idea of what they wanted to do and how to team fight. It's just these games were decided by like one team fight essentially, especially the game 2. It's like they killed their Varus, but then I was just cleaning them all up. So yeah, I think they you know, it was just a close series. It felt very close.
Yeah, I completely agree aside from the scoreline. I also feel like it was just yesterday you joined 100 Thieves. How are you continuing to kind of integrate with the team, or does it feel completely comfortable now? Because week over week, you can still probably learn a lot of things with your new teammates.
I feel pretty comfortable. I think we're like already comfortable enough because I already played with FBI, Ayla, River, and Quid. Everyone's easy to get along with, so there's no real issue there. It's just, yeah, there's no issue.
That sounds awesome. Okay, so 3-0 here, 1 North versus South. Tomorrow we have another North versus South. Shopify versus Red Canyons. Do you have a preference on who you'd want to face for World's qualification and also a prediction for tomorrow?
I want to play against Shopify because my boys are on the other team, but I don't know the strength of Red because we haven't scrimmed them, and yeah, so I just have no expectation of like how strong of a team they are. I think they'll be stronger than Pain, so I think it'll be a close series.
All right, well, thank you very much, Dokla. Good luck next week with your World's qualification and the rest of the LTA playoffs. We're going to send it back to the lounge to close the day.
They did it! They brought it home. 3-0.
That's actually 5-0.
Does that count?
On the year.
Let's go. Yeah. Let's get some high fives right there. Oh, you was about to leave me hanging. That was crazy. But we also made Jack go do the interview because he's the only one that had a game. Yeah, he didn't believe. He didn't believe the 3-0.
That's what happened.
It was close in 2 of those games, so I want to start off with that. That, like, you know, I think Jet had a point that you had to respect what Pain was capable of, but our team fight in those clutch moments was just too strong.
I mean, yeah, in the very, very clutch at the very end of game 2, it was. But that, especially the game 2, I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
We're going to lose this, man. We're going to drop a game. But
I couldn't believe it.
They did. They clutched it out there. And multiple times, too. Dokla was talking about it. It was like, yeah, Pain have been quite good in their team fights. They know how they want to execute. And 100 Thieves really had to pull out all the stops.
And I want to talk about River. He pulled out the Kiana in game 3, Raz. We didn't get a chance to react to that as the lounge here on broadcast, but that was exciting to see.
I still think he could have stole that Otacon.
Yeah, he was okay the entire time.
Kobe had notes. He was
like, he should steal this. He should for sure.
He gets
Disappointed Dad Kobe. Disappointed Dad Kobe is like, he didn't steal that one.
I'm going to tell you.
Where's the A+?
He hits the 5-champ Kiana ult at Baron, and Kobe's like, could have stolen the Baron. He didn't
steal the Baron, too.
That's crazy. But it's awesome to see that some of these picks are coming out for 100 Thieves as well, because we're seeing like different versions of them on this new patch. And no surprise, I voted for him. River, player of the series.
You know what River's saying right now?
In that 3-0.
Shut the hell up, Kobe. Look at him. He's judging you. He's judging you. He got the dub.
I got the Dragon Soul.
Kobe's like, hey, would have been player of the year if he had hit some of those smites. You know, let's take a look at this final moments here from, I believe, this game number 3. Yeah.
I mean, just in general, River is the type of player that will, like, you don't know what to expect going up against him. I think Carioca got a full dosage of River when he was fighting.
The Jarvan game.
Yeah, the Jarvan game, got his blue, took his Grom, splashed out, fought him on Wolves, and you're like, what the hell is going on?
And this was the game 1. We're going to go through the whole series, I believe, here. Pantheon getting that in game 1 always feels good. Okay, here's the moment, Kobe. So walk me through, what can he do better in this moment?
Well, I mean, as he's going to wipe their whole team, he could also steal the Baron. You know?
Yeah, of course.
You just flick your mouse back a little real quick,
exactly.
grab that Baron too, you know?
Yeah. So last week it was Quid finding the one solo Yone 5-man knockup. This time, 3 of them were there together. It was Dokla setting it up, Ayla following it up, River as well, like all 3 of them working together. We didn't have to use those, by the way. There were no necessity for
no one was even thinking about it.
No.
We gave Loop the opportunity.
Yeah, we did. He didn't want anything to do with those.
I'm starting to think people just don't like the face.
He wanted to give those back immediately.
I'm starting to think people just don't like the face.
Maybe they don't want to step on it, Raz. Maybe it's a respect thing. But it is important to note that because of this loss, Pain are now no longer in the LTA Championships. Let's take a look at the updated bracket here because 100 Thieves will move on. Pain, that was their last series. Great effort from them. They weren't able to pick up that revenge for split 1 versus 100 Thieves, but I think that they did show that they were a team that can do a lot of damage. 100 Thieves had to work hard for those, but yeah, 100 Thieves will continue on in the bracket.
100%. Like, it's interesting hearing from Dokla, him making it very clear that, like, it was close.
Yeah.
And knowing that Red Canids are the stronger team, they're going to be playing against Shopify tomorrow. Like, that one is going to be a good series.
Yeah, this is going to be a good series. Like you said, you know, Dokla looking forward to it. He's also said that he didn't really know anything about Red.
Yeah.
I actually think that it will be a very close series, an exciting one. So we'll see if Shopify can meet 100 Thieves to fight for that third spot at Worlds.
Out of the two of the series, that's the one I'm thinking is going to be closer, for sure.
It should.
Shopify
It absolutely
versus Red
should.
Canids, yeah.
If you thought that announcement was the last one.
No.
No!
There's one
that
more.
was one more announcement. NACL and LRN playoffs have finished, and the teams are facing disguised, and they've all been decided. We've seen them all. The North, the Power Luminosity, because, yeah, they only dropped one game in the playoffs.
A single game.
Yes, a single game. They destroyed the streamer team Conviction. Of course, Conviction will still be in the playoffs. They're going to be going up against Estral, and they are now honed in and focused against Disguised. From the South, Estral Esports, Summit, Winsome. They are going to be, of course, sadly surprised by the first-seeded SDM Tigres. They'll be hosting the North teams down in Mexico.
Look at that bracket.
It's a pretty nice damn bracket. But come watch these teams. They're going to be duking it out here in the LTA North Twitch channel and the YouTube channel. It's going to be on October 4th. Please watch it. Great teams. And the bracket looks beautiful. This guy's going to have a tough one.
Yeah, they got a lot of competition.
They've been looking better, though. I'm feeling pretty confident in Disguise now.
I think so.
They started looking really good.
And they're getting a lot of practice versus the teams. I'm hearing that they're getting some good scrim partners leading up to that.
Oh, is that true?
I'm hearing.
That's
so
fun.
the tier 2 teams have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of the LRN whatsoever, but like the fact that Estral did got like upset by SDM Tigres, there's a lot to be looking out there for them. And Luminosity did have an insane final, so there's a lot there to watch out for.
Make sure to mark your calendar, October 4th. That's when that's happening. But that's it for us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Red versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll see you there.
3-0! Let's go!
We did it!
It is do or die. This is an elimination series, and the loser, unfortunately, their season will be over right here.
Well, keep running, keep running.
I will come. Wait, they want to get the bottom track.
What? Titan body blocking for his support, does not want to allow the headshot, but FBI dials it in.
Brother just got a solo kill as a Jin in mid lane there, bends the bullet around Titan.
I'm that guy. I'm that guy, bro. Don't worry about me.
I use Mikhail's,
Yeah. I need flash ulted. Yeah.
Looking for you guys.
Corki gonna be GA. Corki gonna be GA.
I'm better no.
Yeah. I'm dead. Corki on this side, guys.
Nice.
Nice.
Look, focus on better.
No
Focus on
flash.
better.
No flashes. No
I'm
flashes.
better. He's a damage.
No flash, guys. We can
Corki. Oh.
Holy shit, guys.
Nice, good fight.
We're just trolling guys.
Yeah.
And with one fell swoop of a team fight, 100 Thieves are going to match point.
Take it to Chanel. 5K.
Okay?
Yeah. Oh, wait, anything here?
Wait. Look at Varus.
I got demo. What's Gwen?
Need help. Only Gwen.
100 Thieves are going to take it straight to the Nexus. They will eliminate Pain Gaming from contention for Dallas and Worlds, and they will earn themselves a 3-0 victory.